I'm back to work on Monday.
Monday,
so.
okay.
Oh, I think yeah. He popped.
All right, Supercom, it's Friday. We made it. We're here.
Barely.
Yeah. Welcome to the show. We did another week.
And, oh shit! Look at that.
Dude, look how late we are.
Boom.
Nah, this is like
That's why I was preparing my
It's
celebration.
tardy points. We get tardy points now.
This is fashionably late, or whatever you want to call that.
I don't think we can pull that off. Look
I
at
think
us.
that's just called late.
Boys,
I think that's just women.
Can I get my fat, please?
Right. It's so weird to me that they're not calling them paps anymore. Like that's
Right.
throwing me off hard.
Wait, what are they calling it?
They're fatlings.
Fats.
Fat,
Well,
like,
depending
like
on
a
which
fat
group
bee
you're in.
type of
I
thing.
will never call it that.
It's
So
a-
you never know. I will never call it that.
It's like fleet activity tracking or something. It's an acronym, but like we've been calling them PAPs for years, and like
Yeah, was there something?
I
It
think
has
Ford
to
calls
do
them
with
honk.
it has to do with the seat in Alliance Auth. It's
Yeah, wasn't it
one
like
of their
pilot
plugins.
active
Yeah.
participation or something like that before, like PAP?
Oh,
So-
Travis
snap.
Ghost? Appreciate that.
So we
So
just
thanks,
like to talk
Radicals.
to was it Ariel? That's like one of the leads on that, and just be like, hey, change this fucking name.
I mean, it's one of those things though. It's like you're already getting it going. Like it's got some momentum already. Like why should they change? They're like, nah, I'm reinventing shit. I got brand identity now.
I don't know if this is gonna be good or not.
Who was the first group to come up with the concept of the papling
That's a
thing?
good question.
Was it the Imperium or was it
think
somebody
it-
else came up with the first
Yeah, I
one?
think it was
It's always your
Imperium.
guys' fault.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
but-
guessing.
I don't know.
I used to make fun of it when I wasn't part of the Imperium because I thought it was funny, right? And I teased the shit out of Far From Puke, my current CEO, relentlessly. I mean, to the point where like I'd break him sometimes because I thought it was funny because he like really believed in it, and I would tease him. But then once I understood it as being part of it, I'm like, okay, I get it. It's not that big of a deal. I used to kind of think it was a big deal, right? It's not.
You guys, y'all are like the epitome of like the bureaucracy, like historically. So I'm quite sure Imperium or CFC at the time, whatever it was, even before CFC, I'm sure. But like Goons probably came up with it.
It would not surprise me. The IT department for throughout the history of the Goons, right? CFC and Imperium, they've been pretty solid on the stuff they've come up with. I
Dude.
will give them that. Test used to be really good too back in the day. I they kept that going or not, or they were using the Imperium shit. I don't. Maybe that's what it was.
They probably like coattailed on that. For as Gurgoon as I've been historically, and I Gurgoon with the best of them, you know, it's just fun. But it is hard not to respect the inner workings behind the scenes of Goons. They've always had a real fucking crack team.
Oh, they've always been on top of the whole IT
Terrible,
part of it. To be
terrible,
honest.
terrible line members, but crack team.
Awful line members, sometimes awful leadership,
Terrible.
Oh,
great
awful
middle
line
managers.
Well, and just about all of their IT stuff has been like stuff they've custom made. Like it's all in.
And it's
Yeah,
been,
sure,
and it was
sure,
good, right? It was
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
worked and it was good and
Yeah, tailored for Eve, which was nice.
yeah, by Eve players, which is nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're solid people.
Yeah, I mean, like, well, Horde has the same thing as Paplings, but they call them honks. So I know they use.
Well, they
the-
ruined
I
it.
mean, whatever. I guess.
Why would you call it
I
a
don't know.
They got to
Okay,
be
that's
different.
worse than fat.
Reinvent the wheel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have a lot of ring to it. No offense, Horde, but come on, man.
Hey, did you get your honks this week? No, I did not. On purpose, because that's
Right.
That's like something I would have expected from the Geese Alliance.
That's the thing is apparently they were trying to do it too. Like when they enter local, they honk and stuff. And I was like, dude, Horde's been doing that shit for years. Like you didn't invent that, but whatever.
It's something with.
So-
It's much more central
Goose-
to their identity.
Sure, it was like Goose Fleet Federation or whatever, which is a clever name, and I like that. But I
Yeah,
think they kind of imploded already, didn't they?
They did during the last like couple months where I was still with TRC down in Pravi. I because they had moved into the region and I talked to them and some of their diplos and they seemed like cool people. But then yeah, apparently like there's some shadiness with leadership behind the scenes and things kind of fail cascaded.
If I'm
people like me. I'm a shady motherfucker. You gotta watch me.
if I'm not mistaken, that was some of the offshoots from the Mittens like Fallout, right?
Yes,
Like some of the
yeah,
Delta Squad folk and stuff.
yeah. I think they specifically were part of like Delta Squad that just didn't want to go where like some of the other people that left went and wanted to kind of like carve their own thing out in Pravi.
Because I saw a lot of them went to Init. Some of them went and scattered to other places. And honestly, a lot of respect to those people who like. I know that it's a huge tight knit community within Goons, and like to break free from that and be like, oh, I'm gonna go march to beat of my own drum for a little while. Like that's pretty tough.
You got very little
Absolutely.
respect for this guy. Hey,
Sorry, I'm
Darwin.
not ignoring you guys. I'm just straight up. We had a awesome thing happen, and I'm greedy as shit right now.
Fair enough.
Some
As you
guy.
should
Is-
be.
Just to continue that a little further, is it not wild? And I don't know how many of you guys keep up with Reddit, not much, I'm sure I do, but because of how fizzled this thing in the north has gone, a lot of people are starting to make calls for be like, Mittens needs to come back. Mittens would have never let this happen. and
Oh,
shit
I
like
haven't
that.
seen that.
Well, it
It's like,
wasn't.
holy shit, these rosy tinted glasses.
It wasn't Goons War per se.
Sure,
I know.
but I mean,
I know Goons and well, not just Goons. I mean, like Imperium and TNT kind of came up to assist, but I mean, this is. I mean, if the war is lost, and I mean, it's everyone's
TNT,
everyone's
they did
evacing.
shit.
I know I'm on the enemy side, so it's easy for me to throw shade, but it really looked from the outside looking in like they were phoning it in, dude. Like Braves should not have been losing that, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're kind of evacuating a lot of stuff out. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's a lost war now, and like
yeah,
you
well,
know,
and they did this.
even though they were just helping with it, like I put them kind of to blame because goons do have the capacity to have really changed the outcome of that if they buckled down and they were like, hey, we're taking this on as a real project. I think they were kind of like, it's some content to do if people want to.
Do you
Well,
think it
and
was the
that's, I think
kind
you're
of
right.
thing?
Yeah.
Well, do you think it was the kind of thing that where leadership wanted it to be like that, like what Ackroth just said, but the
I
line members weren't showing up? Like, was there
I
just
don't
not
know.
interest in the Imperium?
I think it was
And
kind of
like
a
that's
little bit of both, right? Leadership did not really want to commit everything, right? They were very hesitant, and I
And
think
it's hard to for another
and then
group. I get that.
for two reasons. You didn't see a lot of people showing up, right? But it was kind of because they didn't really commit to everything. So you had
Right.
kind of a two-way street there. I mean, I went out there a few times, but it just
There's
depended on. It was weird because I think a lot of those time zone things too. A lot of the content was in a time zone that wasn't really kick ass.
It's all EU. Like
I mean, there's
80%
a lot
of the
of
fun
EU
was in
and
the
US.
EU time zone.
There was.
Yeah,
but the fleets I saw were always pretty much out of my time zone. Like
I mean, I got
there
a
was
few
lots
good
of them,
ones.
but
There were some good fleets in the U.S. time zone. But I'm like late U.S.
Sure.
time zone because
yeah.
when I'm like ready to sit down and get on the computer and play, that's like 7 p.m. usually for me, and that's like that's 10 p.m. Eastern coast. So it's by the time I'm ready to start playing Eve, all the fleets are done. Even the U.S. time zone fleets are done at that point. So it was.
you're probably missing by like 2 hours, don't you?
No,
Yeah.
I'm totally.
It was kind of
totally
one of those
in
like,
your boat.
I'll be back to the shop in like an hour and a half, and then I can it's 20-minute drive home, and then it's like, all right, fleet's going up. I'm like, another one missed. All right, fuck. But yeah, it's like
So
the rare like 0200, 0300 fleet. I'm like, holy shit, I can make this.
Yes.
Let's go.
That's my time. 0300, man.
Yeah, 0300 is
Yeah.
about when I get up. 02. Well, now it's 0300. It was 0200 before the time zone change. But
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, no, getting
So-
4 kids in bed and fed and all that done, and then finally get down here, and it's like, yep, finally Eve time.
there's a couple thoughts I have as to maybe why Imperium wasn't full deployed. And one of them is not my thought, but it is a recurring thought that I've seen people push. And it's that Imperium knew that if Brave faltered, there was nowhere really else for them to go. No easy options beyond coming into their embrace, which I don't think that's probably the most likely. That's pretty 4D chess. But at the same time, I mean, it's not illogical. But then there's also the element, which I think is very real, that Imperium has had people try to like backstab and do shady things and stuff. If they full committed and put lots of their big toys on the line and whatnot, there's never a guarantee. At least I think it's safe for them to never view a guarantee that someone that is not already within the fold would not possibly fuck them over and backstab them in the situation.
I would also say that being that this other, B2 and Fire and all that stuff wasn't part of the Imperium and they weren't like significant allies of
Right.
Imperium. They were more like allies of convenience because Panda Fam is shooting you guys. Well, we like to shoot Panda Fam. We'll come up and help. It was kind of one of those.
It was
And
seriously,
so
yeah,
you
definitely
don't
enemy of
wanna-
my enemy.
Yeah, it's like you
it
don't
for
want to
sure was
put
that.
that much, like you said, you don't want to put that much of your assets on the line when you don't really have any skin in the game that you need to defend yourself. Like it's like you don't want to commit that much stuff for people that you're not really that allied to. So
Yes and no. I mean, they did. If you remember back in the spring, they did bang the drum real hard and be like, "We're gonna purge the landlords and blah 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 and rent." And they started crafting this narrative in a very Imperium way, where they're like, "We're gonna sell some hearts and minds on this idea," and it worked for a lot of people, mostly within their fold. That this is terrible for the game, and we gotta stamp it out. And then they really just like didn't. They were like,
I don't
okay,
think it
we're
worked
gonna
for
stop
as many
growing.
people as you think. I think
Probably
that's
not, probably
partially
not.
why there wasn't as a big of a turnout in some of
The
these
narrative
fleets.
didn't get
I
legs,
don't
maybe.
think it didn't. I don't think it did from my standpoint as an F1 pusher.
That could be.
I didn't feel like it did. It was, and all. You may have to. Well, Tony would do it better than this. The only thing I can say to that comment is, we don't have the rah thing going on right now. Our leadership that's just not their style, and that helps, right? When you get people excited to
does.
play the game, they'll show up and play the game. If you don't do that, you're only going to get the hardcore people that are playing anyway.
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Right.
Connie, for
So,
all of his
yeah.
flaws, like I don't think anyone can disagree that he was good at rallying the troops and
He
getting
was a
everyone
great
motivated.
cheerleader. Yep.
Absolutely, he was.
And he was
Yeah,
good. He's a good
he
public
played a role,
speaker.
for sure.
Right? He just did. We don't have that right now.
He pushed the right buttons, and he knew how to I love when people actually own it and they're like, he was, a benevolent space dictator and stuff like that. He knew his role to a T, and he definitely
Couldn't
embodied that.
sell
Goons.
hookers and
His
blow.
downfall was running away with that too hard at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I do
his downfall actually occurred twice because of that. It was both the same reason. He starts to get going too far. He takes it too far, which is
I agree.
easy to
He
do when
couldn't
you're
keep
excited
it
person, yeah.
bifurcated.
Yeah.
Like everybody,
much
in
as
my
did, yeah.
opinion, one of the most beautiful things about this community is at an Eve meet, you can be a completely different person. You can be just a normal, nice person that everybody's like, hey, fuck you, bro. Let's get a beer, blah, blah, blah. But like, I think you have to be able to make that disconnect because there is a human element to all of this. And it's like, it's easy to get tied up in it, sure. And like, we all devote a lot of our lives over the years to this and, staying up late and doing ops and this, that, and the other. But like, at the end of the day, like, most mature people can be like, oh, I've met tons of good people on the other side. Like, I hate them in the game, but
Yeah.
but out of the game, like, yeah, they're totally fine. I'm sure they'd be great. Like, it's fun.
No, I had the lovely experience
Yes and no, I would say.
at FanFest this year for the first time actually meeting a former CVA person and like basically a guy that like back in the day we helped kick out of Providence, and in game there was some of the most toxic shit said in local that I've ever seen, but we were able to like we recognized each other like once we introduced and traded character names, and it was like, oh, holy shit. But like it was totally cool and chill, and like we talked about some of the things that happened back during that war and just laughed about it and had a good time.
Hurricane, I don't think it's getting weird. It is definitely there's changes for sure, but
Yeah.
weird is probably I wouldn't describe it that way. I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe elaborate on that thought, and we'll chew on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The
Yeah.
Well, and the other thing,
I
and
could
I
chew
know
on
we
that.
said that they didn't fully
Hey,
play, and
Cameron.
that was the thing that when when they're like, oh, goons and in it are coming up to the north and they're deploying to DO6, I'm like, oh, and then it's like they're putting jump clones in, but not death clones. I'm like, well, that's okay. That's not a full commitment deployment because that means one, you're probably only going to be able to go to one fleet a day max, and two, people aren't going to be reshipping. If people die and get potted or whatever, they're back in Delve.
You're going to lose at least half your people who forget
it's like,
to when
so
they jump.
you get one shot at the fleet and that's it. So I was like, I don't know, and obviously they're not going to be moving up too many. I'm assuming they moved some capitals and stuff, but not like a significant
What?
number.
It's but okay. Well, all right.
So
I think you're wrong there, Drayden. I think they've been moving.
Well, I mean, I know you guys brought capitals, I'm sure, but I mean,
they did send some capitals up there, and allegedly it was a very respectable amount of capitals, which I know we had the biggest dread battle that has ever happened.
in that
this
dread
little
battle,
last
that's
few
true.
months
There was a
ago.
lot of Imperium dreads. That's I take
But
it back.
anybody who doesn't think Imperium doesn't have 5 times more sitting in the friggin' cache, I think would be deluding themselves.
Oh shit!
And that being said,
Hurricane.
too, they didn't. Oh shit!
Thanks
They
for
didn't.
such a-
They didn't move supers to my knowledge, and that was the main thing. I was like, I could see them not full committing in that regard
Thank you,
because
Hurricane.
they have been backstabbed and or allegedly backstabbed before, and I don't think they're ever gonna try to open themselves up to that again.
I'll put it
if it
this
was
way.
going to go down, they would have had to control the keep star so nobody could break tether on them, stuff like that. I mean, like I could see them doing it, but it would have come with asterisks. Sorry, go ahead.
The supers were not far away.
Well, of course, but even still, in the middle of shit hitting it, that's not going to be good enough because we're going to hit server limits and things like that. Things are already going to be popping off to where it's risky to start funneling them in if they wasn't already an option, an easy option.
I'm a good line member. I took mine dread up there when I was told to.
Yeah,
Oh,
And I
we
got
had
it.
a
And I
great-
got it out, no problems. I mean, there you go.
Yes, yeah.
That dread battle was phenomenal. I haven't had a good capital slugfest battle in years, probably since friggin' last major war. And it was so impromptu. Like I don't think anybody was planning it really. It just like I was at work seeing pings blow up everywhere, and I was like, "Oh God, I hope it's still going. I hope it's still going."
Yeah.
Do you know
Like
what
an
would
hour
ruin
later,
that
get
though?
home, and they're like, "Yeah."
It
get
did
here,
seem
it's
out of
still
nowhere.
going."
I think it was just kind of one of those like caps got dropped and the other side's like, fuck it, we'll bite, and then they dropped a bunch. The other side's like, fuck it, we'll bite too, and they all it's like, all right, it's on.
Counter escalation.
It
Counter
was just
escalation.
it was just a nice natural path of escalations, and it was amazing.
And it would have
And
been
the
ruined
good
had
guys
it
won. It's not a
escalated
big
to
deal,
super caps, right? It would have been ruined. That was a fun
Maybe,
fight for
but
everybody.
maybe not.
I
Maybe
think
that
it
would have gotten wild. Well, if it would
'cause
have
you wouldn't have been
escalated
ready
to that,
for it, right?
If it would have
I was gonna
escalated,
say,
that
it
would have
would've
been
only been
another
our side.
BTEC-R for sure.
It probably would have only been your side, right? Yeah. 'cause
your
it would
side
take-
didn't have them.
it would've been
move close
harder-
enough to make it
well,
happen.
Or what was
Yeah,
the other
and
one?
you would
that
have known
was,
they were coming because we would have to. It was a multiple jump situation.
What was the other big Titan slugfest after BTEC-R?
M2.
M2 and
Yeah.
Asakai.
Yeah, M2.
And
Yeah,
Asakai was the
yeah.
next big one, and then M2
M2.
obviously. a
Yeah,
couple
M2,
years later.
M2 is the one I'm thinking of where like, oh, that was like where a shitload of Titans died. I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
it could have escalated into that if
Twice.
they decided to
Two
drop
different-
supers and Titans.
Asakai's
But
still my favorite though, because that fucking fight was
I wasn't around
brought
for that.
on by a
Oh,
fucking
bro.
error, right? That's
It
what I
was,
about,
oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
With
the
the
best.
BTR though, I love
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
was
gonna say
in
the BTEC
No,
too.
BTAC wasn't okay. Yeah, let me rephrase that.
Asakai was the
misjump
boat one,
error.
right?
The
Asakai-
misjump.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
just fucking fantastic.
Asakai was the one where boat accidentally hit the road.
misjumped, yeah.
Yeah.
So it was a
Yeah,
salvage
BTAC-R
effort
was
that-
a
that blew up?
big error on by people in charge of shit.
Yeah,
A
I
lot
was,
of people
Sword
dropped the ball
Dragon,
on
was
that
it
one.
not?
I was
But
in
there-
Asakai,
there's
but I was in the
other people could
subcap
have
fleet, so I
done
didn't,
that, right? A lot of people dropped the ball on
I
that.
didn't get the fun, Capital Slugfest part. I was just like in
Not paying solid bills.
subcaps, just fighting off some
Oh,
other
Granny that
subcaps
didn't
trying to
pay?
drop basically just trying to kill bubbles
Oh,
and shit.
yep. I think I do remember that.
But there's
Good
more
old
than one
Manfred
director, or
Sidious.
maybe. Well, I guess I suppose they have rules and don't pay things. I know we did.
I don't honestly.
We
I
had
don't know.
rules like that because if you're a director, you get the bill notification, and we tell only this guy pays bills. Don't because you never know. You don't. I mean, I'm not ready for that yet.
Yeah.
Mm.
Who knows?
After the
Who
Bob
knows?
stuff,
Always
which
pay
obviously
your
was-
bills on time. That's
that
a
was
life
very
lesson.
early Eve.
Yep.
I feel like most of the major groups have way more secure topmost roles. There's not
Server
as much
whatever.
back in the day like
Well,
people
so-
sharing
so-
access
That's
to them.
funny, Liz.
In my last alliance, we actually had a bot that was programmed where if the wallet that paid the SOV bills dipped below a certain ISK amount and we set it to 20 bill, it put out a ping in the wallet. And once it noticed it was below that, it would do that ping every hour until you fixed it.
Wow. I
So, like,
definitely see an
that's-
iHub
that's
bill
how
one come up
easy.
every now and then in like our upper channels, but I'm nowhere near any role to pay it or anything.
No, that's what I did after the exec in TRC prior to me had an oopsie when I was just a director, and I was like, okay, IT guys, how can we make this never happen again?
Yeah.
And
Never
because
again.
we had an iHub
Learn from your
blow up in the
mistakes. That's how
system.
you do it.
Have
Yep.
we been drinking much? I don't know if
I
we've,
just-
so
I
we
don't
haven't
know if
talked
we've
about it.
decided this is a
We-
drinking show.
Yeah,
Well,
I've been having
so
some sips, but
we
yeah.
actually this is I think the longest we've gotten into the show or furthest we've gotten into the show without going around the horn in a while, and we've been
Damn.
talking about
And it
We
was all
actually-
Eve shit.
24
What the
minutes.
fuck?
Solid.
We started with Eve at like 3 minutes out the gate. That's pretty impressive.
Have you guys in the chat heard of this game called EVE Online?
Have
You
ever
know,
feel like- can I
it's
tell
pretty
you about
new. I
our
just
Lord and
discovered it, yeah.
Savior
A lot of people don't know about it.
CCP
kinda
Most,
Hillbar?
underground.
most people don't know about it.
So I think we can all agree on something though. There's a consistency here where we talk more about Eve when LB's not here. So I think it's actually LB
Oh,
that
shit.
gets us
That's
off track.
fine.
What are you saying? We got to
That's
fire
mad
LB?
shade, bro.
And he's the one that wants to
Just
talk about
saying.
it more than we do, right?
Yeah.
I want to
He's-
talk about
That's
it. all the time.
funny
but
though.
does he?
Yeah, because he used to
I
do the
think
show notes and stuff. He was the pushed us so hard for it. It's funny that we do
I
talk
know.
about it more when he's not here.
Redeem, take a shot, Laszlo, to my lost his urn. Oh, he
Also
lost his
eight.
urn. Rip.
Oh, it's
yeah.
probably in that big dread battle.
Yeah. Also, Radicus was LB. LB is heading out to another place. He's in the Canadian Army, so they're
Yeah,
doing
it's their
Remembrance
Veterans
Day.
tomorrow. Yeah, too.
Well, it's Remembrance Day.
Yeah.
It's like a combined
Speaking of
Veterans Day
doxing,
/
folks.
Memorial Day in the same time. So,
You
yeah.
want to
So
give
he's,
his unit? You want to give his unit ID and he's like what? what
I
barracks
said he's in the Canadian Army. And
What's
he's
his
going
20, bro?
somewhere.
What's
So
his
I'm
20?
not.
Yeah.
That's not doxing him. That's just saying he even says he's in the Canadian Army.
Drayden.
But
We're teasing you.
no, you're not. You're serious. No. But yeah, no. So yeah. Drink to the lost urn.
Cheers,
I'll-
coffee.
I'll remember LB for his Remembrance Day.
Also, yeah, man, we can go around the horn.
Also, a lot of people don't know this. LB's good mate Kaz. I don't remember his full name, but it's Kaz something.
Kazaroth.
Yeah. Oh, I should then. He's fucking named after me.
I thought it was your
we,
son.
we hung out with Kaz at FanFest. LB won't let you know this, but since he's not here, he can't defend himself. LB's apparently a national fucking hero and saved Kazaroth's life.
Oh,
Like
That does
legit,
not
like
surprise me at
stabilized him
all.
in a combat zone, and like
Yeah.
he would have been fucking toast if not for LB like snapping to and doing the right
that
thing.
was something I didn't know for a while. Like, yeah, LB was like
But
on
apparently,
2
like the Kaz
active
was like,
deployments
he
in
fucking
Iraq.
hates it when you bring it up, and I'm like, oh okay.
I
Yeah,
did
he
not
was
know
he was
that.
he was on 2 active deployments in Iraq, and he's been like under fire. I think he's even been injured. I don't know, but
So yeah, if you get the chance, anybody out in the world, just make sure and embarrass LB about
So-
being a national fucking hero.
So this is why LB's cool as a cucumber under stress.
Mhm.
That makes
Oh,
sense.
he's a legend.
yeah, he's
I'm very thankful that we got him to FanFest. It was
Did you say what you
awesome.
were? Did you do your drink thing? I can't remember.
Oh,
Oh,
we
no.
did not around the horn yet. No.
Yeah,
You're-
let's-
but you start, Akrath. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. We'll do it then.
Do it.
I'm gonna
What
do
are
it.
you- What
Dom,
are you
I'm gonna
drinking?
do
What are
it.
you drinking tonight, Akrath? What are you drinking?
I've got your always fresh Red's Wicked Apple. I'm trying to
Sorry.
frame it with my fingers, but I can't.
doing
Yeah.
like the Vanna
fresh.
White.
It says wicked. Oh my god, it's wicked.
This is Red's Wicked Ale, 8% per volume. It's real cheap at the corner store. The kids fucking love it.
Is that
I'm
more?
kidding,
than
Wait,
it's
they
the
should
other
be
one?
selling it to
awful.
kids there.
Well, no,
I
they,
always
they
wondered.
give it to the
think that
kids. They
'cause
don't
I
sell
buy
it.
them
to
a
them.
bunch at a time, and I'm like, this looks like somebody who's passing this shit off to fucking kids.
Fuck yeah.
Buying a bunch of sweet beer to give to kids. Sorry, go ahead.
Dom, what do you get?
Captain Morgan and Pepsi.
Hmm.
Because that's what I like.
Yeah.
And that's what.
You got your logo.
I went with something way off the wall, something I don't ever normally do. I got some of the Ryan Reynolds gin, the aviation gin. I was
Is
like,
it good?
It's not bad, but I'm not just drinking it straight because I'm not a big gin fan. But I'm mixing
just
it
bought
with
a big bottle
some.
of gin.
I'm doing like a combination of like lemonade, cranberry, or lemonade, cranberry juice, and some grapefruit juice in it. So
But do
Sounds
people
pretty
drink
good.
gin
it's like a
straight?
citrus gin. Some people
Yeah,
do.
like old ladies. 'Cause I think it like preserves you like formaldehyde or something.
That sounds awful. Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't know,
it's
it's
like
a
it's
theory.
like a citrus gin drink. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's right, Sonar. Cheers the fucking LB.
Hell yeah.
Let's see.
Laid back. Are you drinking?
Laid back. You got anything?
I will be. I'm being greedy, and then I'll be going to dip into a nice bottle of Kraken dark rum
I
and
like that.
some
What do you mix it with?
Coca-Cola.
No,
Coke.
Pepsi. Pepsi.
Rum and Coke. Yeah, I
No,
like.
I'm not-
telling you,
I'm
it
not
is.
No,
I'm not a
he's
Pepsi guy.
a real human being, Dom.
No
not a
Pepsi.
drinker.
No
Rum
Pepsi.
is made from distilled sugar. Pepsi is more sugary than Coke, and they mix better. I'm telling you, try it.
Really?
Okay, I heard Mountain Dew is
I'll have to
actually
try it.
Mountain
very,
Dew's pretty
very
good too.
with
Yes, I've
Kraken.
tried that.
Yeah. Yeah, Kraken's just good. That's like
Kraken has got a much
that's my favorite
sweeter,
rum,
sweeter.
actually.
That really dark Kraken's got a really sweet taste to it. So
Yeah.
I like it. It's good.
Yeah, I like Kraken's
more
my
alcohol in
favorite
it,
rum
too, I think.
for sure.
Right?
I hope somebody
80?
clips this because it kind of sounds like y'all are saying crack is really good.
I
And
love
I
crack.
don't think we should endorse that on this
Especially
show.
the
maybe,
yeah, you
but
get the dark heavy
whatever.
crack.
I've
I'm a
seen
big
Wolf of
fan.
Wall Street.
Put
It
some
looks like a lot
Mountain
of
Dew in
fun.
it.
Give me some crack. I'll take that, dude.
we reference that Dewey
Skyhawk.
Cox scene at work a lot, where it's like, I think I do want some of that cocaine.
Yeah, yeah. It's like
Yeah.
Skyhawk.
It's
What you
Skyhawk.
drinking?
So I am drinking some delicious dihydrogen monoxide from Kirkland, Kirkland brand specifically. Tastes better. And then I'm also hitting some lovely puffs of Pennywise, which is a strain I'm trying out. It's pretty fucking
Is
tasty.
it scary?
I was gonna say, is that the
Hey,
it
I was
thing?
like, it tastes
It's
better.
Does it have a
yeah.
clown
does,
on it?
Does water have taste?
It does not. It's like 86% though.
No, they
Yeah,
suck.
sounds good.
No clown on it. Fucking dicks.
You know who?
Well, it seems like they missed out on an opportunity there, right?
Probably they probably want to pay the royalties.
Oh, probably not. Yeah.
That's
The name,
fair.
you can't probably can't like copyright the name because it's a name that's been around for
Yeah.
a long time, but you can copyright that fucking clown.
Yeah.
Do you guys know who's a huge
Well,
fucking
and-
fan of Kirkland?
So
Costco?
apparently,
Merkelchen.
I-
No, I thought it was y'all's 22nd best FC and current leader of the Imperium, Asher.
I think you're correct.
Oh, okay.
It was like a huge
because
meme
of those
during the
fucking
last war.
stupid ass
He
energy
was
bars.
like powered by their energy bars and shit.
Yeah, the Kirkland energy bars. That's right.
Just
So,
trying to get
I
more
just-
nods to our Imperium folks. so
I
that
was
they'll come
curious
around
because
more.
I was curious, so I just looked it up. Apparently, Pennywise strain is a blend of the Harley Quinn and Jack the Ripper strains.
Ooh.
Oh.
I don't think I've ever tried either.
Little psychotic, little murderer. You know,
Yeah,
combine
that's-
them
I'm like
together.
a
What do you
twin
get?
It
with the
sounds like a
same-
really stabby smoke. I kind of like it.
Wouldn't he just murder her? I don't know. I don't know his MO.
Stabbed him, right? Didn't he cut the
Yeah,
throats?
Jack the Ripper just stabbed, got women.
Stabby, stabby.
He was-
He seems like
So,
he-
do you guys remember Paintballs? He's been on here before. He's done
Oh.
a bunch of
Paintballs, maybe?
Paintballs.
no,
He's
not
come on
really.
here and gave us a bunch of subs before. He was in the Bastion.
Oh snap!
Well, he drove from San Diego to northern Idaho, from northern Idaho to me in the middle of the country. Then he's going on to Kentucky. So he stopped the
Oh,
other
hot
day.
damn.
Yeah, he's family in Kentucky. He was, he's in the Navy. He's on leave.
You're telling me
Anyway.
this guy came up here and he didn't even say hi to me that he doesn't
I
know?
told him he was supposed to, but he didn't. You remember Exardia, right? Exardia lives up by you.
Roughly, the name
Just like
sounds
an hour and a
familiar.
half north. He was the XO from Bastion. He lives about an hour and a
Okay.
half north of you. Anyway, he brought some gummies from California. And they were really fucking good. I tell you what, I was impressed. I don't know why I told you that. They were good.
Right on. I'm
Well,
hit and miss on edible.
I am too. I usually don't. They don't.
Like I can
I just don't
appreciate
like
them,
'em.
but
I-
it's not
yeah.
what I aim for most of the time. You know.
Usually
Well-
have to eat about 4 of them, get any effect.
Well, and also it's a
Yeah.
different high. Like people don't talk about
Fuck,
that much.
guys.
It's a body high versus a head high, and like
I
I'm usually
just-
aiming for a head high.
Just can't do it, boys. That's just straight up start puking.
And that's
Oh.
fair.
From
so
edibles
before-
or, THC period.
Period. THC.
So a lot of people
period.
can't drink and smoke. That is a thing. It
Oh,
takes a little
100%
practice.
there.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm one of those things that like, or one of those people that like, while I'm a big fan, I don't believe it's just for everyone. Like, just like drinking's not for everyone. Like, like it's fine for some people to be like, either that doesn't do it for me, or whatever their reasoning be. Like, that's fine. It's not like the miracle drug that everybody should be doing. It's just
No,
like,
but
oh,
people say,
it's
well, that doesn't affect me.
kinda
Well, they're,
fun.
they're wrong, but I get it. They
Exactly.
don't
They
like
can
it.
chill out
They
for a
can
little
not
while.
like it, but
Yeah.
this is
or
not-
maybe
well,
they don't
like,
have those
um,
receptors. Like it's a
well, like,
That's
mind
not a
thing.
thing.
I was, because it's legal here, so like all
That's
the
not a
taboo
thing.
is really like just completely gone away. So people have started being really open about talking about it. And I was actually having this conversation with my boss recently, and she commented that like she just doesn't do it because every time she does, she just within 30 minutes is asleep. Like even
Yeah,
just
I
like
know a lot of
little
people like
bit.
that. And,
That's-
and
And she's
everybody will
like,
be
"What's
like,
the
"Oh,
point?"
did you do the right one?" And it's like, for some people, it just fucking zonks them out.
That's-
It is what it
yeah,
is.
that's
Some
what I've heard.
straight
Like,
up.
I've been tempted to like just maybe go get some like weak edibles just for like a sleep aid.
Some
You
of the
smoke
devil's
shit out of
lettuce.
indica. It does not put me out.
It's like fuck, I
Well,
got
didn't they say,
insomnia. I was like, I've tried the melatonin, it doesn't work. So I was like, maybe I'll try
Melatonin
some
for me-
weak edibles for that.
Radicos, Drayton does need to join your corp for sure.
With
Now-
melatonin, I always end up having to just up the dosage, whereas with weed, like the same dose consistently will help put me to sleep.
Ambient is my favorite one. of all.
Ambient.
I
Well,
mean,
that's
I
Take that fucker and you try to stay awake. Fuck yeah. your
Ambient
brain
is a
breaks.
specific
It's fun.
sleeping pill, so of course it's supposed to do that. But
But you don't
My-
don't let it
My
put you to
best
sleep.
But-
friend.
okay.
I was just sorry, real quick,
ahead.
just because you said Ambien. My best friend and we went off to college together. We met in high school, early high school. He was dating a crazy chick for a little while in college, and she was prescribed Ambien, but for whatever reason, she usually like fucking drank and partied with it. And I don't know much about Ambien. I thought it was a fucking sleeping pill, so I don't know how you can recreationally do sleeping pills. But apparently, I guess
Ambien
if
was
you
addicted
don't have
to.
those things, maybe it has adverse reactions. One night he did some, put his fucking car into one of those like trailer park mailboxes that's like a tree, a bunch of mailboxes off like a big ass pole. And then like left the scene, like left his car and everything. And I remember showing up to class the next day. We were in one of those cool, like slanted, like typical college classrooms. It was like a history class. And the cops came by like looking for him. And I was like, I don't know where the fuck he is. Like worried, all this shit. And they just like walked off somewhere and like found him somewhere to, knock out. But like, went back to one of their houses or something. But like they came looking for him because his fucking car was just left wrapped around a fucking mailbox.
Ugh. Yeah. See,
It was a wild shit.
I wouldn't want to try the actual sleeping pills because those are a lot heavy. Like that's like medicinally induced sleep that you
Yeah,
can't.
like
and
Yeah, I know drugs are
I
bad, dude.
drive
Don't do
for
it.
my job. Like I'm on the road 5 hours a day, and I don't want to because if for some reason not all of it gets out of my system, or I take it too late at night, I don't want to be driving around with Ambien in my system while I'm driving. Like that sounds like a recipe for disaster. So I'd rather not do anything.
Well, you
with
don't take it right before you
actuals.
go to work.
No,
Right.
but I
Oh,
mean,
saying, like,
I'm saying
if
if
from
it
the night before.
doesn't all come
Oh,
out of my
it's like,
system
yeah.
and I still have some in there, like I don't want to have that in my system.
Drayden, you're like a big old fucking ox, though, dude. You probably like.
I know
You've got
it's
so much
just more of
buffer
a.
room.
I would rather not have the risk of it. So
That's fair. I drive.
No,
that's
that's
what I'm-
completely
I mean,
responsible. There's nothing wrong with that.
that's what I'm saying. Like
my-
a super low, like the lowest milligram edible. Take that at like 9 p.m. I'll totally be fine by the morning for work, but that doesn't have the leftover effects of like Ambien or what was the other one, Trazodone or whatever. Someone
It'll
said.
stay in your
This is a
system
great
lot
quote,
longer.
isn't it,
Fuck you.
Darwin? Okay,
I've
and,
had
and I just
con-
want to say something to Sonar real quick. Gross. Okay, gross. Go
Licking
ahead.
his ass.
Yeah,
Before
what the fuck?
drinking
Oh, no,
Dude,
it'd
I'm
be the next
impressed.
one.
I'm not
I've
even
even
mad, I'm just
succeeded the
impressed.
ultimate test in a bathtub. All that means is it sounds like he's been sucking his own dick.
Yeah.
That may sound cool, but guess what you're doing? You're sucking a dick.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Oh.
but it's your dick.
But it's
Yeah,
I don't know if
what's the
it's good or
saying? I've
not.
heard it
It's
say
your dick. It's not gay, it's your
like
dick.
it's like everyone says they try it, but it's like it's like I've heard that it's more like sucking someone else,
I
sucking
know
a
where
dick
my
as
dick has
opposed to
been,
getting your dick
and I
sucked.
don't want it in my mouth.
It's like more of one than the other, but
I'm not big enough for that. To
It's
have
not
any,
cheating if it's
concern,
your
and
own
I'm not
dick.
flexible at all.
that being
Jesus
said, nothing
Christ.
wrong with sucking a dick. But
Here's the thing, though, too. You're hitting
we are
from the
getting
wrong
off of
angle,
Eve
'cause
really
I've thought
hard.
about this.
Yeah,
Wow,
I
dude,
was
you
just-
real
we-
fast.
Oh,
What the
yeah,
fuck?
yeah.
Okay, let's get back on track. here.
Freakazoid, I was thinking the same thing. It's like we have derailed real hard. We gotta
Really
we gotta
fast. Sorry,
swing-
Freakazoid.
We gotta bring it back
and,
to
like,
Eve.
I know you did, and like 5 different jokes and comments popped through my head, and I'm like, I'm not gonna push.
No,
this
it's
further.
fair, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, I'll just shut up.
yeah. Let's
Right, we
let's
good,
swing
we
it
good.
back to the war we were talking.
What's up,
about.
Red?
We're talking about a war.
We were
What?
talking about the war in
Hey,
the
Red Line,
north, and
people were
then
looking for you. I don't remember who
the
it was.
Imperium in
Yeah.
general. and-
Who was looking for me?
I
Red
don't know, I
Line,
don't
what
remember
you
who it was.
drinking tonight?
I'm not drinking anything. I don't drink. What's up? Who was looking for me?
I don't remember who it was. It was
Oh, we were
somebody
just
in chat.
talking shit earlier. It
Yeah,
wasn't.
we were talking a lot
No,
of shit.
somebody asked, "Hey,
Oh.
where's Red Line?" I was like, "I don't know. I'll go poke him."
They did. I'm
Um,
just being mean.
I can.
So there's
I
a lot
can-
of shit to talk about. Besides
There
even
is
the
a lot
war
of shit to
stuff.
talk about.
We got the
Not
MER.
even-
We got the MER.
Not
Right?
even
I
just that
believe
Red
that's
Line's been
4 hours of
streaming
freaking
again
content.
We
more.
got the
Everybody
MER.
look to patch notes.
Patch notes.
There's a
MER,
patch
in a
coming.
minute, dude.
What
Havoc
pat-
expansion
What patch is
notes?
coming?
have new
Damn.
expansion comment. Oh, I don't remember what the fuck. I don't remember what that was. I
Wow.
don't know.
Custom
Wow.
UI
Record.
colors? What?
Oh
Did
my
I'm just
anyone
God.
trying to
watch the
stroke Redline
stream?
for a second for fucking streaming again. We're happy to see him stream.
What happened?
Did anyone watch the stream that CCP did today?
I was.
I
at work,
didn't.
but
I was working, man.
What,
Everything's
what was it
European.
about?
I'll boot
Oh,
that.
damn it! I wanted to.
I
see
started
that.
I started watching part of it before the show, but I didn't get through all of it.
What was the part of it about?
Okay.
I caught the first like 15 minutes, so like they didn't.
You didn't get the
super
gist of
deep into it.
anything in 15 minutes?
Hey, Commander, I'm not sure how it's
Really,
going, but I
they-
think it is in progress.
The part that I saw, they talked about just how they're doing a lot more long-term planning, even if they're not sharing it, and how like this expansion was really built on like the last expansion that they did, and that this is just evidence of them focusing and iterating.
Guys,
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, man.
I don't wanna be too
Woo,
corny here.
iterating.
But I feel like CCP's been fucking doing pretty solid for the last couple of years. And granted, it's easy to give them a little credit because like we had some dire fucking years. So it's like anything seems better than that. But like
Yeah,
yeah,
they
I
only
think
had
they've
one way to go.
yeah,
Look,
I
I'm gonna
think
be.
the
Yeah, I
only-
will be honest.
I hate
there.
to be Debbie Downer, but I think you're right, Scott. I really do think they only had one way to go at that point. That might have been
yeah.
the bottom. Yeah.
Well,
It's
but
okay
I,
if they got an easy win. They're doing shit lately,
I
and
like
it's
it.
nice.
Yeah.
Well, but I'm also like I agree with all of that, but also I'm one of the first people, as most of you know, that will point out the fact that during those couple years where the players didn't get much, or we felt like we weren't getting much, they genuinely were laying the groundwork for us being able to get what we're getting now because they focused on cleaning up their technical debt,
Yeah.
upgrading, and like on the technical side, that means going from like Python 2 to Python 3 and all sorts of other cool behind the scenes stuff that a lot of players don't care about, but they did highlight during FanFest. And
And
that
you know,
made
none of that would
I
have happened
agree.
if it
Yeah.
wasn't for Darwin. Darwin,
Yeah,
put
he
all
did-
ranges,
Darwin
all
coded-
changes.
Yeah, but cracking the whip, nothing would have gotten done.
Darwin proposed the whole changes, coded it himself.
I had multiple devs at FanFest tell me they don't even work on Eve unless Darwin pitches things and gets everybody sold on.
I also
Yeah.
heard that
They,
people are
they
scared
come to
of
work
him.
and they play fucking video games and
Yeah.
stuff.
I heard
Okay,
they're scared
I
of
also
him.
heard,
He comes in the office, they start like acting like they're working.
So what's this war about that you were
Ooh,
speaking of?
Oh well,
Oh.
it's
I
it's
heard there
kind
was
of over.
shit being talked.
Well, it's not
Oh,
yeah.
over, but it's
It's over.
There was a war.
Maybe
it's
maybe it's
over.
just
the
begun.
cleanup. The cleanup has started. The evacuations have started.
It's a standing fleet cleaning up at this point.
Yeah,
It's
and
over.
also speaking
And
of
it's
oh,
It's
now,
Aquarius in
I was like now Tom's on the
2021.
phone, but I was like, man, I have a question for TNT. I saw a post earlier today in the Discord. I'm hoping this is an OPSEC. I don't think it is, but there's like some
Dude.
pictures of TNT evacing and they're jumping. It's a keep start jump, and they were showing a thing where like the TNT Leviathan was like 58 kilometers, not from the undock, but 58 kilometers off of the undock, which is still within tether range of the keep star, but
drifting or what?
but no, it was just sitting there, but like they were basically bridging freighters out of stuff. But the freighters had to slow boat the 58 kilometers to get to the Titan to bridge them out. I'm like,
What
why?
the fuck?
Why don't you dock and undock that Titan and let them get like just sit on the undock,
What is
dude?
that?
I was like, is this like some hazing shit going on?
That seems cruel and unusual. What
It's
the
like, fuck. Welcome to the
Well, yeah,
Imperium. Take the long walk before.
Dude's active enough to light the bridge unless he just like put it on and then fucking walked up.
Yeah.
Will the bridge permacycle? I don't think it
No.
does. Does it?
It
No,
won't.
you got to
It won't.
reactivate
Yeah.
it. I think.
So he's active enough to be
So
bridging
he's
folks,
there, he
but
just
not
don't-
active enough to be like right on the fucking under.
I mean, I could
yeah,
be
for
wrong,
the
but that's what it
fucking-
looked like. So
For the
you have
freighters,
pictures
that's
of this?
okay.
Tell me.
Undock. Let me go walk my dog and come back. And maybe
Apparently
I'll
the
be there.
TNT Titan that was bridging the freighters out off of the Keepstar was like 50 kilometers off the undock, so the freighters had to slow boat 50 kilometers to get to the bridge.
Oh, I know who that is.
Is he
fucking
doing
tease
that
the
to be
shit
a
out of
dick?
him.
Is he
Hell
actually
yeah.
trolling the shit
No,
out of people?
teasing the shit out of him.
I mean, okay,
Yeah,
at least
Why
it's
are you
at least
watching-
it's
up those brave guys.
at least it's
Why are you
intentional.
watching a TNT move up? Or you saw?
I'm not watching. No, I was
Wait,
Who's,
Redline.
who's watching a TNT move?
No, it's
up?
not TNT
How
move.
could-
He's helping our new friends move. I
How
know
can
who
you
it is,
ask
yeah.
that? Drayden's part
Oh.
of the elite group of
Yeah,
BFL
no,
now.
it's. I mean, we got people
No, of
watching.
course
the,
they're watching all
well,
the
no,
elite
we got
shit.
people watching move ups. Yeah, because if
Of
someone
course.
fucks up,
Yeah, gotta
Drayden,
get
you're
him.
still in PL, aren't you?
yeah.
Yeah, so BFL Junior. Got it.
Yeah. The the funny thing though is what's up, Savage? The oh, what was I gonna say? Fuck.
There it is.
Redline, your interjection blew like just
God
Just
damn it,
wiped
Redline.
my
mind
mind.
blew him, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck.
Hunt.
I had something to say too. Oh no, I
You're
know
not
it is.
Australian.
No,
Don't say that.
so last
I
weekend,
can say whatever I want.
that was last weekend.
Yeah,
A
you?
bunch of jump freighters, like I don't know.
Cancel me, you want?
It was constantly it was just the standard old people sending random fleet invites and people on the other side randomly
Yeah.
accepting them and getting freighters
I was
warped off of
saying.
the undock and killed. That happened several times. There was also
That's a tried and true.
I
tactic,
don't
though.
know.
I
I'm
love that
assuming it was a
people still do it.
spy. I'm assuming it was a spy or something that was in the other team's, the other side's fleet, and they had lit a Sino on the X-47 thing, and I think a couple Reyes jumped through it in like right off to the undock of X-47, and we ended up killing a couple Reyes. I remember the one guy jumped, and I was in the system when that happened, and he's like, oh,
This week?
that's not the
Yes.
right Sino, and then he died.
They also they public the beacon, right? I saw a
that
couple
might
capital
be
mails
what
come
it
through,
was.
and I was
Okay,
like, what the
okay,
fuck's
that's
going on
probably
in
that's
X47?
probably what they did then.
And someone said they made the beacon public. and people were already
Oh,
jumping.
okay, yeah. So there wasn't a sound. Yeah, that must. I didn't know you could do that. So they published the beacon. That makes more sense because people in the fucking local were like, "The beacon provides." They kept
Yes.
saying shit like that.
I mean,
So
we've seen that in the last few major wars, and I am so here for it. That is the
I
most
love that you could
fun
do that. I actually had no
Oh,
clue.
product
you
of
could do
Citadel,
that. That's so
my-
good.
beacons, whatever.
My favorite example of that is I forget the names of the two systems, but there are two systems in Catch that have the first couple letters sound the same, and one of those systems was where Pappy for the
Yes.
retreat back out of Delve had a Keepstar, while Wrecking Crew had control of the other system. So we set up a beacon and basically just had a complete fucking wrecking squad there. And by the way, this system was not within immediate super or regular cap range of where their Keepstar network. So it was within range of where they would jump from, but not the other Keepstar where everyone else would be at.
Like
So
jumping
each
in the
time
opposite
they-
direction or something.
Yeah, so each time people fucked up like that, there were, there were a lot of things that died. I think we killed like collectively 1.5 trillion ISK worth of shit in the first like week that was there.
Goons did a
Hmm.
similar thing, if I recall. That like during the whole like Trail of Tears.
mean, it
time where,
absolutely
like,
makes
Pappy's
sense
side
to
was,
do
like,
that.
Coming back home, and Goons still had access to like I guess maybe it was whatever flipping TNT
Don't
and
say
like
Trail of Tears. You're
That's
you're
what
a
they call it,
Slice
dude.
member.
Oh wait, hold on.
that's what they call it.
Wait, hold on. I got 0. I think
I
the
won't
stream
call it any of
froze.
those other war names, but I mean like that is kind of what it was, dude. The friggin' I don't even know if we should start
They
in on that
bled
because
the
I could
whole
talk
way
at,
back.
I could
Wait,
talk
hold
for
on,
a
we-
minute about what went wrong there. Go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Is
Well,
stream broken?
Okay, hold on. My
it's
OBS fucked up. I'm getting 0 bandwidth coming
Oh,
through. So hold on.
shoot.
It's trying to restart, but reconnection successful. There we go. Okay, we're back. We're back. OBS.
We were never gone.
OBS
Gaslight
took a shit. I guess I had to disconnect and reconnect. So yeah, that was big brother. Big brother had to shut down the
Had
stream.
to shut us down. We were getting
Yeah.
ready to talk shit about PL. Kill the stream.
The
Change the subject.
FCC won't let me be.
I was I was afraid that it was at least I saw that still had connection. Oh, thanks, Sonar. I was
Goddamn
afraid
time.
that I lost connection altogether because I got an email today that there's supposed to be a huge windstorm up here tomorrow. Though it's supposed to be tomorrow, but they're
Did you say a
expecting
wind
they're
storm?
Windstorm, yeah.
yeah they're
like,
expecting
like we're
Oh,
winning
look at-
too much and like
Yeah, like a
Scared
windstorm.
of the wind.
You better play a bunch of League
But yeah, they're
tomorrow, 'cause
expecting
you
a
sound
bunch
like
of power
top
to go
20.
out tomorrow, so I'm hoping I don't lose power because
I want to be part of a windstorm though. That sounds awesome.
Don't we all, dude?
The
I
roof
just wanna
storm,
get
the roof
fucking-
storm was horrible, but a windstorm, fuck
Oh,
yeah.
by winning,
that means,
it won't stop. It's coming from all directions.
Right, that's got to be at least 8 wins. Right?
Hunker
Not even a
down.
windstorm. At least 8 wins.
Didn't you have you had a good one a couple years back?
what's that song you gotta play? All I do
But I
is
won a whole
win, win,
bunch?
win.
The win?
That's right. That's
No,
that song
win,
is like
W-I-N.
about
That's
wins.
that's the song.
Okay, hold
I've
on
never
now.
had one.
Put
Wait
your
a
hands
second.
up.
We're off.
Yeah, they
topic.
stay there.
They are again,
They
they
stay-
are.
There is a lot of Eve stuff to talk about.
There's
tonight,
a ton.
gentlemen.
Yeah.
Redline,
Yeah.
Do you
If
want
you
to
want
talk
to
about
talk about it on the talk show, we're
I
gonna
do.
have to get to it.
Red
Redline,
line.
you
what
should have
do you
played
want
with
to
the Talking
talk
Eve
about
for a
the
minute.
most?
Let's just knock out a couple
Yeah, red
topics.
line. Let's go.
All right.
Let's do patch notes first. Easy one. Bam. Let's run through them.
I think they're kind of long, but go ahead.
I got hiccups. I can't.
Dom
I don't
works
think there
here.
are.
I
The
just
patch
show up 'cause they
notes
keep
for
paying me.
this week were added a new video to the Billboard rotation for upcoming LP donation pause.
Oh, come
Ooh.
on, Dominic.
That's it.
Don't do that.
Not a warning
You're
video?
not. Don't pretend. Don't pretend to be silly.
All right,
That's
red line.
that's
Get
the
into it,
patch
dude. Let's go.
notes, dude. I'm looking
Mm.
at them.
Those aren't the
Is it
patch
really?
notes.
No, no,
we're
no. There's
talking
another set of
about.
patch notes we'll talk about. Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
let's
patch
talk about
notes.
those patch
right.
notes. Yeah, no,
Can-
those
can
are
we
like
patch
Billboard?
notes. The patch notes we saw, those are patch notes. They're patch notes.
I'm not wrong though, right? I'm technically correct.
You're not, but you're like. You're
These
like
are the
Kentucky
expansion
correct, okay?
notes.
But the good ones here. Now we
Spike
can do the
up
good
Virginia,
ones. Let's
correct.
do the good ones, right?
You're,
Okay, he's
you're
got-
Kentucky correct, okay?
Havoc expansion notes.
Have
Did
expansion.
we link it?
Tuesday.
Did we link it? We did.
Again, yeah.
Thank you,
Oh, we
Dominic.
did. Okay. No, that was the old
All
shitty
right,
ones. I'll
how
do
do we
the good
want to do this? We don't have LB to keep us on the straight and narrow.
We just start
First
top
and-
to bottom,
Let's-
right?
let's do
Like
it.
like
First
you do
and
coding,
foremost.
right?
We've already determined that we talk.
Can we
more
get a
Eve when
poll?
He's not here.
No,
Can we get a
we're
poll
not-
in the
we're not gonna
chat
do that.
for whether people are going to join Angels or Garistas?
Oh, that's a good
Let's
one.
see if I can
Yeah.
do a poll. I think I can.
Hmm?
Can
That's
I
a
do
good poll.
these?
Yep. Do that poll.
Well, it's
Sure,
got to have
sure.
3 choices. Or
How
4
do I do a
choices, right?
poll?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Also,
there's-
nothing. Make
Yeah,
nothing a
exactly.
choice.
Are you not going to join them? Or are you going to,
Or no, 4
we're
because
just
Angels
dropping in
Garistas
chat.
undecided or like fuck all that noise.
stay
think
with
I'm gonna
or,
join
I think
it.
that's-
I'm
I
or
gonna
think
do
be
that's
with faction
Angels.
warfare, right? Aren't they going to be on
I
the
think
other
I'm
side
gonna
of that?
do Angels. There's a
Think
new
so?
There's an NPSI community that started up.
Oh man.
I saw a Reddit post.
Like in
Zarzak
preparation for it?
Angel affiliates.
Yeah, they're gonna get pounded hard. It's gonna be great. I can't
What do
wait.
you mean they're gonna get pounded?
The
Why are they
big
gonna
blocks
get
are gonna piss
pounded?
all over their fun. Let's be honest. Come on, man.
What do you mean?
Oh,
how
don't tell me you
evil we
don't think
are.
any big blocks are gonna go and do the opposite of.
All right,
being a pirate.
I did it.
Why?
Started a
Why
poll.
would they?
Put your
I
polls
mean,
in.
if they wanted to, they could have been doing that already. They
Drake, you
could
only
have been
did 2
doing
options.
faction warfare this whole
Those
time.
are the only 2 ones you can do.
That's okay.
Or
I
faction
gave you
warfare or
4.
none. Yeah.
Okay, if
Yeah,
you want to
but
be
it's okay.
Empire, don't.
Yeah.
If you want to be Empire, don't vote.
While
Yeah,
people are
see,
doing
that
while people are
doesn't
doing the
encourage
poll,
engage-
laid back. How did the Garistas 256 man fleet attack your guys' structure?
Yeah,
Uh,
it was good, man.
how did it
We
go?
We beat the shit out of them, and they went home.
Okay,
Was
let
it-
me
was it fun?
redo it then. Let me redo it with
I
the
didn't even get to
Empire.
go on because it went on in EU time zone. I think was it 10:40 or 11 Eve time.
Okay.
No, it
Can we-
wasn't that early.
Can we all
It
be
was like
honest with ourselves about how
17:10.
much?
Let me look. I'll look at the ping here. Give
Because
me a
I
minute.
was on Eve at like 10, 11 Eve time, and it was
I'll look
not
at the ping.
reinforced.
Oh, okay, you can
I
end
was
that. Okay,
watching
never
the system. I was watching the system, and I stopped watching because I just saw Garista's little frigates warping around. But I figured they were scouting, but I didn't have time to wait all day for the fleet to show up.
So the last
Should've
time
streamed it.
pirate groups attacked player structures, whether it was a mistake or not, right? There was no opportunity for people to form up a fleet because it just happened, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. This time there was a warning for it. You guys were able to kind of prepare for it.
Should I put just
I
one?
liked it. I
Should I
mean,
just
the
put one
idea of it. I
option
like the
for
idea of it.
Empire, all 4, or do I need to
No, no.
separate the different mills?
No,
I
just-
know,
think the
Hurricane.
foremost
I
op-
didn't do that.
but-
He's- what the fuck?
Look,
Angels
the alternative
Garistas
options, the
undecided because you don't
ones-
know yet, or fuck all of that because you don't like it or you don't care.
Well,
I
I
think
was
that's-
going to put
covers
Empire,
each school of
Empire
thought.
as an app option, so people that are in Cal Mill and Gal Mill and stuff, they're going to fight the pirates. So
Yeah. So ping went out
yeah, but
today
we
at
don't really care about the other
11:17
factions.
a.m. Central
Angel
time,
Garistas.
and then we went there, beat the crap out of them, and we're, as far as I
There.
know, it's unanchoring.
Is it like Diamond
Hey.
Rats?
Is that in its first victory
There's the poll.
against
Top
the
of the
battleship
chat.
fleet this year?
top of the chat, click the drop down thing. You can click and vote on a thing that you want to do.
Was not nice. I
Is that
like it.
okay?
He's funny.
Is that not
I-
nice?
I-
Laid back? Are you an
yeah.
in it?
He is.
How about don't fucking worry about it?
So here's the answer to that,
I have
Redline.
never-
Yes, it was the first
I
victim.
have never, ever encountered an alliance with less of a spine than the initiative in the video
What?
game Eve
Wow,
Online.
listening
Wow.
to
The-
you.
Shade
The
there.
initiative has done nothing but hang on the coattails of Goonswarm for the past, at least the past
Really?
5
This
years.
isn't Trash Talk Tuesday,
Every
Redline.
single
Holy
deployment that
Bro.
Unit tries
Damn,
to do
dude is throwing
turns
shade.
out
Oh
so
my.
poorly that goons have
Buddy.
to come and back them up. The
No,
last
no,
time
Redline.
Unit
Back us up.
deployed against an alliance and had
Holy.
success, goons had to bail them out from making the biggest mistake of their lives.
Bailout initiative.
trying
all
to
They
time.
were
fight
able to
Yeah.
steal lots of
fire.
stuff on their own, though.
Ooh, So worried
Redline,
about.
don't you know?
So
Initiative
worried about
left
goons.
the Imperium. They're on a whole new page now. They've turned a they've turned a page. They're reinventing themselves. Haven't you?
Yeah,
Haven't you read about that?
Yeah, I read it.
And it left the Imperium like the sun leaves space at night. The f you mean?
Eh.
At night.
Wow. That you're just some shitlord goonie, the usual shitlord one.
Him? No.
Whoa.
Me?
He
I'm
Why
was
would a
not
goon
goonie.
talk shit to
Goodness,
Init?
dude.
You guys are
What do
best
you mean?
buds.
He's former goon.
Former goon. Oh, there you go.
Redline's
That-
former
That's actually
everybody
kind.
will
That's
know.
actually kind of a fucking insult too,
I'm
right?
former everybody, dude.
couldn't
What
make
do you
the cut.
mean?
You're not wrong.
Is this one of those things where it's
Couldn't
like after
make the cut. Hell yeah!
after all
That's
the
what I'm telling
crazy
people.
girlfriends that never work out, like maybe it's you?
Maybe it's you. So kind
Are
of like
you-
what's that? That war
Are
fleet,
you
war fleet, Eagle
engaging
fleet, right?
in Discord
maybe it's them,
fisticuffs
yeah.
with me, sir?
Fisticuffs. I would love to do some fisticuffs with you, my man.
I said Discord fisticuffs. dude.
Oh, no,
Oh, that's
lame.
different. Yeah.
I don't know what
See?
that is.
No,
Don't be violent.
I'm not
Just
being
'cause
violent.
fisticuffs is
Fisticuffs is a
violent-
good game, bro.
There will be blood.
What is fisticuffs?
What?
I think it's called boxing, essentially.
Yeah,
It's
it's a
boxing,
fist fight.
a little different though.
It's a
In
fist
Discord?
fight.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
no,
only
in,
use like
shut
the
this,
back,
in this country, it's a fist fight.
and you have to
Pow.
stand. No, there's proper etiquette. to
Yeah,
it.
there's rules.
It's a gentleman's fist fight.
Yes, correct.
Oh,
The Queensberry
okay.
rules.
It's not some bar brawl in the back alley.
Yeah, no, it's like you got to like stand toe to toe, and then you sit
Anyways,
there.
Being
Gentlemen.
standing
Yeah.
toe to toe
You can't
I am
fight in the war
super
room.
excited
bro.
to join the Zarzak Angel affiliates groups.
So
I
you
would-
gonna
out
join?
Yeah,
and
I would,
stand against the evil empires. I hate them so much. The
I'm fine with the
They're worst.
empires.
I don't know, I'm gonna-
Caldari is like the best empire. You know,
Bullshit.
Man,
Valente.
Caldari represents everything that sucks.
dude, it's like
That's
corporate
exactly what
America
it
on
is.
They got the cool
steroids.
ships,
Like,
man.
what-
They got the cool ships.
They do have the coolest ships,
But they don't
and
have
a
the
lot of
coolest
them are
weapon
named
system.
after
I don't know if they have the
birds.
coolest ships,
A
but
lot-
No,
they
they
do,
absolutely
and
don't.
even if the
They have some
ships
cool
aren't
ones.
the coolest,
they do have the
they
coolest
are
super
named-
carrier.
A lot of them are named after birds, and birds are the coolest species of animal that have
Birds and
ships.
reptiles,
They do
which
have
are the
some
same
of the best
thing.
ships.
Birds
They-
are
They're
online.
drones.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean Mars got the best ships of everybody, but
Amar's
Aesthetically,
got some.
probably.
Amar's
Yeah,
got some good
yeah,
ones.
aesthetically.
I mean,
but for faction warfare, I'm
every
a Caldari.
faction has
I
their
think-
tops. I mean, Galente's
Hey,
probably
I
got the
think
coolest
that you
super
guys
carrier.
are
Look,
Amar
underestimating-
ships are the best. They're covered
Drake,
in
you
holes,
froze
Wait a
and
second.
Froze again,
and
Drake.
they
Quit
have the
clicking off
casting
your
couch.
screen.
no, it's no.
Guys.
This is an OBS issue, not
Guys.
getting connection.
All right.
It's not my internet
Did
because
you not
I'm
pay your
staying.
bill?
No, I'm staying connected. If it was an internet thing, I'd be disconnected from Discord. It's
What about
OBS
the
is
Angel
taking a
Titan?
shit connecting to Twitch.
We are still here. Hope you guys can hear us. 'Cause-
Yeah, no, they can't hear us.
Oh, shit.
It's 0
Bird. Bird
kbps
is
going
the
through,
word.
so it's until it reconnects, which is saying attempting to reconnect. Reconnection successful. So yeah, so there we go. We're back. It just
Holy shit.
apparently OBS is.
Also, do we still have drops? You might be lying to people.
I mean,
Yeah,
There are no
you
there are
should
no
still
drops
have
right
no
now.
drops.
well, if there's no
There are no
drop
drops
campaign,
right now.
well, we still have the drops active.
Oh, we'll just lie to people. It'll be fine.
There are two.
How do
aren't
you
there?
know we're not dropping anything? Maybe we're just not
yeah,
dropping it for them.
yeah. No,
I
it's
might be
like
dropping
my
shit all over the
internet's
place.
fine because I'm staying connected to Discord and everything else in the internet. It's just for some reason OBS is taking a shit connecting to Twitch occasionally. So I don't know. This is OBS's fault or Twitch's fault. Blame Bezos. That's
So
what I
with
say.
that poll, we discussed about the first topic aligning with what's pirates. So it's
I
you're
am
gonna be able to do
choosing
that.
angels for sure.
Yeah,
So if you
I'm gonna
choose
pick
angels, you'll be
I'm gonna-
chased by the.
I mean, I don't know if I'm actually
Minotaur
gonna
and
do it,
Amar.
but-
If you choose the Garistas, you'll be chased by the Caldari and Galante police in Empire.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Now
that
that
how
being
it
said,
plays
I have a
That's how it
thing on
plays
that.
out.
So that's why I'm wondering if that's going to be very Angel favored heavy, because if you join the Garistas, you're going to be attacked by the police going to Jita. So
Yes, you are
a
correct,
lot of
yeah.
people don't
Yeah.
want to be locked out of Jita. So I feel like
gonna weigh
Angels
it
will
down.
give you the pirate benefits of doing the pirate stuff
Oh,
without
But
being
the
locked
new-
out of
But
Jita.
the
So
new
it's like
Angel
Eve
Titan,
without
the new
halts.
Angel Titan,
and the new Angel Titan, but that's
They're
what
gonna
I'm
have their
wondering
cake
if.
and eat it too.
Yeah, that's
Think
what I'm wondering.
so.
If it's
I
just
think
like
you're
I
right.
don't know if many like I would have probably joined Garistas, especially since what is it called? Venal is up where I'm at, so it's really easy to go do stuff there. But I don't want to like get shot at every time I go to Jita, and also
why do you take your main to Jita?
I don't.
Oh,
But
yeah.
well, except for those few times I do.
I never
is what-
fly my
this is-
jump freighter in Empire space.
No,
except
I
when
don't fly
do.
a jump freighter
But
anymore.
what
I
else?
don't.
That's what interceptors and instant undock bookmarks are for. And
Unless
instant
you're
undock
negative
bookmarks-
7, then you can't dock. So don't do
Oh,
it.
Can you
well,
not?
Yeah.
No, you
Yeah.
can't dock
The only
anyway.
thing I'm
I've
worried
never been
about
that
this whole thing right now is that this is going to turn into the new SOB system.
no way, dude.
Oh, you
Wait,
can't.
what?
I don't think you can.
Chance.
What do you mean?
There's no
What
way
you mean?
sovereignty
this
can
is-
work
Because it doesn't
like
really
that.
affect. It doesn't affect nullsec. I mean,
sovereignty needs to there needs to be a big change to Sov, but it's not.
I was gonna
gonna
say,
be
what if
that.
this snowballs towards it though?
I think this is
We're
exactly
due
No,
for
what they're
one.
setting up
We're
for.
due for one. Let's be
Absolutely.
honest.
So think about it, right? The current sovereignty system is intended to work as such. Small groups of ships compete against other small groups of ships for the same objectives in a constellation, right?
That's correct.
That system, according to players, is not working. They don't like it. Plus, it doesn't matter usually because it just creates a bottleneck anyways. So the corruption system, the insurgency system, would be the same way. It would try to spread people out and just bring them all together into one spot anyways.
I'm not
That's what will
suggesting
happen.
that is a good thing
They-
for the
they-
next thing, but I'm saying that I think we're due for one because we've had a couple throughout the game's history, and we're about due for one. I think. I hope there is some thought already being put
in
towards
the
it.
keynote. They stated in the keynote at FanFest that this is laying the groundwork for next SOV.
Yep.
Could.
And they've been saying that honestly for a while. Like I believe I remember hearing Aurora make a comment
years.
along those lines that where the things that they're doing with all of this down in LoSec is
I-
them playing with ideas,
yeah.
seeing how it works.
I
Yeah.
can see the laying the groundwork thing. To me, it doesn't mean this is what the SOV's going to look like. I think maybe
It's a
laying the
test bed.
groundwork means some coding things, laying the groundwork. I just don't see it like what are you talking about? Like the what do they call it? The corruption system. I mean, there's nothing in this I can see which
corruption
makes
system.
means SOV, right? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
No,
Well, they're
but
using
it's the
an
way-
iHub and stuff for this, the FOB and so on and so forth
There you
in
go.
this new corruption system. So
Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah,
Now
maybe
the
it is.
FOBs, that might be a different story. That is something that players, I believe, have wanted for quite some time. That I
Fobs?
think could come soon. Yeah,
okay,
player fobs.
player
You know,
fobs. Yeah.
quick deploy structures that are just as easy to destroy as they are to deploy. Well, maybe not just
Kind
as
of
easy,
POS
but
esque.
no,
in
worse.
mechanics or no?
Worse than POS, but better than a mobile depot.
So somewhere between
Yeah,
POS and
yeah.
a mobile depot.
Yeah,
Okay.
on the upside. on the
kind of like
upside.
a
Closer
POS,
to
yeah.
POS. That's interesting.
Like having a pocket station that
Yeah.
has
Yeah.
like one timer. It's like
Yeah,
a
that's-
30-minute
yeah.
timer.
That's fair. It's interesting.
That'd be sick.
That'd be
If
interesting.
you
Yeah.
had a little thing and it has a 30-minute timer, like if someone reinforces it, you have 30 minutes to get people together to defend it. That'd be sick. Lots of pressure.
Yeah, it'd be.
Yeah, I mean, the downside is I think it would take a while before we saw some really novel uses of it. I don't see most people getting a ton of use out of that, but I mean, who knows?
Well-
We'll see how broad it is, right?
So let's extrapolate on that thought, right? Why don't you think you'd see people getting use out of it? We'd see people getting use out of it.
For the same reason, I think there was a big resistance for a long time on buy-in with like Citadel change, like player structure.
Which
There's
is
there's a lot of people who would rather keep their stuff in places that are like no risk at all versus like any little chance of risk. And I guess I mean more on like the doing industry there kind of side of things, not like storing your shit there because of asset safety. But a lot of people are very opposed to like having all their worldly possessions wherever they live anymore because things are more destructible and more stealable than they used to be. And you never know what
I
life
mean,
happens.
yeah, true.
Like people sometimes dip out for unintended reasons for a little bit.
That was a
you know,
tough
all their
pill.
shits like in jeopardy if they're not. And I
And
have little
sometimes
sympathy, but like I have a
you
little
lose
sympathy.
large rigged carriers
Yeah.
as a
And
result.
sometimes people don't get to reach out via Discord or whatever and say, "Hey, life's happening. I'll be back. Keep my shit safe" or something, or a holler. Sometimes just whatever, the unforeseen and like
So
when the sorry, go ahead.
also I was gonna say Redline, this new expansion, like how do you think it compares to Star Citizen? How are you enjoying Star Citizen?
I have been on a loading screen for Star Citizen for the last 25 minutes.
Oof.
So
So,
I'm
working as intended.
not actually
Working.
enjoying Star Citizen at all. In fact,
Okay.
I thought you were
I-
like singing its praises within the last week.
No, didn't
yeah,
they say
when it
that?
works, it's good.
What's their first-person shooter?
That's an
title?
abusive
It's supposed to
relationship.
be completed, right?
No, it's in
Squadron
polishing
42?
phase. Yeah,
Polishing
Squadron
phase,
42.
but all-
Oh yeah,
all
well, the,
mechanics
They
are done,
said
right?
the
feature
polishing phase
complete.
takes a couple decades.
Well,
So
at least 2 decades. Yeah.
yeah.
But I will tell you what, if when Star Citizen is working and like you can connect to servers easily, like they're doing a lot of like swapping stuff around right now, I think, because they're releasing a new planet soon.
New releases before the game works. Excellent.
Yeah.
That's like selling
like-
the pets when they were still in beta.
It's an MMO.
or alpha.
It's like an MMO, dude. It's an MMO at this point, right? If you think about it, MMOs are the same thing. They have expansions. This is an expansion too.
But usually you don't have to pay for the
unreleased
It's
expansion
an
and not get it.
expansion
though,
to a game
right?
that hasn't even released.
Yeah, no.
What is
There's
this,
no
Ark?
cost for it. I mean, they put new ships. in
There's
the
actually a
game
bug
that you
there. I'm
can
not seeing
purchase,
shit. Sorry, no.
All right.
But
Yeah. Sorry,
Okay,
I was,
sorry,
when the
talk-
game
I was dared to ask you about Star
when the
Citizen in the chat, so I
game-
had to do it. So
when the game
like
works,
Derailed,
it is
sorry.
very cool. That's it. When the
I
game
was
works, it's
excited
very
to
cool.
see.
oh
Who's
shit,
excited
Elby's
to
on
see
this.
Zarzak turn into a trade hub?
That's what
I
I
think-
was gonna wonder if that's gonna happen.
Do you think it has the legs for it?
Uh,
They allowed the
they've opened it
bubbles
up to
and the
neutrals.
bombs.
Yeah, I was gonna say
And
it
neutrals
might be
and
difficult
pirates,
because
as
it's
long
gonna
as
be
you're-
0-0 security rules. So bombs and no, I mean bombs,
Also
whatever.
no
But
bookmarks.
bubbles will work.
No bookmarks.
Bubbles and bombs.
You can't have insta undocks. You can't have insta docks without bookmark. How are
Yep.
anybody
wait,
except for the most
no
organized groups
bookmarks?
going to do that?
No bookmarks.
That's what I've heard.
It's right now I haven't been in there today,
Why would they
and
not
I guess
allow
we'll find out.
bookmarks?
We'll find out on
But
Tuesday, I guess.
also-
But
There are guns that will shoot you if you do things.
Oh, because gate guns have
Yeah,
always stopped
that's true.
gigs.
Sure.
Gate
So
guns
maybe I'll
is-
do it with
I
friends.
don't-
And then
I
if you get
mean,
that
you'll
retribution
die.
timer, you can't dock and
Maybe we'll rep each other.
yeah,
Maybe you'll
retribution.
try
no
and
time.
just
bookmarks.
go
That's
die.
I
interesting.
mean,
no
is it going to have
bookmarks, yeah.
Concord chase me around system?
No,
Yeah.
it's Lala. It's 0-0, isn't it?
I don't know.
It's angels
would
and
it?
baristas.
no,
Yeah,
well,
there's
if you attack-
rules.
If you
Right?
attack us, they'll attack you, bro.
And what if I dip?
I say us, but
But
I
that-
know
that's what
for
I'm
a
saying, like,
fact
but
that
it
they-
is
I
a
knew you were going to
central-
come with me.
It is a central thing similar to Thera, but it's easily accessible to Thera because you don't need wormholes, right? So,
not that easily accessible.
well, but I
It's
mean, it's
16
accessible
jumps
that
away
people
from
that go
each other.
through the gates can. It's not like you have to scan something down or be accessed into Eve Scout's bookmark folder.
No, but you have to
like-
be in one of 3 nullsec alliances or be able to evade
Right,
gate
that's what I
camps
say.
that are up, like,
You're
13
gonna
hours a
have
day.
groups that are going to dominate the gates. So coming in is gonna be dicey unless you're coming in the shuttle. That makes it a little easier. But so I think it'd be really tough. Now it's not. Is it gonna be like known space? You're not gonna be able to sino into it, right?
No,
I don't think so.
Yeah,
If I remember the
I'm
Hobo
assuming you
leaks, they
can't
say no.
sino in there to like so jump fighters can't sino in and bring stuff in. So, like there is going to be allowed production in there, and if you're in the pirate alliance or in the pirate groups factions, you're going to get a bunch of bonuses on production. Now everyone's going to get some bonuses on
And you have to
production.
be, you have to be
Well-
in one of the two to use the jump clones
Yep.
and the
Yeah.
offices.
Yeah, angels.
I'm not-
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's just the jump clones in the offices, but you can use all the facilities. And
Correct, but you don't get the
everyone's going to
90%
get
surcharge.
bonuses to production of Angel and or Garista's ships
You do,
and
yeah.
stuff.
70%.
But you get an even further bonus if you're in the Angels or Garistas as well. So it's like a 90% bonus on something. I forget what it was.
6% ME, like
And
material
70%
efficiency bonus,
time.
70% time.
That's what everyone gets. But then
So
there's a
you're gonna be pumping
90%
out fucking,
bonus to something if
worms
you're
like
in
a
the fire
motherfucker.
factions.
Is that on
And
top
you-
of? Is that on top of what you would get out of the blueprint? Like, is that at, like a rate that you can't
I
find
would hope
in
so.
other
So,
places?
yeah, it says it's from the structure. The fulcrum
the
has,
structure, yeah.
Oh,
has
well,
a
I'm assuming
6%.
like
Like,
when
is
you
that
get
better
the
than
blue,
you can get
because when you
anywhere
get the blueprint, now,
70%, I think so.
that's
huge,
only
yeah.
for Garistas and Angels ships, which I'm assuming you only get BPCs from LP, so you
Yeah.
can't research those anyway. So it's basically giving you the bonuses on the BPCs you get from the LP store.
But you don't have to
Ah.
be in either one to use it.
No.
Neutral players do
I
get
hope we
that
see
bonus
some
too.
wild game.
Yeah,
shit
neutral
come
players
out of
get that, but I
this.
was saying there's a 90. Let me
don't
find
think
it. There's
you
a
will.
90% bonus that the players in
Surcharge.
No, yeah, surcharge.
surcharge.
Players who are
Reduction
enlisted
to the
with the
CC
Angel
sur-
Cartel
yeah.
or Garistas
Oh, okay.
Pirates will enjoy an additional bonus that reduces the industry job SCC surcharge by 90%.
Okay,
We'll
well
save hundreds
that's
and hundreds of ISK. So you should be.
yeah. I
fucking
was like
happy,
the
right?
surcharges are those are like pennies anyway, so that's
Hence the
okay.
disc.
It's like okay, so instead of it costing like 3,000 ISK to start the
it's
production, it's gonna
weird.
cost you like 300 ISK.
But
Maybe
this,
Okay,
to
the
you,
70%
maybe not
time
pennies to
efficiency
me.
thing
I
makes
thought
me
it was
happy
something
because
more
that means
impactful
the,
than
Not
that.
everyone has 10 billion ISK trade.
No.
10
I think
billion.
if
I'm
you
up
were
to like
building
15,
ships on
man.
any real scale, you would know that it actually is substantial rates and it adds up quick.
that's up quick. But
Like,
was
I built
making a
ships
joke,
in
yeah.
batches, and like it's not, it's never gonna break me because like I'm well established
Yeah.
for it. But like,
But
it's not easy to
This
do.
just means
it does
alligators
cost
aren't
money.
going to take as long to come out, right?
But that's what
Yeah.
So
I'm hoping we see some East Side West Side shit because they're building like hopefully they just crank out those races of ships and everybody's like snapping and like wearing different colors and stuff.
That's gonna be interesting because I
To
think
be like-
like, it's really cool that they've opened it up for neutrals and pirate aligned characters as long as you're not enlisted with empires to be able to access those bonuses. I think that's pretty actually
I
pretty
was like,
badass.
it's I was like, just have it be like section warfare in the system, like have like turf of like each moon and planet and all that stuff, and make it like Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, like gang wars
God.
things where you just like conquer little like, oh, we got
I
this
love
moon.
gang wars.
This moon is our turf, like that would be fucking cool. But
There is something extremely important about Zarzak that has still not been addressed. I don't think.
Shipcaster,
On this show or in general?
Well, it's that. So everybody
about the
who's
highway?
talked about Zarzak has talked about how it's a highway from across
Yeah.
space, and you'd half expected CCP to have said something about that, right? There was a lot of feedback about it, at least what I've heard. Everybody says it, but in the
A lot of
patch
people are saying it.
notes, they've got in here that they've removed it from the autopilot blacklist.
oh
It is,
yeah. I saw this and I was
You
thinking,
know
I was
what
like,
that
oh
means?
no.
That means if I am if I'm on one side of space and I set a destination to the other, the
Yeah. It's
game
gonna
will
take you through
automatically route me
Zarzak.
through Zarzak.
No,
Well,
no,
no,
it will
it's
not.
gonna-
If you read the next line, it will not. It's put on
What?
the avoidance list.
Well, it's automatically put on the avoidance list, but you have to have it checked.
Only
Avoids,
default.
yeah, only if you have default no. So if you already have an avoidance list of systems set up, it will not add it to it.
They will
Yeah.
not add it.
And-
Who has avoidance?
But
systems?
also,
I
if
don't
even if it
avoid
adds it,
anything.
even if it
Yeah,
adds it
it's
to the
gonna be on there.
default
So it's
avoidance
added to
list, you then have to
nothing.
check avoid systems on my avoidance list for that to actually do that. So I think
You
like,
don't
like
have
a
a
pretty-
list, it will be added to the list. If you
it will
have
be
one,
added
it
to your
won't.
list, but will it
If you're
automatically
not
check your
using
avoid? Because you
one,
can have an
though.
avoidance list, but you can uncheck the avoid systems on my avoidance list to where you can still go through
Anyways,
those.
what I said is true. What Dominarch said after it isn't. Just
Whoa.
I just
didn't
read
even
it.
say
It's
it.
true.
Whoa.
It's not because you don't understand what it says. So
But
look,
what I
what
read
is-
is what it says. It
if
doesn't mean
you
if I don't understand
if
it.
you- if
It's
you
true.
look,
It's still true.
when you go to like set your destination or whatever,
Not doing that.
your avoidance list can be unchecked,
Yeah,
which means
that's
you're
what I was-
not using one. But if you have it checked, you use a default avoidance list that Zarzak
Well-
would be added to
Would not be added to.
It would not
But
be
you
added to if
could
you if
remove
you're
it
not using default.
by making your own avoidance list.
Yeah.
Hmm?
So if you
I
make
wanna
your
do
own
that.
avoidance list, it won't be added
But
to it,
don't.
which is but that's what I'm saying. So Dominic is right in the fact that if you don't have an avoidance list set up, It will add it to that, but for you to actually avoid that, you would then have so basically you'd be having to check. You'd have to have the box saying avoid
the
systems
box.
on my. Well, hold on, avoid systems on my avoidance list. You'd have to have that checked with no avoidance list set up, which I don't know why you would do that. But if that's the way you had it set up, it would be automatically added to it, and then you would avoid
Yeah.
it.
So 17 people in the game will be fine.
So 17 people in the game will not be routed through
Whatever.
Zarzak, but also Zarzak is 0-0. No, so if you do, it will avoid it if you have it set to like safest route, or if you have like a
you're
custom like
powered.
avoid systems that are below this security, like it will avoid it there. But if you are shortest route, what's up, T-Bagger? If you have its shortest route and you don't, generally I saw that too, and I was like, oh man, I wonder how many people are just going to end up accidentally routing themselves through Zarzak and get fucking die.
Doesn't the gate look different than everywhere else? If you get to it, like, oh shit, I
Yeah,
better not go through that.
a lot
fucker.
of, you know what, if you're just traveling,
you're
A to-
autopilot?
if you're traveling,
If
A to
you're
B,
autopilot through there, you
Well,
deserve to die.
the difference is that it costs money.
Yeah, fair point.
Wait, it costs money to jump through Zarzak?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unless you are
What is
Just like
this?
an
or whatever.
Anceplex, right?
What is this,
Yeah.
pandemic horde jump bridges? What the fuck?
Hopefully they're
2,000
not priced
SPs.
like Init does
2,000
theirs.
S-
Am I
Shots
wrong?
Yeah, well,
you
that,
guys'
that, yeah, it is like pandemic horde.
What?
Pandemic horde Anceplexes. Every time you jump through, it's like you gotta pay this much. Yes, I'm like,
Holy
man.
fuck, we just don't let
You
pores
can
here.
set a threshold to where
telling
you
you.
never have to see that.
I've tried doing
I
that,
do
and I
too,
don't.
but
I apparently
It
do
is-
it wrong.
Your guys' were really expensive compared to everybody else for a while. It was funny.
They're not bad, but it's usually like anywhere from like 5 to 25,000 ISK per jump, depending on how far it is.
Have we
Teabagger
ever
knows.
figured out why Init's so bad at like budgeting after riding the Goon coattails for so long?
Jesus
Like, they should all be
Christ.
loaded.
I'm not sure.
Init is
Holy
bad
fuck.
at everything. If there
Like, they
were
stole from
awards for
Blues because
being
their budget.
terrible at playing
Laid
video
back, you didn't
games,
figure this was gonna happen.
the
did you?
initiative would win all of them. Worst alliance,
Oh, fuck.
check. Worst
Buddy, at
leadership,
least we're fucking
check.
winning something.
home of the worst
'Cause you don't sound like
timeline
you won
havers
shit.
of the Initiative 3 getting banned for backdoor dealing.
Oh my
Oh,
god, you are
thought we
salty
forgot about
bastard,
that?
aren't
You
ya?
thought we forgot? We didn't forget.
Holy,
Well, also,
what
we
happened to you?
remember.
Real
You
quick,
need-
Q-
Red Line, you need the doll.
Slapped?
What you got, Dre?
well, I was just saying, Caviar and Chad's like, I went from Jita to Ore Station without having to go through Zarzak. Well, right now, up in
This hasn't happened yet. Yeah.
until the expansion comes out on the 14th, it's blacklisted from autopilot routes. So as of right now, if you set a route, it's not going to include Zarzak, period. And then once it comes out, then it will include it if, well, yeah,
If you
depending on
uncheck the default avoidance list.
yeah. Or if you
Yeah.
have a custom
Back to
avoidance
that.
list, then it won't put it on there. Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
But
So
yeah,
anyways,
I
like
I guarantee there's going to be a number of people
Now-
that just pilot through that system and die, and they'll learn their lesson. Hopefully, maybe.
They certainly will. And the shipcaster will be fully functional, which is fantastic because that's going to pave the way for
shipcaster's
the
operational.
insurgencies. It's going to
Well,
be
the-
so
the-
cool
so the
to
current-
fuck with the people in faction warfare.
The current
Cash
FOBs, right,
players.
is where the
What?
shipcasters will go first, correct? Until the
Yeah.
insurgency start
Yeah.
happening. Right now, if they use the
You can go
shipcaster,
to
it'll go to the faction warfare FOB stuff, right?
yeah.
But
Well,
that-
the
these
faction
new- the-
warfare,
It goes
doesn't
to
have
the
FOBs.
Angel or the Grissus.
Oh, I thought they
ones.
did already.
No, and the things because it's a
Well,
shipcaster for the pirates, so you're not
Well,
going to go to
okay,
like
no,
the
yeah, yeah.
Cowmill FOB.
I understand they're not there, but they'll be there's two different groups, right? This insurgency will be different FOBs, right?
It's going to be
Yeah.
Angel and Grissus will have their own FOBs that will spawn in the insurgencies.
And include 4 nearby solar systems.
But you get a warning first. Right? That's what I
You
thought
get a
was
warning
cool.
that the insurgency is coming in. And it's like what 24 to 48,
48
hours.
hours.
Yeah, and then it comes, and then it becomes active, and then the shipcaster will then go to that FOB if you're part of that pirate faction.
I guess the question I was trying to ask: these FOBs will be different than the faction warfare ones. There's no 48-hour warning for just the faction warfare ones, right?
Right.
Those okay. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure that I read
Yeah.
that.
This is like and then when the thing comes in, 4 nearby systems will also be included in the thing, which I think drops the security status, right? Because they can drop it to like low sec, even if it's because it's anywhere from it has to be above 0, so it has to be at least low sec, but also anything less than 0.8. So if it's as long as it's not like a 0.7 or lower security system, it can actually turn that high sec system into a low sec system. For the duration of that
I'm trying to read it
for the
here.
duration of that insurgency, which is gonna cause chaos. I think when people, because
Chaos?
especially,
I don't
yeah,
think
it's gonna cause a bunch of
chaos,
chaos.
Drayden, I don't think it's gonna cause chaos. I think it's gonna cause havoc.
Oh, fuck!
Ah, I see what you did there.
Boom.
Why didn't
That
I?
was good.
I missed it. I
Did he
missed it.
drop the mic? Did he
You know
walk
what?
out?
It even says that. In
I
the
know,
fucking,
yeah, I was
patch
reading that
notes.
thing, I was
This
like-
can cause havoc.
This will cause havoc in faction warfare.
Not
Now,
chaos.
It made me think of like Cinema Sins. I was like roll credits. You know, like every time they say the name of the thing. But I was like, man, that was they. I mean, of course they did. Why wouldn't you?
Of course.
Hey, what do they mean by when ransacking everything? What is that?
I hope they ransack the fuck out of things.
I mean,
too
ransacking
much
would
ISK.
mean
Because when they're fully
taking-
corrupt,
Just blowing stuff
they're able to
up.
plunder everything that isn't nailed down, right?
Yeah.
But then it says again that they'll give it back after they've ransacked everything. What are they?
What if they're gonna go through and
talking about,
clean
do we
up
know?
dead pos?
Or
Yeah,
or
I
maybe they'll
mean,
clear all the sites. There'll be no sites in there until
Oh,
like
shit.
go downtime or something. I don't know.
Dude, the crabs will revolt.
If we just keep going down, I think it tells us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Do you guys remember?
the
Sorry.
patch notes are pretty comprehensive, as it turns out.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Could have kept
What-
reading.
Was the things that attacked the structures? Was it like diamond rats essentially,
Yes,
like incursion-y, but like whatever newish
but
mechanic
not
rats?
diamonds. They were just
Okay.
regular rats.
They just made them roll through and bash things near wherever the Jove gates were or whatever it is.
Yeah, they just put like 256 rattlesnakes on a grid with 200 in it battleships, and it was
And
like,
fed them a
yay,
bunch
free
of
ISK.
friggin' yeah. Okay. That's interesting.
I
They-
think
I
it-
really
I
think that
think
would
it
have been
was
good for like the
planned.
diamond rats, like doing the
I
whole
think
fleet
it was
warping in and
I
lodging.
think it
and
was a
stuff.
scheme. A scheme.
You think they're
I
scheming?
think Init and CCP worked together to plan an event.
In cahoots?
I don't think that's true.
Well, how would they have known that it was even happening?
They announced it.
That
I
is
think he-
true. That's
I
not
saw
what
the
it-
announcement, so that's all there's
I
announcement.
mean,
Yeah.
At the moment it was happening, they
No,
were
it was
prepared.
a couple hours
They
before.
they could flash form 200 people.
Well, that's
What I
the-
was-
quickly?
And it's huge.
Hmm.
They're a fucking very, very well-oiled machine. Instantly,
I don't know.
250
the
people instantly.
well
The
that's the
Init
thing.
guy isn't here right now, so I don't want to say anything about Init because
Real,
That's why we can say
Can't
good
defend
stuff
himself.
about him while he's not here.
real quick, I
yeah,
was
we
going
can
to
talk
answer
about that,
fleet
but when he
fleet
comes
block
back, we
and
have to talk shit.
I was going to answer fleet block in chat.
Sure.
So he's do any of the no alliances have proxy forces in faction warfare? Is there any reason
Yeah,
for that?
there's
No.
six.
So I mean, you don't actually now with the with
No.
this last expansion. Well, I can't
Of
even remember
course there
what's the
is.
expansion we just had. What is that called?
Viridian. bro.
Viridian. Yeah, that one.
Viridian.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember names for
Jesus.
very long.
Green for money.
Yeah.
No Space Gator.
But
not
yeah, so
going Init
Viridian.
Conspiracy this week.
Well,
and
hold
when
on, so-
Init Conspiracy
so the
moment Init was
Viridian-
born.
The Viridian
Trash
expansion allowed you to join faction warfare without having to leave your corp or your alliance. So there's no real need for proxy faction warfare forces anymore. You can actually just go join faction warfare as a pilot and not drag your corp or your alliance into it.
But there are probably, I'm sure there are SIGs within groups
Yeah, probably. I would
that
bet so.
spend a lot of time there. Quite likely.
Now I'm wondering if this. So the other thing is, if you join the Angels of the Guristas, that's going to make you enemies of the faction warfare empires. So Guristas, it's what Caldari and Amar. And if you join Angels, it's Galente and Minotaur.
That's why it's a good idea to join the Angels because you don't have any problems in G.
Yeah, you don't have any problems in Jita, but also it does make you faction warfare enemies with those militias. So that means that if you, let's say, join Guristas and you're flying, even if you're not flying through Jita space, if you're flying, let's say, down in Amar space, people in Amar faction warfare or Caldari faction warfare, they can attack you in HiSec, right? Without Concord getting pissed? Is that how that works?
Say it again. Sorry.
I believe so.
Yeah, so well, if you're faction warfare enemies with another faction, they can attack you in HiSec.
Yes.
without
just like at
con-
war.
yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's gonna be the one thing with joining either of these pirate militias or pirate factions is that it's going to make. I wonder how much PvP is going to be had in HiSec from that now. Because a
doubt
lot of people are
that
going to be
there's
joining these
gonna be
pirate
a
groups.
lot.
I think a lot of people are doing it because it sounds
So,
fun
like,
and
here's the
cool. And then
thing.
you
Look
have a
at
lot
a
of cow
map.
mill and gal mill guys out there. So
Look at a map, right? And if you don't want to look at a map, think about the storms, okay? Because the insurgencies are very similar to the storms, right?
And how they'll
It's
spread, you
one
mean?
central system, one hub, and 4 systems around it that are impacted. Now, if you look at a map of all the faction warfare space, you'll see most of it is nestled in between other low-sec systems. So it's more likely that the insurgencies are going to be in low-sec. It is possible that it'll be in high-sec, but it is more likely that it'll be in low-sec. So the high-secers, you don't have to worry. You can use your systems freely without fear. You're fine. We promise.
that's what
No,
someone who would
Redline
kill you would
promises.
say.
I want to get back to what you're talking about, Drayden, though. So if you join the pirate militias, you can freely engage capsuleers enlisted with their rival empires.
Right.
Not
And-
not all the faction warfare. So
No,
if
no,
you're
not all of them. No,
Angel,
it's,
you can
it's
only
yeah.
attack
And
Amar and
I
Mimitar, right?
well, I had it wrong. Yeah,
Right,
so
so-
it's apparently Caldari and Galente versus Garistas, and it's
Correct.
Amar and Mimitar versus Angels. I mean that makes sense because those are
Because that's where they're
yeah, that's the 2 areas that are
yeah,
against those
exactly.
pirates. I was sitting there, I was like, because I'm used to like Caldari and Amar being allied, but yeah, it's not that. So
That's why I can't join the Garistas Pirates, because I don't want to ruin my Caldari standing, and I don't want
Right.
to get better.
Oh,
Galante
that's
standing.
fuck.
Holy
Yeah,
cow! What
buddy,
do you
come
play Eve with
join.
one account, bro?
Come join the
I play with
Caldari.
I'm gonna
mainly
join
one
the
account.
Angels.
Angels,
I'm Angels. I don't want to
It
fuck.
sounds
Come join
like-
the Zarzak
I like the fact that
affiliate,
Galante hates all
Angel
my
affiliates.
characters. Or hated Galante.
Galante.
Hate every one of them.
Galante.
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 Freedom
Whatever. See, I don't even fucking like
loving
saying the word. I hate it so much.
empire.
Galante. That's okay.
Dirty.
It's
They're
alright.
dirty, and I don't like them.
Yeah, true. True facts. You know who else is
This is not
dirty?
true at all.
The initiative.
you were my friend.
Anyways.
Like, where?
Oh,
where
I'm sorry, I didn't see you there.
Where did initiative hurt you, Redline? Like, what is
Oh,
this?
right,
What
right,
is this?
right.
Show us on the
animosity?
doll where they touched you.
Yeah.
I'm just a dude that press F1 button for fuck's sake.
You know, okay.
Guilty by
No, that's not true. He
association.
told me last time that he knows where my fucking Archon is, and he won't
That's
You
give it to me.
true,
guys-
say that.
You guys
Give
clearly
the man his
don't get
Archon
it,
back.
so I'll let it go. It's okay.
Why not
Just
just
like in
explain
it,
the bit?
let their dreams and aspirations go
Wow.
every time they deploy anywhere.
Just a segue.
He needs the tiny dick thorax, doesn't he?
Who touched
did
you
they call me?
inappropriately,
Yeah,
Redline?
yeah.
No one. I just hate to see people that do absolutely nothing take credit for people that do everything for them.
What?
Like it's insane. They took credit
Talking
for
about me now.
evicting-
What the fuck?
They took credit for evicting Fire when it was Horde that did it, and it was just fucking there. Not only that, but goons. Ugh, God, the whole situation in the Imperium is so sour right now. I can't believe anybody
Like
is in
lemons?
the Imperium.
Bro, what do you
No,
even do?
not
Like,
like
what do you
lemons.
even do?
Nothing. Not
Like,
anything.
they're perfect, so shut the
I
fuck
talk.
up.
This guy's the
Why?
host of the third most popular
Why?
Eve talk show. Is
Why
this
Not
would I
on
second most
shut
not on
up?
popular?
Tuesdays
What I
anymore though.
do.
On Sundays now. Yeah.
Is what I'm saying
Redline
touching
instigates.
a nerve or something? Can you not handle what I'm saying? If you can't handle the heat, you better get out of the kitchen, motherfucker. This is the jungle, baby.
You're the
Welcome
only
to
one
the
who-
story,
You're
dude.
the
on
only one that
chapter
belongs in the
1.
kitchen, bud.
Huh?
Well,
Oh,
does it make me a
I
savage?
belong in
Hey,
the
no,
kitchen.
no, no. Hey, turkey
Bro,
pot pie,
I'll make you a
motherfucker.
sandwich
Go
made
meet me
of
turkey
dude,
pot
I
glass
want a pot pie.
and
now.
scouring pads, okay?
Scouring pads. Love it.
Pie sounds good. It's been so long since
I
I
would-
had a pot pie.
I
I
had
would've
one
been
not
more
too long ago.
impressed.
and it-
Insane,
Glass
dude.
and scouring
I don't want to
pads,
get one of those like Marie Calendar ones. I want to like to go to a restaurant and get a pot pie. What restaurant has
Get a
pot pie?
legit one.
Dominar.
There's a
Marie
good
Calendar
place here.
restaurant.
Google pot pie restaurants in my area if you could.
In your
Let-
area?
Get,
You know what?
back-
You can make
get
your
back
own.
to me on that.
All right, I'll look. Right now, I'm gonna do it.
No,
No, I'll take care of you.
Okay,
So
all
it's
right,
gonna
yeah.
over delivery
Let me
pot
know
pie.
where I can get a good pot pie.
No,
That
I
was-
spell Coeur d'Alene. No, I spell it.
It's like French.
Whoa!
Did you just dox me? No, I've said it before. Too. I don't even live in Coeur d'Alene.
But it's close.
All right,
It's close.
So, what do you,
I-
how do you
I-
guys feel as well about the FOBs only spawning at temperate planets?
Whoa.
I think
that's
there's enough
rude.
temperate. I
Discrimination.
think there's enough temperate planets
That
that I
is
don't
some
think it's gonna
discrimination.
really.
What about those people that live on fucking lava
I
planets?
mean, like you're probably never more than like 2 or 3 jumps from a temperate planet somewhere, so I don't think that's gonna really affect too much.
There's a ton of them,
Yeah, they're
but
everywhere.
not as many as gas.
Gas plants are
What's wrong with
everywhere. Why
gas?
is there so much gas in the universe?
Yeah, it's fucked, right?
Fucking gassy
I don't need
ass
more gas PI.
reality.
Oh, you had an entire store devoted to pot pies closed permanently. You must hate them. You fuckers
Your
up there.
area does
yeah.
not respect the pot
Was
pie.
that in
What goes
San,
wrong
was
with
that in
that?
Sandpoint? Was that Panhandler
No, in,
pies?
Stop it.
in your town.
Oh,
Stop it.
oh.
And
Not
then-
your town, the one we were talking about.
There's a place that they're called Panhandler Pies. I was like,
Bean
oh,
and
shit.
pies. There you go.
And their logo is like this homeless guy holding a pie pot. I'm like, what is that store?
It's a fucking soup kitchen.
Yeah.
And then pirate FOBs won't start anything for 48 hours. That's kind of maybe a good thing, maybe a bad thing.
My guess is that the 48 hours will pan out to be too long, and they will end up reducing it some.
I would hope so, because 2 days is a long time, man.
Here's something I
Yeah.
was going to bring up earlier. Do you guys remember the last time NPCs were attacking player structures in a very focused?
Oh,
and
wasn't that the
widespread way?
sleepers or something?
So it was
Drifters.
the last time goons actually did a like respectable deployment, and what was it, like 5+ years ago? They were
No.
doing the glassing of the
we were in
north.
the middle of one, yeah.
They were doing the glassing of the north, and
You were.
and they alleged, of course, that like PL or somebody was like colluding with CCP to like get NPCs to come attack structures to pull them back home because they had their empire to protect. This was
You
before
guys,
World War B2.
you guys were at the end of that deployment, Dominarch, not
thought
the
it was the-
middle of it.
Was it? I thought it was the middle. I honestly thought it was the middle. 'cause
No,
I
it was
remember
kinda
coming
middle,
back
'cause
to
they would've-
save one of our structures in it.
would've tried to keep going.
Everyone was burned out. No, everyone was
wasn't
burned
burned
out and
out.
wanted to
Oh, it was a
stop.
convenient excuse. Like, don't
The
get me wrong, they could have
FCs
protected
were.
the home front easy. Like jump clones would have done that. It was just like the friggin' diamond rats like attacking structures for
And it sucked.
week or
I lost a
something.
ship.
Ooh.
I didn't like it.
Yeah.
that. I was just
Well-
thinking, like, I wonder if
But it wasn't my
has
Archon,
potential
because
to go
laid
anywhere
back
like
knows where
that.
that's at.
Mm.
I want to see NPCs attack us more
I do too. I like
Why?
that. I like it.
Because-
It adds an element of fun.
because it's chaos. It adds
Well,
havoc.
No, it's
So
havoc.
here's
yeah.
It
so
makes
here's
the
thing,
universe
right?
feel more alive in a way.
It does. I agree.
We sit there and farm
I-
them, and they don't do anything about it. They don't go down in numbers. They don't go up
Now
in numbers.
that is true.
They don't fucking respond, and it's like, what if they were just fucking fed
But-
up, dude?
But the thing is if they do respond, then they're met with the same kind of response they were met with today, where it's just like, okay, well, here's a bunch of players, and oh, it's just NPCs. Okay, they're dead. Okay, all right.
And
we're
here's the
done now."
fun.
Until
If that
the
became more
NPCs
regular-
start
Was it-
escalating.
Is that fun? Is
Here's the
shooting
thing.
NPCs that are attacking your
if-
structure fun?
What if that was becoming more widespread, and then other parties used it as an opportunity to fuck people
Yeah,
while they were in
yeah.
a very focused mindset?
In what way?
You've got people in whatever doctrine or however they're flying against this fucking NPC thing, and it becomes
Thanks,
pretty
Dom.
known
Actually,
where
that's-
this is
fuck, I'll go
happening,
there
and then other
tomorrow.
people go to third party in on it and fuck them because they know what's a great counter to something that they're not doing because they're fighting a bunch of rats.
I mean,
Like,
if
I
I'm
thi- I
fighting,
think
if I'm
third
fighting a
party.
bunch of rats and I got 200 people, I'm gonna go fight you instead.
But you're still being
Unless
shot
you're
by
gonna
rats,
lose
so
your
we get extra fleet.
I don't.
Thanks.
I don't give a shit about the rats, dude. What are the rats gonna do?
Hopefully, be adding more chaos and havoc.
And you're just third partying, so I'm gonna come get some frags, homie. That's simple.
That sounds great. Let's see it play out. I would love to see it.
Maybe we will someday.
Maybe we will.
Dum dum dum.
But
Are there
for
any more
now,
patch notes? Because I
Yeah.
find
Did
it
you guys
most
read the
surprising.
effect? Have you guys read through
All
the
of patch
effects?
notes.
No. Have you read through the effects of corruption?
Yes.
No.
No,
Yeah,
I didn't
this
get
sounds
that.
like
I
fun.
didn't get that
Let's
section.
do this.
I love corruption.
So corruption, stage 1, which is nothing really. Increased
Draden's a
PvP
vice
loot drops
president, by the way.
for pirates.
Yeah,
by
I
7.5%.
gotta know. I had to take
Faction
classes in
Navy
corruption.
and criminal police NPCs stop spawning in high security systems.
No Concord, no faction police at stage 1
At
corruption.
stage,
I like
no,
it.
in high sec, right? So it'd be
Yeah, in high sec,
the
it's stage
systems
1.
next to, yeah. Stage 2, you add roaming pirate spawns will appear and warp around, and they'll attack anybody who's not aligned with the current pirate faction. Fun. Stage 3, you have all those things still. Then you'll start spreading. Unique insurgency, the system will start to spread the insurgency to adjacent systems if possible. If not possible, it'll spend to anyone like in the whole group.
Don't
Stage-
forget that PvP loot drops for pirates keep increasing. So at stage
Yeah.
3, you're 22.5%.
A good point. And then stage 4, you're at 30%. You get the Navy, stop spawning. Get the more powerful roaming pirates, of course, and all players who are in pirate militia gain +2 AU's warp speed. That's kind of
Ooh.
fun. You could be like get around
That's
places.
huge,
Yeah.
man.
Especially on top of friggin' angel bonuses.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Both of those races are going to be OP as fuck under those conditions.
And then stage 5, sentry guns no longer respond to players who get suspect timer. High sec only attacking ships, structures, and drones is now possible without criminal timer and Concord response.
Oh, I love that.
Concord will only respond, to capsule kills, right? Or assisting somebody with a criminal timer in the system. Then a unique low sec only the sentry guns will now additionally ignore all criminal timers in their presence. Players can now use introduction sphere launchers, warp disruption, field generators, bomb launchers, and defender launchers.
Oh man, can you
That's-
imagine
that's for the
using?
corruption.
Can you imagine people in high sec systems having to deal with bubbles?
That was low
and-
sec. Low sec.
Only low sec. Unique
low
sec.
sec. Unique low sec.
Oh, those.
So now you also have
dang.
suppression, which is like if you're fighting against them.
You mean the big highlighted thing saying low sec only applies?
Yes.
Fuck.
Yeah, that part. Yep. So
But
in suppression in stage 1, you get bounties are increased by 5% for NPCs, and then security gain status, which no one wants security status gains, but that goes up by 5%. Then you increase the Empire faction warfare LP gains at stage 2 by 5%. Stage 3, 10% bonus and 15 for the other two. Corruption gains or the system are reduced by 30%. So if you're doing what you need to do, you'll fuck them over. And then the roaming spawns will start to appear and warp around the system. These NPCs will engage anyone who is enlisted with the pirates. So you get
Oh man, level
kinda
4
fun.
mission money if you have suppression going on really high.
Yeah, dude.
That's where the money, dude. Stage 5 system of suppression, and you start doing level 4s in there. Fuck, that's cash money.
Maybe
well,
this is
stage
the
4,
next
you get a
Watchmen or
10% bonus
something.
to web of fires and scramblers.
Yep. Range
neat
of
thing
webs
is,
and scram.
Vindicator fleet in stage 5 suppression.
Ooh. You heard it here
Whoa!
first.
Like, who needs
see the unique
officer
thing?
mods when you got stage 5 suppression?
We're gonna roll it out.
And you get your ally NPCs going around dropping elite sentry guns in insurgency system. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm excited
Vindicator.
to-
That's right.
Windicators, that's right.
I'm excited to see the prices come down on Draymules and worms and Cinnables and Gilas and
Oh, for
Macarials and
fucking
rattlesnakes.
Did you say
Dude, I wanna-
Gilas?
I wanna see so
Gilas,
many.
yeah.
That's
Talking about-
well done.
You're talking about
That's actually
Gilas,
how
right?
you'd say it.
Don't you
No,
fucking
it's-
say that, Drayden.
It's-
Gila.
dude, I lived in Arizona. They're Gila monsters.
Dude, we don't live on Earth. I
They're
live
not
in fucking
Gila
space.
monsters.
Oh, I thought it was a
live in
Gigla.
Eve.
Sorry. I didn't
A Gigla?
Eve is its own
Gila?
subculture
Gila.
of
Gila.
life.
No, it's Gila monster.
But yeah, Max and
Gila.
Rattlesnake's only 100,000 LP and 20 million ISK per BPC, man.
What is it?
Dude, I want to
currently?
see
I
so
don't know.
many
Anybody know?
flipping faction ships in the next year. I don't want to see us get quite back to Macarials online, and that's not. Maybe it's not
No, it's gonna be
far-fetched with some of these.
Kisriel's
Oh,
online.
sorry, guys.
Kisriel's
But-
online for
well,
sure.
there
is
you go.
coming.
Dude, I mean, I'm excited for the Gators. I like the idea of the Gators, but I honestly think as far as a PvP fleet situation, I think the Kisriel's gonna be stronger.
Oh, you think so?
I think so. I think Gators are gonna be much more of like a PvE ratting type of thing, like the
I don't.
the drone
man, I don't
bonuses and
know.
stuff. I'm not saying that the Gators won't be strong in PvP,
No,
but I'm just
yeah.
saying, like, I think that the Kisriel, just because you're just getting, you don't have to worry about the drones getting there because you're not going to really be
That's fair.
taking
That's fair point. Yep.
sentries on the Gator, I don't think. So it's not like a rattlesnake where you just drop sentries and just do a fuckload of damage.
Yeah.
It's so you're just getting the Kisriel is going to be fast. It's an angel ship, so it's fast. You have a bunch of damage bonuses and it's instant. So I think the Kisriel PvP wise will probably be stronger. I'm excited for those as well, but I don't know. Something about that, like the Drake hole. I haven't really used the Drake hole because I actually, dude, I just now trained into Command Ships 5, so now I can actually fly a Nighthawk like the
Nice.
big, like the big kids.
Only
Uh,
take 15 years.
Welcome to the club, buddy.
Yeah, so I can finally fly Nighthawks, but I haven't had a chance yet. But
I think
I'm-
what's gonna really make that Gator a lot better is that 4% bonus to all shield resistance per Caldari battle cruiser level.
Yeah, I mean that's the Drake
That's
bonus,
huge,
right?
man.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so it's,
no,
that's so yeah. The Gators are gonna be the brick, right? They're gonna be the tanky
Yeah.
brick that has pretty good damage. The Kizreal is gonna be, it's like a whelp cane essentially. It's
Yeah.
it's gonna be super high in your face damage, but it's a fast shield tanked battleship. So
I don't know. Do
There
you
was a
think the
Reddit
12
thread about this today, wasn't there? It was
I mean, you could
comparing the
probably
stats on a
it's
spreadsheet.
Angels, so you could probably armor tank it too, though. That's the thing. Like, I mean,
12.5% bonus to drone micro warp velocity is huge, dude.
that is.
It could certainly, yeah.
Yeah, hold on. Let me
Kitey
look at the
bastards are
Gator.
gonna
I didn't
find
look at
fun with
the
it.
Gator drone warp bonuses. That actually, yeah.
Changes a bit. I still agree
Well,
with you.
roll
I
bonus
think
12.5%. That's a bit. That makes it go a
You're
bit
still
faster.
waiting. You're still waiting for applied damage. I get that, and that's a perfectly good point. But if you can land your fleet on top or close to, man, it's gonna be quick.
Yeah. What is the so what's the
Because
drone?
then you could just put in omnidirectionals with optimal range on your drones.
I was like,
and-
what's the bandwidth on drones for the Gator? It doesn't say.
That's
You'll be able
that's
to launch
Carissa's?
2 drones. It's just like the others, right?
Is it like the Drake where it's like, isn't Drake 25?
No. It's like it'll be like the Gila monster.
Yeah, I was gonna say if that's
And
the Carissa's
the
one, 2 drones that are
rattlesnake,
heavily bonus.
Yeah, I'm
drone
just looking like
20
on
20
fitting.
mbits.
500%.
Oh, drone. Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
2
here we go.
mediums.
I found. Okay,
Maybe
yeah.
like
So
a
it's
gig.
20 megabit per second bandwidth and 100 M3 capacity. So you're gonna use two mediums basically.
But they're gonna have heavy HP and damage buffs.
Right.
Huge.
Yeah, they're gonna be
250%
like
for
heavies
hit
that.
points.
500%.
500% for damage.
Dude, this is gonna be a
Yeah.
crap machine.
Yeah. So I mean,
Oh,
yeah, you're gonna put 2 mediums out there now. Doesn't
6 launcher slots though.
I
Yeah.
doubt people are gonna use them for PvP, but the what was the
Somebody
special
will.
drone? What's the
Oh,
special
of course.
drone?
And you get a 10% bonus to kinetic thermal.
But you can't put
Yeah, but who wants to?
because
be
those
doing
are
that?
25 M3 each, right? The ones I'm thinking of. What's
the,
the
you talking about the one
You're
the
talking
special
about
one?
geckos?
Geckos?
yeah the geckos aren't those 25s?
Yeah.
Geckos are 50, aren't they?
Are they
Or- yeah.
50? Oh, okay, yeah.
They won't
Geckos
even
are
fit in
like
a
large,
rattlesnake.
aren't they?
Yeah. Okay. So
Like
they.
heavy?
Yeah. Well, you could put one in a rattlesnake because a rattlesnake.
Why would
is
you do that?
50. Yeah, you
Because
would.
are they considered large?
Geckos are 50.
I thought they're
I thought
considered
they were.
heavy.
I think they were considered medium, but they're
I,
just.
mean, I couldn't remember because I thought they didn't get the
I
bonus.
think
Whatever.
they would factor between heavy and like Sentry as far as whatever.
Oh, geckos are yeah, they're 50
There's
and
that.
they're heavies, but they're 50 instead of 25. Okay.
Yeah.
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 they're
Okay. So
OP.
you're gonna put 2 mediums in this thing. That's either 2 Valkyries or probably 2. What's the Caldari ones?
Vespas? You don't want Vespas.
No, Hobbs
No, you
are
want Vespa.
Galente.
You're
talking mediums, you're
Vespas.
talking
Vespas.
Vespas.
Yeah. Either Vespa
You don't
or.
want Vespas.
Well, no. You're gonna
Well,
use the
Valkyries-
Amar ones. You're gonna use the Amar ones. You're gonna
Yeah.
use Valkyries or
Infiltrators.
Infiltrators. Yeah.
I think
yeah,
you'll see a lot
I
of
keep
faction
forgetting
drones,
that.
yeah.
I keep
Maybe
forgetting
we'll
the
see it first.
Caldaris just aren't the flavor anymore. Like Amar drones are actually like second best to the Minotaur ones
Caldari
now.
drones have never been the best. It's just when you were living.
I
in
don't remember.
Devon
No,
or
I don't know.
whatever.
Like the wardens can reach out and touch. I think for centuries wardens have their
snipers.
Well,
place.
that's a different ball game though.
Yeah,
That's
wardens
like
have their
speed
place, but
damage.
that's
Sentries are
about it.
different, Yeah.
Yeah, wardens have their place, and that's about it. And then you get the EC300s that people use too. But
Sure, and that's racial locked. Yeah. All the other like racial. What was the ship that was supposed to make the friggin' web drones like maybe plausible again? Was that an AT ship or?
oh,
I feel like
I
6 months to a year ago we were
I
talking about
actually
like,
ended up-
oh, web drones might be a
Was
thing
that?
again. but
I
think it might
actually
have been like an
fitted.
AT ship.
I put web drones in a ship I fit up the other day.
Dude, web drones sound so fun and like I wish
Yeah,
they-
well,
they
I
were
put them in
slightly bumped up.
I put them in a pilgrim, and the pilgrim is mainly just meant to hunt, catch something, light a sino, and then I put like a web, a
Surprise.
scram, a long point, and web drones, web Valkyries in it. So I'm just like, all right, I just MWD on top of the person, and then decloak. I have a scan, a SIBO on there, so it's like lock them up quick. Point them with the scram, web them so they can't like get away very fast. Put the long point just in case they do get out of scram range before the sino goes up, and then put the web drones on them too, so they're just as slow as possible, so that it gives time for everyone to warp in or sino in. And then I was like, oh, I got this like hunting pilgrim, which I know isn't the best. People are like, why wouldn't you just use like is it a Razu or whatever the other one is, the Chisis or something?
I mean, yeah, that's
The
another one.
cloaky one, but I was just like, I don't know, because fucking pilgrims are cool. I want to.
Well, and if you can spare the slots, if you newt things as well as you're doing all those other
I
things,
have
then
one
you're just
newt on
making
it.
that
It's-
much harder for it to dip out on you.
It doesn't have like it only has 4
Maybe
high
you
slots,
cannot.
so it's like putting the covert ops cloak, the covert Sino, and the regular Sino. You only have 1 slot for 1 newt. It doesn't get as good of bonuses as the curse for newting, so I'm just like, the 1 newt. I'm not gonna newt anyone out with that, but
how?
it did. Yeah, I mean, obviously you put it on them, but
I mean, you're about to tackle yourself. You might as well use all the fun toys.
yeah. I mean, you definitely use it, but unless it's a frigate, I don't think you're newting
So
it out.
you've been being bait for BFL?
I have roamed. I've roamed around a little bit in it, and I didn't find anything. I did like get people start like getting mad at me in local because I was hanging around too long, cloaked up, and they didn't like me. But
Tell them to put up a mobile
they started
observatory and call it
talking a
Congress.
lot. They started talking a lot of shit, and then I went into DO6 and was fucking around, and I almost was gonna jump on one person. Because I think Unlucky was in system, and I was like about to get a hold of him and be like, "Yo, I got a guy
Hey,
that
numbers, please.
yeah." I was like, "Well, like he was just in system in a PvP Jaguar, like not a tackle Jaguar, like actual combat Jaguar, but
Bang the drum real quick.
it was a Iteron 5, but." It was like it's slow boat. I think the person was AFK because they had like undocked, I think, and just like went AFK because they were like 100 kilometers off the Keepstar.
Is this
And
the
they were
Tom
like-
Hardy meme?
Yeah,
That's
so
bait.
like the DO6 Keepstar, they were like way like 50 or plus kilometers out of tether range, and they were still like 50 or 80 kilometers from the Ansiblex, so they couldn't warp to either. They were stuck in the middle, and I was like, I'm coming down. I was like,
So
I will give Unlucky a warping to come kill this guy real quick, and then he can warp off. But then
so
I
it was
got like
full regen
20
fit,
I
and
got-
he was gonna light an Indy Sino, and a Blops bridge was gonna go through.
maybe, but I mean, I
Bait as
doubt they're
fuck.
gonna light. Where are they gonna block? Because this was in DO6, so the blops they would.
Just to
You
put
can't
some egg on
Sino
your
in the
face
same
real quick.
system. So I got
No,
about 20 or
warp some
30
out.
kilometers away, and I was about to like get ready to point the guy, and then he like warps off to like some celestial. I'm like, fuck.
Now
Does
we'll
he
never
see
know.
me? Am I
He gave up
cloaked?
on his
Am I
bait.
fucking like? I was like, shit. I mean, I am cloaked because if I wasn't, I would have died already. But
Drayden, I'm gonna let you know because we didn't see the outcome. There was 100 redeemers on the other
I
side.
probably would have died if I actually uncloaked him.
and you would have been a hero of the people if you lit that up and made that
Like
happen.
I was sitting there because I
But
started
you
looking at the
waited too long.
ranges.
He thought, you know what? I'm about 100 off the Keepstar. If these guys aren't watching now, like this bait didn't work. and
I
he
was
dipped
looking
out.
at the ranges, and I was like, okay, I'm
Headliner
far
would've
enough.
promoted you
I'm
to
close
Sky
enough that the
Marshal.
people on the undock can't warp to this guy because they're too close. It's less than 150 away, and I think he was too close to the Ansiblex. Maybe not, but it's like I don't know. I was like, someone's gonna find something. They're gonna have a bookmark they can warp to at 100 and land right around on top of me. Like I was like, I don't know. This is probably bait. I don't give a shit. But he warped off. I was gonna get him anyway, but he warped off.
It was going to be a
It-
1 trillion ISK battle report, and you actually
Yeah.
cheated your sig out of that.
Fuck.
You're not wrong.
I just
though,
wanted
like,
you to know.
Your own staging system can be the most dangerous place to be in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. That's why all
Because
the
you get
confident groups don't
complacent.
crap
You
there.
think you're safe.
Yep.
They're like, I'm surrounded
'cause
by
you
so
can't-
many dudes,
You
but it's
don't
like
want to warp.
if you're
cast.
surrounded by so many dudes that are like not within warp distance or too close for warping, you're not that safe actually.
Yeah. You're
But
just
that's why
fucked.
you either stage most of your caps / super caps in the auxiliary system, or you do the opposite where you're like,
Yeah.
we don't crab much in the main system, or by dip out at least the system. Like, come on.
Well, this was like during the initial like evac stuff that was started going on. I'm like, okay, no one's evacing it at 85.
Right back.
So I don't think there's anything
Don't
actually
you
really
say
in,
that.
no one's actually like in this thing like evacuating stuff. I was like, you know what if that's the one you kill it and it just ends up being a fuckload of shit?
We've all heard about the poor little guys Brave. They're perpetually the youngest and newest and just most vulnerable. We've basically been kicking puppies and children. Don't build them up to be something they're not. I'm totally being facetious because I think it's really funny that like after all these years, everybody's like, "Oh, you're fucking being mean to kids," and it was like, "Wait, what?"
But-
Like,
At least they're not the
Like-
most useless alliance in EVE Online.
who's the most useless alliance in?
What
Evo?
could possibly go right? No.
Oh,
So
don't you
that
say
would-
that about them.
Let's
That
man's
would
a
be
national
the
hero.
Yeah,
initiative.
he is a national
Red
treasure.
line, shut your fucking mouth.
That
Oh
would be the
shit!
initiative. That is the most useless.
I
That
don't
was
know
the
where all this.
sloppiest
I don't know
layup
where
we've
all this
ever had.
initiative hate comes from. Redline. Did something happen with initiative?
Because it's funny.
You'll
Uh,
have to figure
anyways,
it out.
I'm just
deep
not even gonna go
down
there.
if you think. You don't have to
How
go
are we?
anywhere.
How are we thinking about having access to the Loggerhead, Cayman, and Komodo now as well through LP stores?
That's another one
I
that I
think-
haven't really looked at those.
I think we're gonna
don't
see
like
the
that.
Komodo more. I don't think
yeah.
we'll ever see a ton of
That's hard to
loggerheads or caimans.
It's gonna drive down. Because some of those
It's
were
not
coming
hard to
from the
say, that's the
Sodios,
tankiest
right?
Oh yeah,
ever.
LB's still here. What's up, LB?
Yeah. Loggerhead and Cayman's only 25 million LP.
And but those currently come from only the Sodios, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's
What was
going to
the LP
drive
cost for
down
the
those
Loggerhead?
the value of running those.
Sure.
25 million LP.
It's already kind of
and 25 billion S.
So
Holy shit!
That's less
Komodo-
LP than I thought they were.
Oh,
I
that's
thought they were,
the
like,
that's
driving up to, like,
the
100.
that's the super. Or that's the Titan. Or no, the
That's the Force Auxiliary
Titan
and
Facts and Dread.
yes, correct. Dread.
Yeah.
One Dread.
right. Okay.
We're
The
gonna
Dreads aren't
see.
going to be 100, whatever, 100 million LP then. Okay, good.
We're
Okay,
gonna
I was
see
like,
some
that seems like a
try-hard
lot.
groups and some upper
Yeah, it's really
echelon
high.
wallet players start fielding more and more Komodos. Mark
Yeah,
my fucking words,
absolutely.
kids. And why
Can
wouldn't
I?
you?
Don't think
Yes,
so.
I want
I
to
think you're
clip
wrong.
that, put it back 6 months, a year from now for posterity.
What's up,
More
If-
people
if-
having access to Komodos means we're gonna see more Komodos, which means
Yeah.
if we ever see the next big massive capital, super capital clash, there's gonna be a lot more Komodos than was ever reasonably gonna happen otherwise.
And on paper, are they not the most hit points? Like, are they not
They're the
biggest?
tanky. That's what I'm saying. They're the
Yeah.
tankiest Titan at this point. So like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
it's gonna be whoever has been doctoring their war chest well, or obviously a lot of individual players who are just historically wealthy and stuff. But instead of seeing a
definitely made 'em
few as
easier
like
to make, but-
flagships, like damage soaks, which we've seen, I think that's a really neat role that we've seen in past wars, where it's like, your Sword Dragons or your Villies or your various people that I can think of. I think Matani may have done it a few times, like people who are like the leader of their coalition coming out in a capital, super capital, whatever, and they damage soak really hard while a bunch of other people get picked off. Like it's a really neat tactic that you can do in a game where you're like, I live, I die, I live again. So like, who cares?
I
I
just want to
think-
jump in
Oh,
and
shit.
say real quick,
Sorry.
we have a wild LB in chat.
Oh, he's been here.
he's been here for
He's
like
there.
he's been here since
Oh,
like
rip,
20
I
minutes
missed
in.
that. God
Yeah,
damn.
he's not on tonight because he was traveling, but he's
Okay, I
he's
didn't
tuning
realize.
in.
I didn't.
Yeah, he's been
I,
tuning
didn't
in.
I saw him say hey, so I thought he was saying
Yeah,
like, hey,
that's
hi,
why
I'm
I
here.
said his alliance because I was just yanking some stuff.
Yeah, I think he
Oh,
was defending
okay.
himself. Hey,
I was,
JK.
yeah,
Hi,
I was like seeing if he was still here. He's listening. So
Sorry. I might be a
Um,
little high. I had 20 milligrams of edibles for the show.
don't you
Oh,
blame it
shit.
on that. You make us all look bad.
Well,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
don't you blame it on that. Now I don't fly Titans, so these bonuses to
Drake?
the Azari because they're fucking
You're in
expensive.
BFL now.
They're so expensive,
Look, if you're not gonna quad box, can you at least fly a Titan, dude? Like, stop being a fucking.
dude. I
piece of
only have
bitch.
2 accounts, and one of them kind of
Again.
doesn't do much.
Not BFL.
I basically just fly
BFL
one
Junior.
pilot. Everyone's like, "Oh, we need
No,
alts," and
he flies with BFL.
it's like we need Dictor alts, we need
He's in
Logi
BFL.
alts, all that. I'm like,
That's
I'm flying my one pilot. That's my contribution to this fleet. 'cause-
Drayden's a mad casual, and they give him a spot on the team.
Yeah, I know.
because he streams weekly, and they're like, that's really adorable.
No, actually, PL is not a fan of talk shows, but they're like, we know you do a talk show on Friday.
Don't act like those
That's
people don't have a
okay. It's fine. I'm like, okay, well, hopefully it is because I do that. So
You've read us their pings. They love to fucking talk. They love the sound of their own.
no, I
voices.
don't have a super commander. I have a dread, and I probably should have a second dread soon, but
I got some for sale if you want to buy one.
yeah.
Drayden, did you blow up that Rev yet?
No, it's still alive.
Did you
and-
bring it to the X47, like to the Warfront?
Yeah, it's there.
You should blow that up.
If I
Against
had
other
it,
people.
you know what, I would have been in that one dread fight, but I wasn't home.
Yeah, it did wind down before you got home, but it went for hours. That was fucking legendary.
You know, we haven't even got halfway through the fucking patch notes yet.
Keep going, boys.
Eh.
Just letting you
Stay
know.
strong.
But yeah, no, I my second character will be getting into dread, but he can fly a Naglfar fine, but I want to fly a Revs. So he's training extra large energy turrets 4 or 5 right now. So he's got a little bit. Because I'm not gonna fly a Rev with Tech 1 guns. Fuck that.
That's right.
I'm not.
You're a
yeah.
PL now.
Once he gets in Tech 2 guns, then he can get in
I'm
the
sorry,
big.
BFL
Then he can
Junior.
get in the big boy
Okay.
boat. So
So it also states at the end, basically that the faction capitals that they're also introducing, as well as the others, will have a Passover after the Havoc expansion goes through. So we're going to be seeing the Vehement Vendetta, Cayman, Loggerhead, Shimash, and Dagon costs looked at after Havoc
And
release.
hopefully they do it quickly, right? They
Is
cannot.
that the
Yeah, they gotta do it right away.
is that the Hebrew holiday?
Yeah, that one.
Passover.
Yes.
I was like, I don't.
Oh,
I
and
didn't
they-
get it
I was like,
first,
is
but I
that,
got
is
it.
that like a Christian thing or I don't know?
I think it's a Jewish thing.
I
They
don't know.
Post the updated build costs for Vanquisher, Komodo, and the Moloch.
And important to remember, because I know I saw a few like Reddit
Always-
fucking posts about enraged people like, I can't transfer LP anymore. They announced they were doing this because they were like, temporarily, this
Yes, yeah.
cool feature that we added, we're gonna dial it back for a second because we don't want you guys exploiting this new fucking features that we're rolling out right now. Like we're gonna put it back. It's a cool feature that we know you liked, but for a minute we don't want to let you guys break the system like right as we roll it out.
I do like I don't read Reddit really, but I do remember seeing a shitload of Reddit posts of people vehemently getting upset about the where they're getting rid of the LP
LP
transfers.
transfer.
And
They've had it for, like,
it
a
was like the
month or
most
something. It's not
like
even that long.
vitriol rage going on Reddit over that. Like, oh, shit company, shit game, fucking I'm out. All these people just like, just fucking.
You lost
I'm
this
mad-
subscriber. to
I'm mad that they're
10.
taking away something that I didn't use.
Yeah,
That's the only
You're
reason you'd be
our
mad about
no.
it is if you still had shit to transfer.
Yeah, like
Right?
as LP would say, like a bunch
That
of
I
people going
still
like,
wanna use, but-
fucking,
Yeah.
raw CCP.
Yeah, I agree. Dumb thing to complain about.
We have no soundboarder, right? Where the fuck is Ben?
Yeah, we need it.
We got what else we got here? We got
There's a whole
Pyro
bunch of
shit.
damage boosters will now boost Vorton projectors.
That
Wait,
what
what?
we needed?
Boosting
said they will?
Vortrons?
All variants of the Pyrolancia damage boosters will now boost Vorton projector
Ooh.
damage.
Are you
Now
saying
that does
e-
affect about 35 to 70 people in the game.
Are
That's
you
right, that's
are
right.
you saying that
But Tom, they're
Incom
on
ships will
your
actually
team.
do something?
They are on my team. I'm one of them.
Your team has figured out.
I'm
how
one
to
of
use
them.
those
I
ships
love
more.
those fleets. Those are
Oh,
fun fleets.
fuck. When you can take 50 of them and just absolutely blow the shit out of PanFam is great.
If you have, in all honesty,
Goons
I
were playing
couldn't
with
lead
those
it.
ships.
If you've got FCs that know what they're doing with those, they're fun. And they're
Yeah,
effective.
I don't see Incom ships very often. We have a lot of Daves.
Our side doesn't like to try those,
I
but
drink.
their side
Drink
did
it, Dave.
try those a few times. I think it fell on their face a few times, but they also did really well
Oh
a few times.
no!
So how could you say?
someone-
I keep forgetting
I
that
fortunately
they,
was
Someone
not with them when they fell.
redeemed-
I kept forgetting that the
Someone
Vortron things.
redeemed 8 Daves.
8 Daves.
I saw that.
We need 8.
I'm not interested. Well, how much? I may be. You know.
Very nice. Was that
Multi
8?
kill.
Monster
epic.
kill.
I definitely-
And then we've
Kill.
got the Halicon login boosters have also been updated to benefit Vorton projectors in similar ways.
Halicon, isn't it Halcyon?
Halcyon.
Halcyon,
That's okay.
whatever.
Sorry,
okay.
I just
It looks like both.
So, existing turrets and missiles are bonused by them, so Vorton projectors are in there now.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to gloss over this because, really.
What do we got? Wormhole environment system.
I'm really happy to hear
will
that
now
Eden
affect
Com-
Vorton projectors.
I think it's kind of neat that some Incom ships are getting some love because they really
Ecom
need it.
needs a little love.
They're
Eden
not
Com-
getting any love, though. The boosters
What
are
do you
getting
mean love?
If they're getting
Yeah,
their
but-
Vortron protect, if they're getting boost to their damage, then maybe they'll
No,
be good.
It's not the
They're added-
boosters, it's them.
Added faction and officer variants of Vorton tuning systems, weapon upgrades modules,
No, I like that one. Yeah, that's a good one.
as well
I-
as new multi-plasmids.
And I did like the skill book
Watch,
thing. I did
watch
like that.
PL or BFL. Be like, we got a new doctrine, fucking Stormbringer doctrine, like with faction
We
guns.
figured it out, boys.
Yeah, put your faction guns on
Make
for
sure to check the
know
drugs in your cargo hold.
like 1.8 billionist Stormbringers. Let's go.
Drayden said, can I fly a scimitar?
All right, we can go.
So you can attack a
Hey,
you
laid
can't
back.
attack a shipcaster, right? But you can attack the beacon, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And that's
So make sure I'm
been-
reading this correctly.
beacons increase from 0 to 50% effective.
You know,
or
Dave.
resistance is increased, so they've got 50% like double their effective hit points.
Not double their
as-
hit points, just the effective
Ye-
ones.
Yeah, effective.
Yeah.
Not hit points, just effective hit points with resistances.
If they
Monopoly
do
money,
tamper,
dude.
they need more skins. Are you helping out? You better be.
You better be. Hey, real quick, laid back. I want to
Where's the-
appreciate you for keeping your promise to LB. Because this
Well-
guy's fucking. He's like, I'm gonna keep trekking through the notes.
Yeah,
You
There's a
guys
fucking man. They released
jump
a
on,
wall.
jump on.
Like I
Oh,
couldn't even read
yeah,
it
he's
at
spamming
work,
his inner
bro.
LB.
How do I use this? Oh,
But you made a promise and you're holding to it.
I
And I
did,
respect
I
that
did.
about you.
What'd you discover, Jordan?
the soundboard. Do we have these?
Oh.
I've got mine turned
Yeah.
off.
Where's the Dave
Oh,
one?
let's not. Let's
How do you
not.
have the Dave?
They're awful. Don't do that.
Oh my
I was gonna
god.
say if we start putting a bunch of fucking farts through the stream,
It's,
and that's not a challenge. Let's just keep it
Okay.
together
I
for
was
a little bit
taking the night.
longer.
I was taking the night
Dave
off using
one
the
is
fart
in the
one.
cesspool.
We've got reduced the cost to upgrade a shipcaster construction beacon into the completed
Oh, that's not it.
shipcaster beacon by approximately 50%.
That's not it.
This also
There's,
reduces
then there's
volume
number
required.
after. Yeah, there's a bunch of numbers.
That
after
one
that.
says Dave in it. I thought that was it. We need a Dave. Like
Oh.
whoever does the Dave thing, we need a Dave. Wait, one more
It was
Dave.
red line. And man, I
Oh.
I
can't
told you, it's in the cesspool. I don't have
I
the sound
don't,
anymore.
dude. I don't have
You're gonna have to nitro. for
other
all this.
I don't have Nitro. Who pays for Discord?
That's right. Exactly.
I pay
I
for
do.
Discord.
Yeah, but we pay you.
And
Thanks.
you pay for Discord. And you're shitting on initiative, dude.
Ah!
like,
Wow.
Yes, I'm shitting on initiative because if
They-
the
'cause
initiative
they don't pay for Discord.
wanted to pay for Discord, they couldn't afford it. They can't even afford to pay full
He's
SRP.
not wrong. Those guys
In
have
it is
budgetary
default
struggles.
80% SRP, and during war times it's 50. The only alliance that's more broke than the initiative is Volta.
yeah, LB. I figured
That's
that
'cause-
out.
And
I
that's
just saw
because
Dave like
Volta
that's gotta
moved
be
to
it.
Turner instead of defending their space.
Well, that's because Goons shut down the rental program. Remember? Grr,
Yeah.
Well,
landlord.
we forced them to shut it down
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
because
saying.
we're mean
Forced your
jerks.
Forest
We're
to
jerks.
shut down
And
theirs, did you?
Did you notice how Brave lost all of their heavy hitters when Goons said, "Hey, you can't rent anymore because we're trying to do a PR campaign." And Volta said, "Oh, okay, cool. I'm
Did
gonna
they have
fuck off
heavy
and
hitters?
do something different." Volta had a rental empire
You
developing
said
at that
brave
point.
though.
No, Brave had to bear the brunt of it because Volta fucked off.
Oh, I see what you mean.
They were a
Yeah,
coalition
Volta
together.
left.
It wasn't
and they-
brave
and
heavy
they
hitters. It
basically-
was just Volta. Yeah, okay.
Volta's heavy hitters, which would have helped carry that defense and that war
They
for
wouldn't
them.
That's
have.
awful.
They would have because
Volta's-
they had
Volta's
better.
quote unquote heavy hitters are AT players.
They have
couldn't
more
carry a
FC
wet paper
pedigree,
bag, dude.
and they could have contested the BFL shit a little bit harder. Don't
Well,
say they
that's
couldn't
the
have.
thing
I
is
think they
that
could've.
they didn't have the gumption to fight. They didn't.
They
have
weren't
the
getting
will
fucking
to
free
fight.
money anymore because there's no more landlords and blah blah blah.
They
They were like,
oh,
"Fuck
so
all
they're
this, I'm gonna-"
struggling to SRP
Okay, I get
ships
it,
for
yeah.
sure.
They were like, "We're gonna fuck off and do what we want to do because we can't run our rental empire."
It is
Yeah.
kind of funny how, I mean, and it does seem to have money problems a lot, and they fucking
They
control a
do.
huge section.
He
of
said, "I'm
space.
just saying,
a
it's
very
just kind of
lucrative
funny.
section of space. Yeah,
It's
it's
just kind of
funny.
funny.
It is kind of funny.
It's weird,
I get it.
dude.
We
found-
had,
What
we
else
had
we
trouble
got?
with money in the Bastion too. That's why
We
we're
got
not around
photon
anymore.
improvements, so Omega users are being granted the ability to customize
Photon
individual colors in their UI now.
Dude,
Yeah.
Manic was posting about that. So that's what we used to have a little bit though, right? Where you could do like themes of your client.
Yeah.
You still could do themes, but now you can do your own. So
It's
the
like a
color
s-
customization option allows Omega users the ability to edit and change the colors of the UI to their liking.
I appreciate that
Damn
I'm
straight.
gonna say that. because I used to discern my clients with that
I've never done
by
that.
doing different themes. And
They
it was
also
real
added
helpful.
some emblems
Imagine
available on
making it
different
Omega
ships too.
only though.
I mean, fuck alphas. Can
No,
we
a
be
you
little
know
bit of
what?
a money,
No,
a little bit of a money grab CCP, but I'm here for it.
that's what.
Get
That's
that
how we keep the
paper
game
blue.
going.
Hey,
If you want to change your fucking color, give us some money, motherfuckers.
Hell
That's
yeah.
right.
I like it.
Pay that programmer. Buy that
Pay
programmer
that
a cup of
programmer,
coffee.
yeah. This is not Star Citizen here. I mean, we can't just keep making shit without.
Hey,
you know,
I'm still
people
on a
don't just
loading
hand
screen,
us
bro.
money for no
people
reason.
just hand us money for not doing anything.
Do you think
It's
that guy
ridiculous.
lives like a king or not? Because I'm pretty
Dude,
sure, like Chris
I
Roberts,
think
you
he
gotta
was living
stop
like a king
king, right?
before
You gotta
this
stop
project.
talking
Yeah.
shit
He's
about
gotta
Star
be
Citizen,
so
man.
fucking gravy.
It's not that bad of a game when it works, but when it doesn't work, it really.
Do you think he
doesn't
still
fucking
wipes his
work.
own ass, or like has he outsourced? it?
Man,
Oh, he
No,
could outsource it.
He
Yeah.
At that point, right? Like,
crowdfunded that.
He
would you
probably
ever
built an
wipe
ass
your own
wiping
ass
machine
again
that
at that
doesn't
point?
work. Yeah.
like, come on.
Do you need a machine for it?
Oh,
you
you
don't
get an ass
need
wiping
one, but-
machine? You wouldn't use it?
But if
I
you
would.
could,
Yeah, I mean,
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean,
bro, y'all are.
there's also a
toxic as
bidet.
fuck.
We're
I
all
was just
done,
being
man.
silly,
Redline.
Redline. Be nice. Let's not
Days
throw
would
around
be
toxic, dude. The words have meanings. man.
Matt,
Are we to home
I
front
have
yet?
feelings.
Chris Roberts lives on hookers and
what is there
cocaine,
about
probably.
Homefront?
The corporation management project management.
Yeah,
thing, I
there's
think that's pretty
lots
cool.
in there right now.
They
If it's
expanded a little bit on the projects and stuff, right?
Yeah, so we've got like the manufacturing's
lot.
been added, scan signatures added to like project types, remote boost shield and remote repair armor, capture, defend factional warfare complex has been added, destroy capsuleer ships, and manufacture. Yeah,
Who's gonna destroy
That's
my
pretty
ships?
sweet. Those guys who have that mission against you,
Those fuckers.
their
Anyone who
leadership gave them
can.
that mission.
I don't like it.
So I made I tested out the projects thing, and I say tested out. I tried one friggin' corp mission, and I thought it was like anybody could sign up for it, and everybody would have their own little like race to the finish line thing. And it was do a million HP in damage, not a tall order, but not a small order if you don't PvP a ton or whatever. Like one good big battle, and you'd probably knock it out. But like most people, it was like if I kill onesie twosies, it'll take me a month. So apparently it was cumulative, which was threw it off because I was like, big prize, whoever hits it first kind of thing. And then it was like really just whoever does the most because it was like, yeah, I mean,
I'm gonna
basically
call a
score.
shot.
Okay.
Hey,
Mainly because I just want to see what a shot of straight gin is with this one.
hopefully it's good.
I mean, I don't know if
I
I'm
wish you the
like,
best, Drake.
Whoa,
I
what are you
don't.
doing?
I'm just doing a shot of gin.
That aviator.
Oh, just
It's
straight.
the aviation
Yeah.
gin. It's the Ryan Reynolds gin. But it's like I just want to see what it tastes. I've had most gin is gross by itself. With the Bombay Sapphire gin is
That's
actually
gross. Yeah.
no Bombay Sapphire gin by itself is actually.
It's actually not good, Jen.
I
You gonna
wouldn't
take
say
a-
it's
are you
good,
gonna
but it's not
are you gonna take a
gross.
shot, and then
Yeah.
we'll talk about after.
Yeah.
Let's watch his face. Ready? Go.
That wasn't
Drain's a
too
strong
bad.
man.
That's actually not bad.
Okay.
That's actually kind of smooth. Like I could just drink that.
How much
actually.
pine sol did you taste?
As far as like so I was wondering like what's a pine? I guess it's like juniper berry is like what you taste
Junipers,
most.
yeah,
Yeah, juniper berry is like the taste is like the pine flavor. It's actually not that strong. Like I mean, if you like, I'm not a gin fan. I don't really like gin. That's actually drinkable.
I think I told you guys
Like
this story.
I
like
would
2 weeks
recommend
ago.
it. I mean, I would recommend Aviation Gin's pretty good.
I had a buddy
Ryan
who
Reynolds
was a
don't
very
lie.
good bartender, and he brought in his water bottle on a mountain hiking trip. He had gin, like, and some ice cubes or whatever. And I
Good
did
gin
not.
or just gin?
Just
It
straight
was
gin,
good gin. That's
gin
the
on
thing.
the
He
rocks.
was a good bartender. And I didn't bring any resources with me, like snacks or drinks or anything. I was like, oh, we're hiking, no big deal. And so I was
Who needs
leaning.
water? Fuck it.
It was I'm an amateur. And so at some point I was like, hey man, can I get a swig? Dude? Like I did not come prepared. And he was like, it's not water. And I was like, no, it's fine. Like it's wet. It'll be fine. Like I'm struggling. And it's not like he like hid what it was from me or what he told me, but I was like, I don't care for gin, but I was like, I'm fucking dying here. We're hiking a mountain. And it was because he's a discerning young man. It was very floral. And I was like, this is not unrefreshing. It's not what I want or need right now, but like this is not bad.
What was the brand?
But
remember?
it was I do not. I do not, but I know he was like I've bartended many years over the years, and he was a real fucking bartender. I was like, "Oh, let me take your order." Like what, I'm not a real bartender. I just take orders and make a half-ass drink, like heavy, just so you like if you're an alcoholic like me, you'd be fine.
Yeah, see, I like heavy pours.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need finesse when you're just a fucking
yeah.
a fun bartender.
The drink should be 50-50. Right, that's what I look at it. Fuck it.
Half for you, half for me.
No, 50% alcohol, 50%.
Oh.
Yeah.
Buy me a shot too.
You got to taste it, right?
Be right back, guys. Kids are freaking
okay.
out. 1 sec.
You better get them.
Let him know. Lay down the law. Oh, he's gone. I wasn't advocating for beating his children in case anybody was.
Sometimes you got to, right?
I mean, I was hoping he would, but I wasn't advocating for it.
Well, I don't want him to, but sometimes you have
If
to.
you don't, who will?
Somebody else, yeah, you don't want anybody else doing it.
In
'cause
this
they may
day and
do
age,
it wrong,
no
right?
one.
I better not. Fucking. the
We live in a
quickest way to
very
die.
litigious country.
Ain't nothing
Oh,
litigious
well,
about
also-
that. That's on site.
I was gonna say, and also the other aspects of American society.
Yeah, exactly. That shit. You know
Real
what
talk.
it is.
I have no idea what we're talking about.
I bet
Talking
you do.
about-
you know.
Talking
Gin is,
about if you
it's just, I don't
put
like it.
if you put hands on,
222s in
I'm
my
putting
shoes?
hands on. Mm-hmm. foot bullet.
Little Biggie Smalls? Come on.
Tell you what, if your kids are mouthing off and they're small enough, you get yourself a burlap sack, throw them in the sack, hang them in the closet. They'll stop fucking complaining.
That is the opposite of what we were talking about.
Oh, you're talking about being nice to them? I don't do that.
I was growing
We're
up, I had a
talking about
cousin who was like,
defending their honor.
Go ahead, Chad.
when I was growing up, I had a cousin that was like 10 years older than me that I liked to, harass and tease. And every once in a while, I'd push him a little too far. So he'd literally take me, hold me up by my ankle, and like dangle me over the bridge over the creek out at my grandma's house. And that was his way that he'd teach me a lesson. But I still kept doing it because he never dropped me.
I had a dickhead cousin like that too, right? What he would do though is he'd talk us into doing stupid shit. Like, go ahead and grab onto the electric fence and see who can hold on longer. You go first.
Oh,
I'm stupid.
my-
I adore. I idolize this guy, right? Because he's cool and tough, and you're like, oh fuck yeah. Don't ever do that. Just so you know, don't ever do it. It hurts.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever do that. Thanks for the warning, though. I
Oh
appreciate
yeah,
it.
because
When-
you never know. Right? Yeah.
I've
Yeah,
touched
you
a hot
never
fence.
know if you're gonna grab an electric fence for some reason.
See who's tougher.
It happens sometimes.
this-
You don't even know what's
it
happening.
happened. My mom keeps her horses now out at my grandma's property, and my cousin was up visiting this past summer, and she went out in the morning to see the horses and didn't. She's grew up in Florida, not used to being around like a farm or anything, and she just walks right up to that fence and grabs it to thinking she's gonna like lean on it, and nope, yeah, she got
Goodness.
knocked in her ass real fast.
Hell yeah, Grandma.
The worst time to hit an electric fence is when you don't see it, right? If you don't know
Oh,
it's
like
there,
when it
you're, like,
surprises
you're
you?
climbing over a fence and don't realize there's one like
Yeah.
there, and you
Like a
rub your
line
leg.
of it, but not the whole fence. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
That
like
sucks.
then you have to be wearing the collar though. So I mean, you're inviting that on yourself.
He's not talking
right?
about that kind of fence.
No, that
You're
kind
not
of
talking
fence.
about
No,
the
it's not ones that
invisible
keep
fence.
like, keeps like cows and shit from
It's a hot
running.
fence. Is what they
it's-
call it. Yeah.
Yeah.
It sucks.
It's a constant.
Mm.
So and you can
barrier
adjust
that
you
when
can
you touch,
adjust the
there's just
amount of
current running through it.
current goes through it. So if they've got like bulls out there, they crank those fuckers way up. But usually if it's like sheep, it's they don't crank them up as high.
It doesn't take as
It
much to
hurts.
keep most horses away from them too.
So,
Yeah.
one time
Or-
they're like, fuck that.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Seema,
Seema.
Those-
My
we're
mom's
doing
horses will
great.
not come near the fence.
No.
Here's
yeah.
the fun thing too, and I was never like encouraged by anyone. I decided of my own volition, but I was at a buddy's family, like they had some property, his grandparents or something, with some horses and cows and whatnot. And I think it might be like, let's say, alternating current. I'm not 100%, but like it's one of those things where like I walked up to it.
Pulses. Yeah.
Yeah, I walked up to it and I did one of these. Nothing. And I was like, oh, cool. And then I set my hand on it afterwards because I was like, it didn't do anything when I tapped it. And then it felt like a rock hit the top of my hand. I was like, ah. So I had to leave it for a moment, but it didn't, like, it wasn't just constant energy. Like when you touch it, you're fucking punished. It was like if you touch it for more than just a second, it's gonna hit you.
So if it was constant, it would kill you, right? Because if you grabbed
Possibly.
onto it, it could possibly kill you. That's why it's pulsed. Yeah.
That's fair.
Well, it's
But if
same
you're going to test
reason-
one, you did it right. Back your hand, like just tap it. Don't grab
Yeah.
onto it because then
Yeah, the first thing
You do like I
nothing,
did.
and that's why it gives you false confidence. And then you
similar
off.
reason. There's a similar reason behind why with like stun guns that police carry or tasers, they only go off for like I think it's 5 seconds.
for as long as they're holding the button.
Yeah, holding the button or 5 seconds.
Yeah.
After 5 seconds, it'll cut out. I learned
Yeah.
that. I learned that the fun way because at a cookout where there were some police officers that were friends of my partner at the time, eventually one of the cops
trying them out.
took out his taser. He's like,
Always happens.
"Who wants to get stunned?" And I'm like, "Ooh, me! I'll do it."
Did you like it?
Do you
I
like
did.
it?
You know you didn't because it fucking hurts.
I've never been tased. I don't
it
want
was
to.
done into the meat of my upper thigh.
I'm fucking
like,
hit with
my-
stun gun. It
my-
hurts.
My leg just locked up, and yeah, it was like electric.
I like the so I know they do like taser things like when cops go to the training, but
Taser,
I like
taser, taser.
I like the one thing where I saw this video. It wasn't tasering, but it was like the pepper spray, and it was like
Oh.
this group of high school kids that like volunteered for this thing, and they had a cop overseeing it, and they're like, And it was like this news article, like, oh, so these high school kids were like getting tested with pepper spray. I'm like, is this legal to like be pepper spraying like teenage kids?
With a parent waiver.
Probably with a parent waiver, but and they're like, oh, and like all
Don't
of them,
ask, don't tell,
it's
right?
like all of them are jumping and screaming in pain. You see all these kids like, ah, they're screaming, jumping, and you got this one kid on the side. He's just got his eyes closed, just standing there, just like, this is fine. And then like it just pans, it like
He's a
zooms in and
psychopath.
pans on him and starts playing the like Super Chad music, like going. It's like this kid's. It's like
So,
yeah,
a
that
friend
kid.
of
It's like
mine-
he's not. He's just
That
taking
kid
it.
is a rapist.
Yeah, he's just like, I can take this. Pepper spray ain't shit.
He's training for it
He's
anyway.
built
right?
up
Yeah.
an immunity.
Yeah.
and this is
Yeah.
not healthy.
Which is scary. Yeah, it's like, oh man, you shouldn't be immune to pepper spray like that. But,
So a friend of mine who has earned all of their common sense the hard way got a job as a security guard at one point, and on their first day, like, was issued some, like pepper spray. That was the strongest thing that they could carry.
Shit.
And she got out to her car and was like, "Huh, I wonder what this is
There we
really
go.
like." And she's like, I'm just gonna spray a little bit here in my car to see
She
what
did
it's like."
not.
Oh yeah, that car was fucking ruined.
yeah, that stuff is
My-
pretty ruthless.
My
Shit.
ex. Sorry.
But no, she called another friend of a mutual friend of ours, and basically was like, "I can't be in my car. I need you to come pick me up."
Gotta shampoo
My-
it probably, but
I love it.
My ex and her roommate both had them. The two females living together in a college town. They wanted to make sure they knew how to use it or whatever, and they tested it out by spraying some in the shower or in the bathtub or whatever. And then they tried to fucking wash it down, and they like
just put it
mustard
in.
gassed their friggin' apartment essentially. And we're like, it was a legendary story to hear, but I was like, "Are you fucking kidding?" They were like, "Yeah, of course, you would wash it." And I was
Stuff
like,
is rough.
"Of course, and it just
Why wouldn't
the
you? Why wouldn't
entire
you wash it
apartment-
down? It makes sense.
Yeah.
fuck it. Let's
the
use the
entire
steaming
apartment
hot
was
water
effective
too.
afterwards." Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
yeah.
I was
They
dating this one girl.
weaponized
I had a girlfriend that like. There was a time like it's like when I first started dating her, she like tossed me her keys to like open her truck up and stuff, and I was just like, "What's this blue thing?" And I was like looking at it, just she's like,
Some
"Oh, that's
spice?
the."
Is this
Yeah.
cologne?
She's like, "That's my mace spray." I'm like, "Oh, I hope. Whoa, okay. Well, I'm glad I didn't like spray myself with it. Like, what's this?" But that's cool.
All right.
I'm not gonna lie.
4-year-old?
I assumed you would have.
I probably would have. Well, no, I wasn't fiddling with it. It was like this weird like blue canister thing on her keychain. I was like, what is this? But it totally makes sense. Like honestly, it's shitty that it's like I think that most women should probably have something like that on their keychain. It's shitty that should be a thing because it shouldn't need to be a thing. But it's probably a smart idea to just keep some pepper spray on you because there's a lot of
Being
fucked up people
prepared.
out there.
Being prepared for self-defense is something that
Yeah,
is
there's a lot of
important for
fucked up people.
everybody,
Yeah, I
not
agree
just
with
men
that.
and women.
That's true.
So quick, just like I
Yeah.
think we pretty much touched on everything.
I think we
in
got.
the
Did we
patch
get the
notes.
additional prototypes?
Oh, we didn't talk about the projects.
Oh yeah. Okay, I want to add one thing because we should have did this at the start. So at the start we went through who Angel Cartel and Geris's Pirates would be fighting against. Okay, but we didn't go through where the players can enlist. So
Oh, yeah.
Angel Cartel can only be found in Curse and Fountain, and that's where you will
Oh, that's
enlist.
Curse and Catch.
Curse
Oh.
and Fountain.
Oh,
And Geristis, you can enlist in Venal only.
yeah.
Why Fountain though? That's Serpentis, is it not?
It's-
No,
no,
that's-
Serpentis is like Outer Ring and
Or is in
Syndicate.
Outer
I
Ring
could
and
swear
Fountain
Serpentis
It's like
is Fountain.
Serpentis is. Well, I mean, I guess there's like
Well,
I'm
Serpentis
not saying
rats
it's,
and
I'm not saying
Fountain,
it's
but-
their home region, but that's
No,
the
it's not their
predominant
home
Yeah,
region, but
it is
it's
weird that like I
predominantly
think that they should have made these only in NPC space. So I don't like that it's in Fountain.
Well,
There's
get
NPC
Curse, too.
space in Fountain.
What
There's
is-
NPC space in
Fucking
Fountain. Yes,
Serpentis.
there's a
I
pocket.
take it back. Okay,
Well, yeah,
it's fine.
all of
I
of
don't know
is
Fountain
NPC
enough.
space
All I know
because
is I've
only
seized it
NPCs
once.
live there.
Wow,
I've seized it once.
quite the
That's it.
allegation.
Yeah.
As
But-
well as ensuring that your minimum standing requirement is a -2 or better without standings modifications. That's required to join.
I mean, that's pretty lenient. So that's. I mean, I
Yeah.
think most people
And they gave us the big booster towards bumping.
Yeah,
up
the
to
only thing is like,
Infinity
man,
last week.
it's like,
You have
it'd be
little excuse at
so.
this
I
point.
want to do like I'm not a faction warfare dude very much, but I would like to dabble in it.
What
But
about Duncan on
it
faction
would be
warfare,
so
dude?
easy to join
does that?
Garistas because Venal is like right there, like that's like right where I'm at. But I don't want to be criminalized when I go into, like I said, I don't really go to Jita with my main like almost ever, but still, it's just I don't like being because sometimes there's been in the past fleets with the TTC consortium, the whatever thing that grouped in HiSec that we defend the structures.
Oh, you mean where you got absolutely destroyed by Stormbringers?
Yeah,
Oh,
we did.
that
lose.
one,
Yeah. I was actually in a fleet where we got wrecked by Stormbringers. We
Yeah.
were in
Yeah,
a
you
tornado.
did.
We were in a tornado fleet, and I was like, and our warping was a little too close, so we were in the Stormbringer, and I forgot that they had the chain lightning thing because I was like, well, I'm not getting yellow box, so I'm good. And all of a sudden, I'm like, why am I in structure? It's because all the fucking chain lightning. It basically, like, within 5 seconds, half our fleet was dead. The rest of us warped off in structure. I'm like, well, that didn't go well.
Well
yeah,
played, sir.
Yeah, but the thing's like sometimes if we have to do defense fleets like that, I mean, I think the war stuff on the TTC is pretty much over at this point. But just in case, I'm like, I don't want to, be like, hey, we're all going on this fleet to defend this structure. I'm like, I can't because I'm fucking Garistas. That would be kind of shitty.
I think, but just like the other faction warfare stuff, since they've kind of streamlined it, you can literally like hot drop in and out of it. Like, I think it's still maybe a 1-day cooldown or something, kind of like a jump clone or
Like
something.
20
Well,
hours.
even aside
But
from
you
like
could jump in and jump out, like based on what your activity and your availability.
Well, I mean, even aside from the Caldari police attacking me, it's the fact of like anyone that's in, what would it be, Calmill or Galmill,
Yeah.
they could just, anyone in those things could just shoot me, and the rest of my alliance can't help me.
Traden, stop going to Jita. Don't do it.
No, I'm not
It's
talking
not
about
good.
Jita
Nobody in your
trips.
alliance is gonna help
if
you
I'm
anyway,
if I'm doing
right?
a Jita trip and doing it in the
They
shuttle,
know.
and no one's gonna stop me. But I actually just have a jump clone in that station right next to it that has jump clone facilities. The other 4-4 station that no one really goes to, but no, it's more along the lines of like so if we ever have to go through Caldari space for something, which has happened before, not even for the TTT defenses, but just through like traveling. I know that there was a thing when we used to do, like, there was Poshfen defenses that we did, and then we would filament out of Poshfen, and we'd like end up. I don't think we'd end up in Caldari space though. So
That's the thing, though,
Okay,
Traden. You can
tell me about Fountain.
hot drop in and out of it. Like when you want to do that content, you can jump in.
I mean,
and,
I don't do
do it,
Poshfen,
and
but
then you could drop back up. No, I'm
I
saying the
just-
faction warfare thing.
I just don't
You
like
can't hit it out, yeah.
I don't like the idea of like if I ever need to go through HiSec for whatever reason that
Then you
the
drop
police are gonna. I don't want to be like on a hit list from the police.
I like that. I like being a criminal though. So why are there
It's easy to
angel
fix, though.
stations in Serpentis space? Why is it?
I'm not. So this is and
Angels
I'm
and
confused.
Serpentis are tied together because Serpentis makes all the drugs, and Angels are a cartel that
Drug cartel, yeah.
Angels and Serpentis in the lore are actually kind of linked
Symbiotic.
together a little bit. Yeah, they work with each other quite a bit.
They
Only
get
way.
why they got places in Curse. That makes sense. But Fountain doesn't make any sense.
Well, I mean, like,
Yeah,
but
that's true.
like I said, like I mean, if they work with Serpentis a lot, it doesn't make a whole lot of, or it does make some sense that they would have.
No, they got tons of
some
other
stuff
systems
nearby.
they could have been. They were there. They're the dominant. I don't know. That makes sense.
I
There must
wouldn't-
be a reason.
yeah.
I want to know
Wouldn't
what
worry
it is.
about it. It's not like you have to go far. Just go to Hoffib, jump in, and fucking there you go.
So
Here's the thing.
I would probably
We're
just
all
join
NPCs
Angels.
anyway. So you just warp gate.
Yeah, I
to
just go
gate,
the
it's no
back
big
This
of
deal.
sounds
It's
like
fine.
it benefits in it, and I'm gonna worry about it.
No,
Yeah,
you
like-
know what? I think it's because of it's probably benefits the Imperium. See, they made these rules when it was part of the Imperium. They didn't
That's right.
foresee them leaving. So
Did
there
they?
you go.
Did they
Well,
leave?
you can make a
Oh yeah,
jump.
they're
Are you
enemies now,
sure?
right? Yeah, I think so.
Space
Yeah,
Gator,
we're-
You guys shoot them, right?
Total negative
Oh, yeah,
10s, I
we're
think. Yeah.
we're neg 10,
Okay.
man.
Space
making
Gator,
sure.
you can make a jump clone in not you can't make it does not have clone facilities in the 4-4 Caldari Navy assembly plant. The main Jita trade hub that does not have a clone facility, but the other 4-4 station right next door that's like 30,000 kilometers away, that does so you can jump clone there. Now you can move your
Once you
clone
jump out of there. Yeah.
Yeah, you can move your clone over and jump out, and then it's in the 4-4 the trade hub center. But like you can't install a jump clone in the 4-4 trade hub. You have
Does
to
that
go.
have anything to do with the?
Literally.
He was just say it in chat.
Oh, we were
I-
giving
I
you a
was-
hard time about going to
Oh.
Jita. That's right. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, I was, I was
Yeah,
answering
yeah.
him that he's like, you can make a jump clone in 4-4. I'm like, you can in the other 4-4, but not the trade
Yeah,
out
yeah,
4-4.
yeah.
Yeah.
You could just make it insta dock, make the jump clone in the other 4-4, then make an insta dock, and you're
I
good,
have
right?
an insta dock, so that's what I do. Like, I just jump clone over to the other one
You
and
think
just
you're
warp
better than
over in a freaking shuttle or a rookie ship and just dock up instantly. So
Yeah, yeah.
that's what I do there. But
So, so something I found really cool on the new project types that they've added. So one of the new tabs, the main ones, is destroy Capsuleer's ship, and they've made so available parameters is Capsuleer or organization. So you can do the owner of ships to be destroyed as anyone, alliance, corporation, faction, or a character.
So almost like a campaign kind of thing.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
opens up a little bit.
yeah.
No,
so
that's good.
That's pretty fun.
cool.
Yeah.
But these are these things are really cool, and they really opened up how you can do the rewards, which was kind of funky at first. Now it looks like it's
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
work out much better. Yeah, I like these. These changes are good. We've been
And,
trying
like-
to use them in our corp just to because it looks like fun.
Test
play
them out,
with them a
figure
little
it
bit,
out.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And we've realized
we
that
got here?
you don't want to put down like rewards like kill 5,000 enemy ships.
And that's why
That's
I
a
never,
lot.
That's why I
People-
never seen it, because it's like,
Yeah.
what was the point? Like it made no sense to me.
Well,
But this- this now makes sense. Like that you can do something with.
With more options, yes. Initially, it was
Yeah.
basic, like it was 5 options that kind of encompassed a few more with just a little bit of like umbrella or broadness.
Yeah.
But this
but the
is starting
reward
to get a
part of
little.
it was sucked at first.
This is starting
Yeah,
to get
yeah.
a little bit more granular, which I think is where it needs to be, because like this is the whole like whatever leaders and
Yeah.
directors and whatever leadership being able to trickle down here. Like here's some tasks that we want to take.
Well, especially because like the parameters is you get ISK reward per kill mail received.
Potentially, anyway, right?
For that,
Like-
yeah, for
like you
different
said that.
kinds, yeah. That's what I'm
For
saying. yeah,
parameter,
for-
right?
yeah.
I mean, that's freaking awesome. And then when, like even like I know like major blocks alliances in general have a hard time getting people to scan wormholes. Okay, so
Yeah.
they've added scan signatures now with the available parameters as signature type: any combat site, data site, relic site, gas site, and wormhole. ISK reward
So
per
you get credit for each type?
100%. ISK reward per 100% scan of a signature.
Whoa, that's pretty fucking cool.
But they have not added yet to the project manager part of it, joining fleets, which I think is coming because they talked about that.
Yeah, that's
Fantastic.
basically a PAP, yeah,
But that
It's
sounded
a
like they were
like-
going to add that
or a
to the
honk.
or a honk.
or a fat,
honk.
as we've
No,
established.
a fat no.
I don't want to get people to buy in on it. I'm just saying that's what we know of these
We should
days,
call
right?
them plips. That'd be fun.
Plips.
Plips. Get a plips today? I got plip plop all the time.
What you been
Get,
flipping?
get any plebs today?
Get a plops. That'd be fun. Yeah, each kind of fleet should have its own term. I don't know what that'd be, but yeah,
Like
What do we
CTAs,
got?
red pens, all the different things.
Yeah.
maybe. Yeah.
I don't know. What do we got for manufacturer? I never even looked at it.
Do we have some?
We discussed a little bit earlier that there was bonuses for the people who sub up to the different factions in Karzak, or was it
Yes.
Zarzak.
Zarzak? But
You're
beyond
almost
that,
there.
is there more there? Thank you. Is there more there as far
I'm
as
looking.
manufacturing stuff?
Let's. Like you're gonna have full market. Like their Zarzak station is
Oh,
gonna
I mean,
be
just in the patch notes.
well, we don't know anything about Zarzak right now, so that let's just go into it here. So
Sure.
the
Where are
fulcrum
you reading this? I'm not seeing it.
on the patch notes here. The fulcrum is now open to anyone not enlisted with an Empire militia. So that's the main station in Zarzak, the
I thought
fulcrum.
we discussed this already.
we didn't go into
Uh,
all
We
the
did touch on it
details.
some.
So
I
the
read
fulcrum
it
features
probably.
new deathless hangar environment. Players who are enlisted for either or Angel or Gristis will get a separate hangar environment.
Yeah, we
Uh,
did read this because the 70%. We talked about this.
Yeah, but like the things that are going to be available, I'm just trying to find how to list of what's available to who and what. Because did we even go through that?
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think
we did.
might
We
have
did
touched
because
some
we
of
talked.
it.
Yeah, we talked.
We
about
talked
it.
on the
Okay,
industry
okay.
benefits of building things and
Yeah,
and
yeah.
why we thought people might lean into like gang warfare, and that's where I was trying to make the West Side Story joke about like people making gangs and snapping.
Yeah.
It didn't land, but that's
Yeah, you've been drinking. No.
I mean, I just
I
don't
had
expect everybody to know what West Side Story was about, which I'd never seen it, but I'm just aware of pop culture. So like,
I've never seen it. I
West
mean, I
Side
know
Story,
most of the
it's-
songs and I know all
it's
the
gangs,
characters.
it's a
but yeah.
musical, and they snap. Like I could have gone with that, and I would have won like most trivia games. You know what I mean?
Pretty sure we had to watch like the
I've seen it
original
more than
one, like
once.
I'm not
back when
aware
I
of
was
it.
in school.
I know that. Wait, no, that's different.
So
It's
neutral players,
Something about rent.
neutral players will have access to repair, fitting, market, insurance, and industry.
I said that.
Yeah, and then but then pirates are only pirates are the ones you were saying only have jump clone and offices, correct?
Correct.
Should we take bets on how long until the big blocks ruin Zozak?
No, it's already going to happen.
We
I was
need
gonna say I
tell
think
you
that's
right
the
now.
prevailing
Yes.
thought.
What's those
40
boards
days.
where you have a bunch of like
Can
you
we
know,
run a
all the
line
all the days
over
of the
there?
month? And you can pick a day. What's that? It's like
Yeah.
what's that called?
It's like brackets. No,
It's
no,
a
that's
specific
not
term for that. I actually can't remember what it is.
it. Friggin' something with
I mean,
Final Four.
I'm fucked up.
You know what I'm talking about.
It's going to be.
I do-
I'm very excited as an initiative member for Tuesday. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, living in Fountain.
You don't have to anymore. You'll be able to go to Zarzak.
Yeah, but
It's literally
It's
it's
right out
either
my back
Fountain,
door.
Cursor, Zarzak.
What? It's 6 jumps for you, right? If you're in like the middle of Fountain,
Yeah, literally.
not from the edge, like from the
Middle. It's like
middle.
6
Yeah,
jumps.
that's what I thought. That's fantastic, right? Somebody should be able to get there quick.
Yep.
Are we gonna have like new memes with Zarzak at some point? Kind of like the,
I sure hope so.
like with the Poidot thing. It's like, did you know
Zanzibar?
Zarzak is the only named system in the Deathless Space or some shit like
It's
that?
the only named wormhole, really. That's what it is.
Oh, the name.
We got
No,
Elden
there's
Ring.
Thera.
It's a
There's
fucking-
Thera.
it's not a
There's
wormhole.
Thera.
Oh, that you're right.
There's
I
more
fucked
than
that
one.
up. Never mind.
Yeah,
No, I don't do wormholes, so tell me to shut up.
same.
There's another one that's like in all the shattered
in the
ones that has a
shards.
name.
Is there a Shattered one that has a name?
I believe so.
Does
yeah.
anyone actually live in Shattered Space? Because they don't have planets,
You
isn't
can't.
it? Is
That's
it
the
like
thing. You
yeah?
can't
Isn't
settle
it
there
just
without-
shit?
You can't even put pauses. I don't
What's the
think,
point
can
of
you?
Shattered Space? What does it do?
No, you can do pauses.
I'm assuming there's good
They have
ratting in
really
there.
high ratting, mining, all the things. You just can't put pauses. You can't anchor structures. Like you can't quote unquote live in them. You could just log off in them.
Trash.
It's not trash. They're very high value.
Trash.
Drayden's so close minded.
So LB did want to mention running the epic arcs. They're down right now to a 2-week cooldown on Guristas and Angels, and a 45% boost to standing instead of the usual 30%.
There is a wormhole. Arena.
And why
It
should
is.
I, as a tax-paying citizen, run the epic arc?
They're chill.
So you can take part in pirate.
Oh, okay.
If you want to be a pirate.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. Look, LB has a lot of good ideas, but he's not here to defend himself. Let's be honest. He's wrong most of the time.
Oh, these are all LB's ideas? I didn't realize.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, LB did this expansion
We
with.
finished the patch notes about 45 minutes ago.
we're good
He's
now.
been Laidback's actually just been reading off of LB's notes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
I'm gonna be honest with
yeah,
you. A lot of them are
Typical
they're weak.
initiative, right?
This whole expansion is just LB and Darwin getting together in a DM, and it just coming to
Making it
fruition.
happen.
Yeah.
Akaroth, they were huddled together a lot,
That's-
weren't they?
Mm.
I saw them whispering quite a bit.
Has anybody?
Oh
What
shit,
do you
LB is still
What
here.
do people whisper about anymore?
Yeah.
Has anyone done the raid the specific wormholes for getting trapped for the Deathless? Has anybody done any of that?
No, I could never get a fucking group together that actually wanted to go into the shattered space to do it because those drones fucking suck.
Is that a reflection on initiative, or what does that mean?
That's a
He
reflection
asked
on
me,
no
I said
fucking
no.
no. That's a reflection on no friends, man.
It's wormhole space. No one likes that shit.
Yeah, it's tough. Did we wait, real quick though, I'm gonna touch on something. I don't know how many people
Let me
either
touch
looked at the MER or friggin' watched analyses of
Did it
the
have
MER.
graphs?
It does.
did.
Lots of
Did
There
it
was
show
lots of
numbers go
graphs.
up, numbers go down?
That's
Some did.
exactly what
Yes.
it showed, Drayden. Did you see it too?
I just assume it's numbers go up
Oh,
good,
he's just really
numbers
smart.
go down
He's
bad.
just really smart, Akaroth.
and
This
I
guy's
just,
a
I am a
fucking
scientist, so
That's right. Dr. Dre.
yeah.
Ooh, Shadow Ultimatum just lost a 36 bill. Fuck.
Oh shit.
Sorry, Zco notification. So
Oh, funny. real
The
quick.
only one I look at is the
Funny
fucking
Ezekiel
Steph
thing.
stuff.
There was a fight before, like a couple days ago, that I was like just browsing. I wasn't home for it, but I was like browsing through it when I was at work, and I found I don't want to name and shame the individual pilot, but it was just kind of funny. Like
Why
oh,
not? That's what this game's about.
well, one I have to go search
Name and
for
shame,
it. I have
baby.
to go search for it, but it was
Oh,
a
you just don't
guy
know it, that's-
on.
so we're naming shaming you.
Fuck, I think it was. I don't know if it was Initiative or Goons or something, but I think it was Goons. I think it was a Goonswarm guy. But it was a fight that I was like, okay, so my side lost like 1.8 billion and they lost like 8 billion. It was just a fleet, and they were mainly in harpies, and we killed most of their harpy fleet, and we lost a couple things like a couple dictators. I think we lost like a recon and something else, and a battleship. And I was like, okay, well, I was like, that's 8 billion for an harpy fleet. That's quite a bit. And I started looking through the thing, and I found this one guy. He must have forgot to swap out clones, because he died in his 50 millionest harpy and then got potted for 2.5 billion in his high grade amulets. So he had high grade armor
It was half the battle
implants in his harpy. I was like, oof. And he had like a bunch of high grade amulets and then like a bunch of hardwires. So like, oh no, that was like a 2.5 billionest armor clone for his shield frigate.
I don't think it's necessary to make fun of people like that.
You'll
Nah,
get
you
that
know,
on your
it's like
big job.
I'm not making fun of him. It's
Oh,
like
yeah.
that shit
Whatever.
happens to everybody. But I was just like, that
Does
one
it?
dude's pod was like
I feel attacked here.
that one dude's pod was like a third of the entire loss of the whole fleet. I was like, man, damn, it happens to everybody. But
I may
it's
have
like,
gone out
oh,
on a fucking
man,
whelp
damn.
squad fleet.
but
in
I
my
was
Titan
I was
pod
just like,
before.
why is this so high for a harpy fleet? It shouldn't be that much money. And then it's like, oh, okay, that guy's pod is like most of the, not most of the loss, but a bit.
Skyhawk.
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Are those Northern Lights from Canada or what?
So this was actually on my flight to FanFest this year.
Oh, that's an actual
Oh,
picture
hell
from
yeah.
your flight? Fuck.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Dude, I wanna fly
You
through
can see
that.
the plane behind, like the wing behind his head.
Oh, I can barely. Yeah. Oh, I see what
Oh,
you're saying.
Yeah.
dude,
That was
that's
out the plane.
amazing.
Northern
That'll
be your
Lights
boots looking
in
amazing.
What's that
Iceland are
going on the
insane.
top right then? What's
Yeah,
this? Is that a,
so that
It's a reflection of his friggin' TV on
That-
the back of the other guy's seat.
yeah.
yeah, okay.
I was looking for a
It's the
picture. I
menu.
didn't realize you were talking about him.
Yeah,
Oh my
that's
God.
that's amazing, dude. Fuck.
No, for the,
Northern Lights are cool.
for the
Everybody
first show
here
we-
needs to go to FanFest.
for the
Okay,
first
well, at
show
least
that
once,
we
yeah.
did
You must, yeah.
after for the first show we did after FanFest this year, I just started rolling through like a bunch of different backgrounds that are photos I took from Iceland. Like I'll put some other ones up here in a sec.
Actually, most of them were from home, which we thought was really weird. But he did like sneak the ones in from FanFest, so like we stayed engaged. But it was pretty weird. If I'm being
So is Skyhawk? Are you Canadian?
No. American.
Okay. Okay.
I just live in Michigan,
I think
so like
that's
half
the reft.
Canadian.
And
Yep.
think feller. Yeah.
Yes.
I
Laid
think-
back, we would annex y'all if you like whenever y'all are ready for it.
I think LB's our only resident Canadian.
But Laidback is also Canadian,
This is my
Oh,
favorite.
see,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
Canadian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just mean like LB is.
and we love you guys.
Are you
and
one of
we
the good
will-
Canadians or were you one of the bad Canadians?
Depends. What are you
Whoa.
referring
No,
to?
I have no idea. I just know there's good ones and bad ones.
French Canadian.
You mean a little bit of the parlez-vous français? Comment ça va?
Yeah.
Tabarnak, c'est the Callis.
I'm gonna go ahead and base it on what Letterkenny says. So
Oh, okay.
they seem like smart dudes. to
That's a
me.
safe bet. Yeah, those guys know what's up.
Yeah, what was the meme I saw? It was like this baby in the womb. It's like, please not France or Canada. And it's like he gets bored. It's like, where am I? It's like Quebec. He's like, fuck.
Here's a funny for you though. France does own an island, or is like that's their sovereignty. There's a little island off of the east coast that's its sovereignty is to France.
You
And
guys
it's
should
still
have.
to this day.
You guys should have won a little harder during the fur wars. That's all I'm saying.
If you look, if you
Just
look
shake
around,
off those friggin' colonial chains, bro.
Hell, don't make me come down, burn down the White House
I mean,
again.
to
That's
to
right.
be fair, during the
you only
Revolutionary
did that
War of
when
the
you were
United
Britain's
States,
bitch, though.
to be fair, during the Revolutionary War of the United States, Britain actually owned the Canadian area at that time, or most of it, and
They still
we
put
actually tried to
their
take that
faces on the
over, and they repelled us. Our fights up in Montreal did not go well. Fights
Canadians
up
are
in
hard as nails, dude.
yeah, like we basically lost that end of it. We won the colonies, so we got that, but the Canadian side stayed British, and then eventually it swapped. I don't know how it swapped to
I
French.
just love how you guys had to fight for everything, and we just had to ask. It's great.
Yeah.
You,
Yeah, well,
all,
you know what,
all you
like-
had to do was ask was because we wore them.
Yeah,
down.
fuck
they didn't
that.
want. They didn't want round 2.
You know,
Dude, we
fuck-
couldn't even
fuck that
penetrate
tea.
their beaver pelts. Like, what
Right.
were we
Fuck-
gonna do?
Well, before we go
fucking
too far off the
tea
rails,
and
we need to talk
paper.
about the most important thing in the fucking.
Oh, now
passions.
who's on LB's notes? Jesus.
Yeah, I am. I
Christ.
just found it. I found the most
What do you
important
got?
one.
What do you got, Dom?
The normal font size has been moved
Yeah.
from 14 or from 13 to 14. That's important.
Oh
The
shit!
game is no longer.
CCP.
You
Do
know,
you hate
Are
people
you-
on 14?
are you saying that my
so they moved it to
monitors?
14.
Are you
Instead
saying
of
my
13.
specifically sized windows are now going to have like word wrap that I don't
Correct.
want going on?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
my god!
And they added two
No,
sizes,
not
tiny
like
and
this.
huge. Most of
Not
us understand
like
tiny,
this.
but huge is something
Dom,
we don't
why did they
understand.
hate us?
Well, we do bad shit, right? I mean,
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, you guys fucked up. We're going to give you bigger font.
get it,
No,
yeah.
not
Quit
the
fucking-
bigger.
quit
not
fucking
the
shit
bigger
up.
font. We're so sorry,
quit
did you
talking
think you had
shit.
plenty of
Quit talking
screen
shit
real
about
estate?
CCP. They
Yeah,
won't do this stuff.
yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
right?
like-
take it up.
dude. Strike 2. We get Comic Sans.
Wow. Drayden, don't even joke.
Why would you? Yeah, why would
Don't
you
put
plant that in
that
their
in your
head?
universe.
I'm giving him ideas.
I'm glad everybody
What are
here
we
enjoys
listening
a
to?
fair and balanced Steve show.
I'm
It's important to stay, as straight down the middle as possible, and this show does it better than anybody. We
I
don't
love
say that.
everybody and hate
We don't
everybody
say that,
equally.
but we hear it all the time from the community.
except when Red Light's on the show. Apparently, we get
He's throwing some shade.
Initiative gets no quarter when Red Light's
You know
here.
that's all jokes, right?
Wow.
I know he's joking, but it did come off super like.
No, he's fucking good at that.
Oh,
shit.
he's
Yeah.
really always believed.
I was like, man, dude, this isn't even TTTs. Like the shade is heavy.
I can't believe you
Oh,
guys are
I don't
being
even
bad
know him, so
friends.
I'm like, my dude, you need to calm your fucking tits.
You guys
That's
are
why he kept
selling
going
him
because he
out.
knew he was getting to you.
You guys are selling him out. You guys are good friends to that man, and you know he stood tall behind those convictions.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, he was joking. It was
he's
fine.
joking, yeah.
Yeah, you sold him up creek. Redline will be back next week, and he's going to defend himself.
Yeah, see?
I was
That's
like,
what
wait,
Elby
wait,
says,
wait.
yeah.
Actually didn't even see that Elby post. Like, who the fuck is adding me with this weird message? Oh, it's Elby. Okay.
We
Yeah.
were actually talking about you doing that earlier. We didn't have it in our fucking soundboard, but we wanted it. Blah,
Yeah.
blah, blah. We hate this. We hate that.
Oh,
That's
Dre
funny.
did a really good impression. Yeah.
You did, yeah.
I can't do it, but
Oh yeah. Fucking CCP
That was
with
it.
their yeah.
it sounds like a puking noise almost. Yeah.
CCP with their bigger point fonts. I like 13, not 14.
So if you've got
It
a
was really good.
17-inch monitor, it might affect you. Once again, probably affects, what, 27?
Well, actually, no,
to
the 17-inch
third-
monitor, that's got to be at least 112 players.
Do you think 112? Okay.
At
Well,
this
that-
point, yeah.
now we're
that's
getting into almost a percentage of a percentage.
almost a quarter of a percent of a point.
Yeah.
Almost
Fuck.
a percentage of Star Citizen.
It actually probably affects more people than the lack of support for Windows 8 and 7.
As we
Windows
joke, I'm
8?
gonna say quick shout out though, because we have a lot of Veep players from places in the world that do not have a lot of money and or
Yeah.
the coolest fucking gadgets and toys
Like
and
Fountain?
monitors and etc.
Sorry.
Sure.
I
Just
want to say
parts of the
something.
globe.
I got accepted to INN,
To where?
Oh yeah? Are you gonna write?
to Imperium
Are you
News
streaming?
Network, streaming for him.
Oh, I thought
Okay.
it was
Oh,
a
nice.
college.
Right on. Well, congratulations, buddy.
Congratulations. Yeah, that's cool.
So that'll be interestingly fun.
I mean, I hope it gives you
Follow,
some.
hey,
Like,
I'll give you one piece of advice. Follow the rules.
Oh,
Right-
absolutely.
right, Drayden?
Yep.
Yeah,
Here's
if
the
you don't
thing.
follow the rules, you end
You
up
get
like
kicked.
most of the most exciting and cool people that I know have been kicked off that network. So
No,
I would
there's some
say-
good. There's some good.
No,
streamers
I
out
would
we-
there.
say
You're on the
be-
right path.
we didn't get
Be a
kicked off INN.
maverick.
We actually left. We left INN on our own accord. We didn't get
your
kicked off.
own
We
guy.
did get some wrist slaps along the way several times, but we didn't get kicked off.
Was
No,
it?
no, I know.
Was it not kicked off, but encouraged?
Yes.
No, it wasn't even
was
encouraged. No,
fine.
it was.
You-
It was.
We'll
it
let
was,
you leave, but if you don't,
because the thing is like it was more along the line of like content and stuff being said, not that it was like TOS breaking or bigoted things being said. It was just it was
The
a little
drink-
too
the
intense.
drinking.
It was a little too intense with the drinking and the not even the swearing, but just like the tone of the show. That was the problem. It wasn't like necessarily like any particular thing being said that was like that's inappropriate. It was just like you guys are just out of control and just it's like a frat party.
It was hour 3.5.
It was like a frat party times 10, and there's like this is just too much for like a general viewership. So that was the
Laid
thing.
back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
but
we,
we-
yeah,
we've
but
got
we-
a
Araya
better
is
show
correct.
now.
Right, yeah.
yeah,
Fire me, I
yeah.
quit.
Araya nailed it. It was over Dirk. It was over Dirk Drive. Was basically it was just like it was too much. But
You
I,
can't
I
fire
definitely
me.
have.
I
You can't
quit.
fire me. I quit. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
yeah, but yeah, I mean they never even
Fuck
like
that. I
they
said
never
fire
even
my ass. I want
you
unemployment.
know, they never even
I'm not gonna
got to the
quit.
point where they were like inching towards that
It's
way.
sad
Then we
that
just
the
decided
goons
we were
don't
like,
pay out
we're gonna go do
unemployment.
our own
That's why
thing.
they're the worst.
How do you know?
Because you just told me.
Oh, that's
Of
why I said,
all the-
fuck you. Don't. I'm not quitting. Fire me. I
Dirk-
want unemployment.
it was
Because
Dirk.
all
It was
the
Dirk after
They
amazing
did it for
Dad.
like 9
bureaucracy.
years. Yeah.
It was
Goons have
a
not locked down social safety nets at this point, and I think they're really cheating their members by
Yeah.
not giving them a social security. We know how long people play this game
wait,
for.
we get social
They're going to
security.
play into their elder years. Goons need to be
I'm going to
taking
be
care
writing
of.
that up in a suggestion.
You gotta have the young propping
Imperium
up
needs
the
to be
old.
taking care of their folks all throughout their lifetime,
Dude, that's what I'm all
and they
about.
don't.
on
They're
board,
cheating
yeah.
them.
We
I'm old, so I'm on board.
We need the
That's exactly
the
right.
pandemic horde beans propping up the old PL like elders. Like
You guys already do. That's the
That's
thing.
already happening.
give
Yeah, we know
me. I should be getting a tax income from the beans.
Yes,
As,
exactly.
Permanently lagging
as an
is being
old
held
man,
up by the
even though
horde.
I mean,
Who do you think funds your SRP?
I mean, like
Maximum overdose.
that's fraternity.
Yeah.
Fraternity
It's
funds
other
everything.
parties.
Fraternity funds
It's
everything
other
for us. Yeah,
parties.
we're not getting anything from Horde on that. We're just getting all that from
The
Protection.
PL NPCs.
You're just getting
frat.
protection. Yeah.
yeah. Frat's giving us tons of. They're paying us just a bunch of money. Then like I think every structure we destroy in Fountain, we
Trade
get,
the
we
budget
get X
comes
amount of
from all
money
sorts
too.
of places.
That
Yeah.
is the only
but the
alliance.
important thing is you don't make it happen. Other people do.
I mean, I
And
don't
that's-
see any of the
that's
money
what's good,
unless
right?
I lose the ship. But I'm just good enough
That's
to not
exactly
get.
right.
I'm just good enough to not get shot at ever. So
Just fly the ships, and if you lose them, somebody
Yeah,
else
I-
will replace.
I've only had to broadcast for reps once in the last 3 months.
You have to leave
Ooh.
station.
Yeah, like I
think
don't
there's
get. I
multiple
just
jump
I
raiders.
just don't get shot ever.
I mean, I've only gone on 3 fleets.
Although the one time I did get shot, I broadcasted for reps when I was in an armor ship and I was like in half shields. I was like, oh, broadcast for reps, and then I was like, well, now I'm into like 2/3 armor. Now I'm into 1/3 armor.
Take a shot.
Yep, shot. I was like, now I'm like getting into like almost structure. I haven't seen any reps, but I broadcast again. I'm like, yo, like I mean, help, and then
Drayden pulled a Matterall and was like, "I know Matani." He like
yeah.
yelled it
Well,
real
the
loud, so,
structure
like,
went to like I went to like half structure, and then my armor started. I was like, okay, maybe they didn't see the first broadcast. I was like, I broadcasted in shields on my armor ship, so I should like I didn't get reps. And then I was like, okay, my armor went up a little bit, and then it went all the way down, and like more structure went down, and then armor went. I was like, oh, I'm just gonna die. Like, obviously the reps aren't enough to like it's eating through all the reps and some structure every time. Like, I'm eventually going to die.
It's because you fucking broadcasted shields in your
Stargun.
armor ship. You automatically.
No,
up
I
them.
broadcasted
Bump.
for armor while I was
Oh,
in
okay,
shields.
okay. I thought you
While I
meant-
was in
yeah,
shields.
okay.
No, so I broadcasted early. But the thing is, like, it wasn't even like the end. There was some enemy ships shooting me, but it was the fact that the rats so we were jumping on a phoenix and we killed this phoenix. But there was like a bunch of like rats on the spot. So I think I don't know if he was like ratting it. I don't think you rat in a phoenix. So I don't know what was going on. But like there was a bunch of rats there. All the rats targeted me too. So they started shooting me. And that's when I started taking a bunch of damage. And I was like,
I'd be fucked 'cause I don't have rats on my overfit.
and then I was like overheat my hardeners, and I was like that shit almost burnt out. I was like, like getting kind of high, and but I got down to like 10% structure, maybe 5% structure, and then the reps caught enough that I didn't die. I'm like, whoo, my shit's on fire, but I didn't die. I got back to
Okay,
station.
breaking news here.
I
Is
haven't,
that,
yeah,
Oh.
I
is
haven't.
what Sargon
haven't-
said true?
Yeah,
What's
so
going on here?
I wanted to talk about this. So Sargon just said in chat that Udamaska is no more. That's why he called that shot for us. And he said that they got banned for botting.
Banned for botting.
Oh.
How do you? Here's the thing: how do you bot a camera?
Well, that's my question is,
Are
did
we-
he have
are we
other
assuming-
accounts he was botting
I was gonna
somewhere
say, are
else?
we
Maybe.
assuming it's fallout from other accounts? Check the
Oh,
blah blah
and
blah.
gotta- the-
Can you
Hey,
post
you know
the
what?
link?
Machine.
Hey, Sargon, how about you fucking link the post?
Yeah, because
There we go.
some of us are
Bring
bad at what we do.
receipts.
and we don't
Um,
have that. Yeah,
I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Wait,
you may not
Udama
be able
Scout
to.
is
might
that's
have
the
the mod.
Twitch channel that
We're
just
trying
to-
broadcasts
Yeah.
Udama, right? Yeah.
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 But that's the thing is it's cameras. You can literally just log an account. Like you don't have to bot that. So I'm
unless
assuming
he's got
Yeah.
other accounts he was
Again-
botting.
again-
with. We don't know.
Unless
again,
he's
I'm
botting
assuming
the
that may mean well, not even login. That may mean like auxiliary like linked things. They're doing something with other accounts.
That's
yeah,
what I'm thinking,
Yeah, because
potentially.
I was like, yeah, the Udama Scout broadcast. That's
you
not
literally
botting.
just
That's
log in a camera.
that's
and
just
cloak.
that's just an AFK cloaky ship
Yeah,
broadcasting
and
stuff on
stream
Twitch
only.
AFK.
Unless he's doing stuff while he's
Listen,
not
if
there.
he's macro,
No.
if he's using macros, IS Boxer, or anything
There's
to log in after downtime, he is botting.
That's correct.
Right,
Yeah.
right, yeah. But there's no real need to. Like you basically just once you just log your shit out
Well,
near the downtime.
There is no real need to, but people do it anyway.
Drayden, I think
Yeah.
I see what he's saying though. If it's literally not like that's during his like active time, as far as like I log in right after downtime every day. If he has something automated to where it logs back in, re-logs in, cloaks, whatever, and just resets it back
That'd
up,
be real stupid of him.
that would
It
wouldn't
would-
it though?
How else does you
Wouldn't-
a
yeah.
scout stay up
I don't-
23 hours a day?
Yeah,
That's the thing, is
because
I
I mean, you wouldn't have to worry
I don't
about
see
it,
it
because
24
once
hours a day, but
downtime
I'm not
happens, you know,
looking.
because it only be when you relog in that you have to like log in and then cloak up, and that's it. That's all you have to do. But yeah, you would have to do it
Oh.
right after downtime
But-
every time.
Yeah.
Look what
if,
look
so
what
he'd
Reyes
have
just
to-
wrote. I
if
bet
he's
that's
not
what
in
he's doing.
Tamper's time
Now,
zone,
if he's
then hard to say.
European, that could just be part of the time of day where he's just that's
right? I
like-
logged back in, bro.
Like for the US downtime is in the middle of the fucking night. That would be
Yeah,
a
he's
little
not an
sus. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not legit, but I think European time zone would make more sense. But
you heard
I
it
mean,
here first.
What
Drayden
Reyes
says
says
it's-
makes sense though. Look,
Drayden says it's a witch hunt, and you're wrong.
I'm not saying it's a witch hunt.
Maybe-
I'm just
maybe it's a
saying
warlock. We
that
don't
you
know.
said it. You said it.
I'm just saying, like,
Read
I mean,
between the
if the
lines.
dude got caught for botting, then they probably have. They wouldn't just be like,
Got caught
"You
for botting."
seem like you're botting." They don't
Right,
do
here we
that.
go.
They generally they
oh,
usually
oh,
will
here we
have
go.
proof.
Hold on. Here we go.
They will usually have proof.
So,
Breaking news.
Hammondin, whatever his names are, Jim Otsada, appears to be using a bot in Udema. He cloaks up and streams on Twitch for hours, sometimes all day, continually scrolling up and down in local chat. He continues to do this even when he receives a conversation request, and the convo window remains open sometimes for hours, obscuring his screen. However, he continues to regularly scroll up and down the local chat.
Ah,
You know how
That's-
people found that out? Because he streams it.
yeah. I mean, that
Hey, bro.
sounds
you've
like a
been
bot.
recording
That sounds like a bot. But I
things.
mean, like, it could just be the dude just doesn't pay attention to the convo request and just leaves them up. But like,
Scrolling up and down part.
but
of the
And
bot.
why would
he
you
actually-
if you want your
he
stream?
drizzles
If you want your stream done, you'd probably
graphite
just
into his
close
mouse
those.
wheel.
Also,
for-
can't you
for
just
free scroll.
automatically reject convo requests? So why wouldn't you turn that on?
But why would you?
Yeah.
You're an upstanding
Yeah.
member of the community. You want the content.
But if you just want to stream up, you don't want convos taking up space on your screen, have to clear them, so you just automatically.
Drayden, this sounds like some BFL.
This
thought
sounds like he
process.
could have
A
been
lot of
like
people would
avoided
not
all
follow.
this by. Now I'm not defending a botter, but I'm saying he could have avoided this by just setting auto reject convos on. I don't know.
Drayden, I think you
They-
just blew the hole in it. I think that's why we know it's a hoax.
Like, why wouldn't he just
free,
turn that
free
on?
you, Dama Scout, 2023.
Yeah. Who
There
just
you go.
left?
Hashtag.
Oh, we lost Skyhawk.
That's right. Thank you.
Who
Did
is this?
Skyhawk disconnect or did he leave?
Justice for you, Dama Scout.
He hates what
Let,
we're saying.
let your local dev know.
Doesn't like us at all.
Why does anyone do anything? For the hell of it, right? I don't know.
What a
Alright.
reason, though.
Oh, let me fix
Goodness.
Kevin.
Here's the thing. You know, I've written a lot of religious books over the years, and Udama Scout was prominent.
Great and the Science Man.
I have to assume it's real.
Mm,
Like,
Great man, the science man.
I think he's a lizard person.
They've got
a lot of people think they're
Great,
they're-
great.
Right?
Science rules.
We'll get it.
where Udema Scout says it's permaban.
But here's the thing. we're calling it is botting, right? But it's not like botting for
If
ink.
he's-
It's just a different kind of botting. But
If he's
actually it has
botting,
to
it's
be, right?
botting.
Yeah.
Like if he
Do we
actually
Against
know
the
it's
rules.
botting?
if he
Yeah,
actually
based
is
on this,
botting,
it
it's
makes
botting.
sense.
Like I don't care what kind of service you're providing to the community.
Botting's
If you're
botting.
botting, you're botting. So
Yeah.
there's nothing
Look-
wrong with AFK playing, but if you're AFK playing and your AFK is doing stuff actively because you're botting,
Yeah.
not okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if the guy's actually botting and was botting that stream, well, then see ya. You know,
I'm gonna go against the
that was
grain
a
here.
useful service for a lot of people, but you could have done it without botting. You could have done it like without doing that. Like, I mean, you could just like maybe you don't do it 24/7. Maybe you just have it up when you're ready to start the thing, and then you have it up and you just AFK broadcast it. You could do that. So.
But here's why I think it's
Dude
botting.
didn't have to bot unless he was just after the money
It's
from
because
Twitch
of
or
the
whatever.
note from CCP Team Security.
Yeah,
That's
we
why it
don't
comes
need
from.
a Udama Twitch bot. It was useful for because Udama is a big ganking system, so it was useful for people going through Udama to see it. I get the usefulness of it, and but
There's
the
been
thing is,
other
like,
things like it before, but not as
yeah,
long.
but
as
I'm
this
just saying,
one,
like,
but yeah.
there is ways for it to be legit and not get banned and still be just as useful. But the dude chose to go the botting route to make it the maximum efficiency. It's like, well, then get in trouble for botting, I guess. If you're gonna bot, get banned for botting. I don't know.
Here's the thing, and I'm gonna go a little bit against the grain because what I hear from you guys is a bunch of naysaying and basically apologists. What if this guy was actually botting?
That's
No,
what you said he was.
I was saying if he's botting, then he's botting and he gets banned. Like, oh, whoosh. I feel like this is a whoosh moment.
You dick. You got me hook, line,
God
and
damn
sinker.
it.
I did say that. You fucker.
He was adamant, and I appreciate your candor.
I know. You got me. I'm dumb.
Yeah, I mean, if he's botting, yeah, LB said if he was botting at the end of the day,
Here's the
fuck that guy. Yeah,
People on this show don't appreciate botting. Well, obviously,
I don't
Drayden
appreciate
does.
botting at all.
Drayden does, but the rest of us do not condone
What the
that sort of
fuck?
thing.
I thought you were in a
Drayden-
you're in a botting corp. What do you mean?
You fly with
Literally.
one of those like
You're
we
fucking
multi-box, we
botting
multi-box
coalition,
like
for
14
fuck's sake.
shreds at a
People
time
bot
at a
it.
minimum. We're super elite. Like come on,
Jesus
Drayden.
Christ, I could jump into
Come
any
on.
one of your systems and fucking kill like 8 Vexers in a fucking belt.
Exactly.
Because
that
his
guy
bot
doesn't-
sucks, right? That's why.
Because his
I
bots are
don't
horrible.
bot. I fly one rattlesnake at a time
We've got proof.
On one character.
on
That's
one
why.
character.
Drayden's helping with the intel network.
I only
He
have
alerts
two.
the
I only have
bots,
two
dude. They're all
accounts.
script-driven.
I only have two accounts, and one of them I don't use very often. So I literally am one of
That's a
those few.
plausible
I'm one of those
deniability
very
if I
few
ever heard
pilots
that.
that, like, when fleets happen, I fly one pilot. And I'm like, that's it. That's my contribution. I don't multi-box like 8 alts to another shit.
Drayden's watching like the regional gate entries. He's like, yeah, newts in the system.
Yeah,
And then, like, he
I
alerts
read on my
everybody.
PL main.
Dock up.
Yeah, I rat on my PL main.
What a real
that's
bitch.
actually well. I rat here and there. I make most of my money with PI, but
What is a rat?
Oh, you know what
it is a rodent.
Dirty. So did this guy
Starscream?
do this fucking stream in a pod the whole time? I had always assumed he was like in a cloaky ship.
See you, LB.
Are you leaving,
Let's
LB?
go to bed.
You hate us?
Later,
Hey,
later,
oh,
LB.
Oh,
I
what
was
the
gonna
hell,
I was
LB?
gonna do a drink to LB and all the other vets out there. Happy
That's
birthday.
right.
Yeah. Cheers
I'll
to all the
remember
vets,
those guys.
vets and former service members. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So
Right.
it's
I mean, I know the
in America-
Canadians.
it's
didn't-
In America,
Well-
it was Veterans Day today, and I think tomorrow's
Tomorrow.
Remembrance
yeah.
Day.
Well, tomorrow's Veterans
It
Day. I
is
think.
Remembrance
Tomorrow's
Day.
technically better.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah. Tomorrow's Veterans Day in the U.S. I think tomorrow
Remembrance
is
Day in Canada.
it's Remembrance Day in Canada, which is like a
Yeah.
combination of our.
Memorial and
We have
Veterans
Veterans
Day.
Day and
Don't
Memorial
steal
Day
that
as two
from
separate
him.
holidays. Yours is like a combination of the two, right? So it's like
has,
a cell.
it has nothing to do with the United States of America.
No,
Yeah,
No,
like, let's not be
everything you
entitled to
do
it.
has something to do with us.
No.
We know
I'm,
that.
I'm not saying that you're copying our holidays. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah,
we
I'm
have a
saying.
Veterans Day to venerate current service members and past service members, and then we have Memorial Day, which is
America.
venerating fallen soldiers in the past. You guys have Remembrance Day, which is a commemoration of current, past, and fallen members all at the same time.
That's it. LB puts it perfect way. I get that. Yeah.
Laid back. Sorry about this. I mean, I know you're
It's
probably
inevitable.
used
It's
to it at this
inevitable.
point,
Yeah,
but
yeah, yeah, yeah.
you
So
know how
that's,
those entitled
that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys aren't
Yeah.
copying ours, but like basically our
American
Veterans
privilege.
Day and our
They're gonna
Memorial
take
Day, you guys
all the
combine the
credit.
two
What?
and have like
I'm pretty sure most
an
everything we
all-encompassing.
invented and or started.
You guys have like an all-encompassing holiday for all of it together. So
Exactly. Laid back. This isn't your
Yeah.
first rodeo.
No.
I know you
yeah, yeah.
know that they do this.
yeah, I
Yeah,
wasn't
they
saying
do
that
it.
you guys
It's-
were
it's
copying the
unfortunate-
U.S.
It's unfortunate for
or
you
it has
guys
anything
that
to do with the
you're
U.S.
kind of like the skid mark on the bottom.
Dude, they're living a
underparts
lie.
of society.
They're living a lie. But
Yeah,
you know
so-
what? We all have our reckoning one day.
I
Right,
got a
right.
pretty easy life here. I'm pretty
But-
happy with that.
It's okay. I won't lie. I can't even say anything bad because I've been
Because
looking
you're
very
our top hat, you
hard.
bastard.
No, I've been looking at moving to Texas a lot here in the last few months.
Oh,
There's some good
Texas.
comedians.
You're moving to
and
Texas,
some
you said?
silly
no,
rhetoric.
looking at it.
Oh, look.
It-
Don't
you-
think it'll happen, but
You know
Because
where
I'm
you-
thinking like
definitely been
Canada
looking
to
at it.
Texas. That's literally like the
You know
opposite.
what's
I was
hot
gonna
as
say, Alberta.
It's not opposite. Not
You know it's hot
opposite
as
at all.
fuck there, and they have a shitload of tornadoes.
Hot as
And
fuck,
if you
no
go
trees,
towards the
yeah.
coast to get rid
I
of the
live in-
tornadoes, you get hurricanes.
I live
So
in
It's-
Saskatchewan,
it's
which
reverse
is basically
tornado
Texas in Canada.
with water.
Just don't go to
Are
El
you-
Paso.
I mean, it
so
will
you'll
be
okay.
less cold, that's for sure.
Oh, it'll be less cold. It's lots of agriculture in Texas. That's what I do. I'm a heavy duty mechanic for a New Holland dealership, so
Oh, nice.
it's right
Oh
up
yeah,
my
New
alley.
Holland. I've
As-
played.
As far as
I've
truth,
played
I
Farming
am from
Simulator. I know what
Texas,
New
and it's a
Holland
really cool
does.
place. It's a little
And-
fucked politically, but it's a cool
That's
place. And
tax is fucking minimal, so that's good.
yes and no. You actually pay a respectable tax because of like property taxes and stuff.
Well, I'm telling you.
and that's
But
they just
it
roll
seems
into that.
slow.
Yeah,
It seems slow.
Texas also
And-
has like the 8th worst city in the whole world, right? El Paso,
Which one?
Texas.
San
El
Antonio.
Paso. It's like it's in the top 10 worst places in the whole world.
I've read that at least
It's
twice.
a fucking awful place.
That's not true, but
It's not the asshole of the United States, but probably the armpit. Right?
I think
yeah,
the
Texas
10.
has some really cool stuff. It's hot as balls, so like invest heavily in your AC, dude. Just don't play
I
around.
was like, I think the 10 worst places in the U.S. have got to all be in the southeast.
yeah.
No, I didn't say U.S.
And yet you guys
in
still
the
do Eve
world.
Nola. I'm sorry, Delana, but you guys go to that fucking armpit of a swamp.
Let's build everything
was
up so it doesn't flood all the time.
It was
Oh,
actually pretty
fuck it, this
fun
is
in
not
New
good.
Orleans. Granted,
Let's
I
build a
did
city
get my
under the
phone.
water.
We'll put
Granted, I did
walls
get
up.
my
That should be
phone
fine.
and debit card pickpocketed,
Atlantis.
and I got robbed and stuff. But you know what? 10 out of 10 experience. Ate some crawfish.
Yeah,
it was
that's
all
not how
good.
ratings work. Drayden
I tell you
is
what,
fucking
the Alabama
juking the
coast
stat.
is beautiful. Right? Maybe
Alabama's
let's
a
Alabama
shit.
say.
hole.
All
The-
10
the
miles
coast
of
is
it?
amazing. Though.
10
I've heard
miles
good
of
things
it
about
or
the
something like that?
Yeah,
What?
it's about that. It's about 10 miles. to
I was like, all
Kansas City.
10 miles of it?
Like 32.
No.
I don't know.
It's roughly like 86 miles or something.
Is that what I don't know, but it's beautiful.
But
Now,
not all
I don't
of
know
it
about
is
the rest of the
beautiful. That's
state, I
the
don't
thing,
know,
is
but
I
that-
think
just
only
that
about
part,
30
yeah.
of it is beautiful.
Is it the part that's close to the east?
Close to the Florida, yeah.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
I think 10 years ago we had job offers with Schlumberger going to Sugarland, Texas.
That makes sense. There's a bunch
So-
of oil money there, and they would
Yeah.
love to pay you.
I've
Yeah.
been to New Orleans area, and I've been to Miami for like a good 2 hours.
I wouldn't call Miami the southeast though. That's a
I
different
mean
ballgame,
that's as
yeah.
far southeast as you
I mean,
can get,
literally,
right?
Yeah,
but
it's really,
not
yeah.
physically.
Technically, it's southeast, but it's
No,
not
physically,
the
but
south.
It doesn't it's not. I've
It's
been
still- what is
I've
it,
been
like
to New
its own
Orleans and
little
I've
country?
been to. I don't
much, yeah.
remember the
It's
city,
not
but I've been to a town in Arkansas that my grandparents lived in. Yeah.
Bentonville.
Wow.
I don't know if
Drayden
it's
is the
Bentonville.
Arkansas.
Not only is he a VP, but he's like an heir to the Walmart fortune.
No,
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
It
Yeah.
sounds like it, dude.
It was something.
Just
They
right
lived,
outside
they
of
lived in
Bentonville.
there,
Makes
but
sense. I see it. It
But
makes
no, I was going on a cruise, and the cruise left from Miami, and so like we flew in. It was like 10 p.m. We went there, we got some dinner, went to the hotel, and slept. And that's my Miami experience.
So you
I-
have not been to Miami.
I
then,
ate
is what
dinner
you're
at
saying.
one restaurant in Miami. That's it. So I don't really count Miami.
Cuban.
I don't even know. It was
I'll bet you get the best fucking Cuban food down there.
You
though.
probably
That's not
could,
true.
but it
You
was
get
besides
the
Cuba.
best Cuban
it was
food
a
in Cuba.
restaurant. Like we
No,
walked,
you have American food there because nobody likes.
was-
your own
it was
food.
like
nobody likes your own
3
food. You always have restaurants that have other people's food.
It,
Yeah,
it
of
was like
course.
3 blocks
American
from the
food is
hotel that we were.
top-notch in
It was like 3 blocks from the
Probably.
hotel we were staying at. So it was like just some
Hot dogs
generic
and
restaurant.
cheese.
Just
Best
I
broth
got
I've
like a
had.
steak and some pasta and stuff. So
You had pasta in Little Havana? You
That
fucking
makes sense.
weird.
Yeah, yeah.
it wasn't Little Havana. I don't know where it was, but
He's sitting here like stroking off the Cubans, like I had the best food. It was pasta and
It was
shit.
pasta. Yeah.
I'm not saying it was. I'm not going to say it was.
I
cute.
was-
I had a
happy.
pork
It
tenderloin
was real
and mac and
cultural.
cheese.
It's like I had a steak and some pasta dish on the side and a salad. That was my dinner.
Super
Oh, shit.
ethnic.
Why do you keep doing the?
Because you're
It's
giving
got to
them,
be this
you're
if
giving
it's
them lip
it's got to be
service.
this if it's pasta, dude.
No,
Like-
no, we're not. That's
Oh.
a different motion.
That's
Oh.
a different motion. We're thinking. Yeah. Florida, you know what? And you know what? And everybody seems to know how to use and own swords and fucking machetes in Florida.
What?
Oh, of course, you got to go through your
Well,
banana shoot.
Yeah.
There's a lot of palms down
You
there.
also got to wait.
In any
Watch out.
state that has somebody on record as robbing a drive-through with an alligator, it's fucking stars in
That's-
my boat.
Wait, someone robbed a drive-through.
Yeah, it's fantastic. There was a guy who
Of
was
course
arrested
they
for
did.
robbing a drive-through
course
with an
they
alligator.
did. Florida man
they
strikes
threw the alligator.
again.
He threw the alligator through the window and
I'll
demanded money.
fucking let him go. Don't you?
Wait, you
Yeah,
can't. You
it
can't.
didn't work. It didn't work. He wasn't a smart
You
man.
can't do
he was
the
robbing
hostile,
a drive-through.
You can't
with
do the
an alligator.
hostile action before the demands.
Correct. That's why I
You
said it
do
didn't
that
work.
in response
Well,
to
also,
a
you
no
can't
answer.
control a
It's like,
gator very
give me
easily.
all your money. They're like, no.
Well, what if he
I
had a
ain't
little?
got-
What if it had a little implant in its brain and like a little radar dish?
Did-
And he had remote
Freaking-
control?
freaking-
I don't
freaking
know.
laser beams on his forehead.
Maybe I don't know. I'll tell you, there was a crazy article. A guy tried to rob a drive-through with an alligator.
The problem with Florida is, I see the problems. There's lots of problems with Florida. The fun of Florida is I believe they call it the sunshine laws, which is that their media reports on like everything. That there's no privacy in regards to crime and et cetera, et cetera. Like they report on every. Little,
Is that why it seems like there's so
Are you
many more
saying-
articles that come out of
Are you
there?
Exactly.
saying
Like,
crime
it
is
is-
I did
public
not
in
know
Florida?
that. That's interesting.
Crime is
Hey,
public?
crime is public in a lot of places, sort of, but crime is publicly reported on in Florida in a way that it's not necessarily in a lot of places. So that's
Hmm.
why there's an abundance of the whole Florida man thing. It's not the full basis of that because obviously there's a lot of fucking ridiculous things going on in Florida. Like we're not just gonna like pass over the fact that they do fucking silly, ridiculous things, but it's just that we read about all of them because there's laws that encourage that in Florida. Florida's still a real fucking crazy place, but unlike some places, everything that happens legally, like, you know, in lockups, whatever, arrests, everything ends up in the news. And so the Florida man is perpetuated by that, but that's not to take away from the fact that Florida's a fucking armpit. No offense to a handful of.
It looks like an
Floridian.
armpit if you like, you know.
It's a fucking armpit, and it's crazy.
It's also a
And I'm from
penis.
Texas, and I'm saying this. Texas is a wild fucking place itself. Florida's, you know, trying to, you know, make their own new genre. It's wild.
This is insane. Yeah. Fucking all this information is almost immediately available.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's legislation around it. So it's called sunshine laws, if I recall, and it's something about the media and the fact that they can report on like literally any arrests kind of thing. Like so anything that happens, some little like local towny blog post, whatever, you know, something's gonna come out about it. Whereas a lot of places, like unless it like I don't know, as it goes through or whatever, like people may report on it in some way or another, but like not all the crazy stories come out because they're, you know, the legislation.
It's
is
only funny if
structured
you're
in such
reading
a way.
about it. I'm sure it's not funny if you're a victim.
Probably.
Yeah,
I think
that's
that's just
fair.
like a general truth.
That's fair. Here's the thing, like Florida, hold my beer, Texas. Florida's a fucking retirement state and it's a shithole. And I'm sorry again.
yeah.
If anybody here is from Florida, I apologize. I'm sure there's lots of
Although
mean things
Florida
I can say.
now, the prices of it's not as much of the retirement
Florida's
state it used to
fake.
be.
Hold
Florida's
my beer,
fucking
Texas.
fake.
That's right.
Nobody
In
has
Florida
proved
said.
to me ever that
Just
Florida
saying,
exists.
up here,
And I don't
massive
trust
influx
maps.
of population over the last 5 years, and majority of the see, it used to be a lot of. I mean, not counting Washington, Oregon, Montana, because those are all so close that it's like I don't really count those because people in and out all the time of those. But outside of those, it used to be Arizona is what you saw a lot of. Oh, see you laid back.
Yeah,
but-
have a
Take it
good night,
off?
guys.
All
yeah,
right, man,
I gotta,
take it easy.
gotta get to
Yeah.
bed here.
Hey,
Hey,
Wake
thanks for
Wake up
coming
too
by
early.
again tonight, man.
Hey, no, I
Appreciate it.
appreciate
Yeah,
you guys
fun.
having me again.
You're a good time.
Yeah.
Awesome, appreciate
I
it.
Next
appreciate
week,
you.
next week we won't talk. We won't pick on you as much. Maybe.
Oh, I don't.
Maybe.
mind.
I
Not
can't promise
really
what Redline does.
I appreciate you keeping your promise to LB though. And
Oh,
I'm gonna
good
let him
job.
know that you
Appreciate
did
it.
a great job, even though he was watching some of the time.
Perfect. Take care, guys.
Yeah, see, man.
Be safe, bud.
See, I think the Florida thing is, like you said, it's actually a pretty damn big state. Lots of people, and most of them are bad people.
Most of those
There
people
you
are
go.
not from Florida though. That
But
Florida's
yeah, those don't
yeah,
count. Those
everyone-
don't count.
everyone
They're
was
probably
a
okay. My
statistical
mom lives down there.
anomaly on like 8 different bullet points.
My
Yes,
mom
it-
moved down there. I told her
it-
immediately
Florida are
buy a
not from
machete.
Florida.
You
I
have
was
to
saying,
have
there's
it.
a lot of people coming here from Florida because it used to be mostly Arizona and Minnesota for some reason. Those were like the outside. Now a bit of California too, but like I mean, those are like the two most prominent
Like
spots that people come in. Now
Yeah.
it's not those two as much. It's there's a lot of California, Texas, and
From
Florida.
where?
Moving up here into
But
Idaho
Florida,
area.
it's weird because like the people who move from
So
the
that's like the
Northeast
most
live in a
common
certain
ones I
area,
see
and
now
people
is-
in the
it's like-
Midwest live in a certain area.
Yeah, it's there's a lot of Colorado and Utah as well. Like so, Utah, Colorado, but it's like Texas is big. There's a
I
lot.
thought there were laws to make sure you people from Utah did not like spread out. I guess
No,
there was laws.
no. It's a lot of people from Texas. I
Manic,
think
what
that's
the
the
hell
most
are you
prominent.
doing?
I think that's the most prominent was Texas, California, and then now a lot of Florida, a lot of Utah, and a lot of Colorado. Those are like the 5 main ones now. It used
Is
to be
there a chance?
it used to be Arizona, Minnesota, and California would probably be number 3. So that's still a prominent
Is-
one, but
Drayden, I know you
To move to
That-
Idaho though, do you
I don't want
have
to say
be
you
a-
guys. I know your state perhaps leans a little bit reddish. Is there a chance
it's
becoming some sort
it's
of like
not
A little
reddish.
bit?
It's like very
some,
red.
some
Blood
sort of
red, yeah.
proud
It's one of the
boy
most red
bastion?
states out there, which is like I'm a very
Fucking
I'm a
wild.
pretty heavy liberal, so I'm like
And you're
this.
getting all these
I'm like one of the like
Californians.
10% of blue Idahoans.
Not a 3%er though.
Yeah, no, it's like I am quite and I'm not like super radical left liberal, but like I'm very liberal, and Idaho is very, very hard right conservative. So I am like in this island. I'm like an island of like, you know, it's
Sargon, I would agree.
yeah. It's like Idaho is one of the most conservative red states in the U.S. Period. Like, I think
Who? No, he's not.
with the whole like, not to get into politics too much, but like with the whole Biden thing, like that was like one of the most blue turnouts that you've seen in Idaho, and I think it was like 20% blue and 80% Republican votes. And normally Idaho is like in the 85 to 90% conservative Republican voting
Sounds like a blue
in
wave.
everything. Yeah, so it's like
yeah, we got 10 more % this year.
yeah, it's like I am like I'm like a diamond in the rough, where it's like I am liberal and no one else around here is. So
You're
Well, at least
state
most of
trader.
the state's not a shitty place, right?
You're a state trader, Drayden. Like
Yeah.
I know it now.
I mean, Idaho's got a lot of pretty stuff.
Yeah,
too,
well,
right? I mean, it's got a
that's
whole
the
bunch
thing,
of
like,
Oh, it
sections
seems like
of
a
races.
beautiful state.
now here's the
Yeah.
thing. Commander
A lot of
Starscream is like, yeah,
races.
but Idaho or Californians have been moving to Idaho for the last 10 years. That's true, but a lot of the Californians moving up here are conservative
Fucking
Republican
racist.
Californians that are like I don't like this liberal stuff California's doing. I'm gonna move to a more conservative state, and so
Slightly,
And fuck that one up.
a
slightly
lot,
to the right.
yeah.
on
So
the
it's
map.
and like so all the if people are moving in from traditionally blue states now, I know California's
What's
actually.
a Honid?
California is usually Republican, so California's
What's a
kind of a
Honid?
red state, but there's a lot of liberal.
California's got a divide.
It's a divide, but
It's
I think
not
it
down the
usually
middle,
goes
but it is a
Republican.
divide.
But the thing is, like,
No, not usually.
a lot of the people moving up here from states, even if they're a blue state, they are the Republicans moving up here because they don't like their blue state status.
Right.
So it just all the
Same thing with
immigration into Idaho is essentially turning Idaho even more.
It might
red.
just be people love potatoes too.
Yeah.
That's why I would move there.
Here's the thing: if you don't respect what the russet brings to the table,
You shouldn't
you're
live
not,
in Idaho.
you're not respecting.
You know what? I
your
like
diet.
I like Yukon potatoes
some russet
better.
potatoes.
I like the yellow Yukons better than
serious?
russets. Yeah,
You gonna say that right now?
yeah. I'm saying that right
Out
now.
over the stream? Okay.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah. Like, you know what? Russets are
feel
fine
like
for
you really
like
cut
if you're
my
gonna
legs out from
like,
under me.
if you're gonna do a slow cook on something, and you want something because the russets are much more firm and harder. But if you're doing a
You got
slow
some
cook and they're
color
gonna
and
soften
flavor
them
though.
up, then russets can work. But like I like the yellow Yukon potatoes because they're softer. If you're doing a quick meal, they are softer. They're not like hard and like rough, and they just.
That's awfully
So
judgmental.
Yeah, like-
is the Yukon Gold? Is that a sweet potato?
No, sweet
No.
potatoes
Nah,
are like
okay.
the red sweet potatoes. Those are a different potato altogether. I like the
They
yellows
look awful.
are.
Yeah, I don't like
They
them.
don't. They're kind of like russets. They don't have like as much flavor. They're kind of plain, but they do. I actually think
Wow.
I don't. I like them a
See
little.
how he talks shit about both
Yeah,
sweet potatoes
no,
and
you-
russets in that sentence?
Yeah.
And his own
It's like,
potato.
not quite as good
I
as
like
the
the
ones I
Yukon
like.
Golds, but they're kind of plain
Yeah.
and shitty.
No. The Yukons are not. Idaho.
Oh, they're not the
Idaho's russet potatoes. I think
Any,
I know, but
any
you just
Irish
said you
folk-
like Yukon Gold better. didn't you?
russets have their place. Now, if I'm making a soup that's a long, slow cook on a soup, then russets are better because if you have a softer potato like a Yukon Gold in that, it's gonna disintegrate into mush, and it's just gonna be it's gonna turn into mush into your soup.
So those are really soft ones. Okay.
So a long
No,
cook,
yeah, they're
a
wrong.
long cooked soup, you want russets because they'll hold up better, and beet potatoes they'll soften up, but they'll be potatoes still. Russets are better for like a quick meal if you're like something that takes like half an hour to an hour and a half to make. Yellow Yukon Golds are better because they're softer and they will like end up being softer and not like a hard kind of like tough starchy potato. They also just they absorb butter better. I don't know if that's true or not, but like it just a buttered Yukon is way better than a
perpetuating
baked
this?
russet. Yeah, so
He's selling the party line. He's throwing the
I
other potatoes
think
under the bus.
I use
This
Yukon
is,
Golds
this is
for
big
every.
Idaho potato like coming out of your
Oh,
mouth.
we should have
Yeah.
kept laid
This is
back
big
on you. That
potato.
fucking Yukon Golds it's a Canadian potato. No wonder it's fucked up.
Yeah. Now I think they.
Drayden, you're being a megaphone for big potato, and
Yeah.
honestly, I don't know
I'm
how to
not
feel
liking
about it.
Now I'd be like,
I
they still grow
thought you had a lot more
Yukons. I think they
integrity.
still grow Yukons in the area, but like russets are the main potato. I like Yukon Golds better. They're just a better potato.
Wow.
Straight
Dude,
up.
I like the ones from Ireland.
Yeah, and they also mash better. Yeah, so like Yukons are like the best for mashed potatoes by far.
I don't think I've ever had one before.
Really?
Chad, I apologize
Dude,
about
you
this.
haven't lived.
Drayden is very, extremely divisive when it comes to potato culture. It's no question now that he's shilling for big potato. I think we all know. Let's be honest.
Clearly.
It's embarrassing, but you know what? It's his show. It's fine. Drayden's from Potato Land. He's gonna tell it like it is. I'm
I
sure.
do the same thing. We start talking about corn. I
I'm
get
quite
it.
sure. Exactly. You know what? We understand. We know what he's doing.
Yukon Golds for life.
Kennebec was my favorite.
Mic drop. I'm gonna go pee.
Do it, maybe. Do it. You know what kind of potatoes I like?
What's that?
Instant. They're fucking great. They're
I
so
like-
easy. They're so easy. You don't have to get. They're just not. They're fucking great.
I like scalloped, like is it like potatoes au gratin kind of
Oh, I
thing?
do like those, yeah.
I love some fucking scalloped potatoes with some cheese on them.
Fuck yeah.
Get it?
Fuck yeah.
And you know what? It doesn't matter where they're from. He's not here to defend himself, but I'm just the kids need to hear it.
They do. They need
Open
to know.
your mind.
They need
There's
to
a
know.
lot of great potatoes out there. Every potato has value, and don't let anyone
No,
tell
that's
you
not true.
otherwise.
No, that's not true.
Oh,
Sweet
really?
potatoes have no value.
Are you kidding me right
Oh,
now?
I can't stand sweet potatoes. I don't know why. I just don't like their flavor. At all.
Dominic, what the hell is
I don't.
wrong
There's
with
something
you,
wrong
bro?
with me. I don't like pumpkin either. I don't like either
Dude,
one of them.
Sweet potatoes are one of the first it's hard to say vegetable because it's a starchy fucking vegetable, but
It still falls in as a
Sw-
kid. That
my
still
mom-
falls in that group. Yeah.
my mom got me into sweet potatoes and then followed by zucchini and squash. So it was a good trajectory. Like she did well with it.
Jesus. I mean, you went literally from one thing I hate to things I hate worse.
You don't like zucchini or squash?
Oh, my
Do you
fucking
guys,
wife loves them. I just
Wait.
can't stand them.
do you put a bunch of butter on them though? Because I'm from Texas, and if you
Yeah,
don't make it a
that's the way
heart,
you do it. That's
if
what
you don't make it a heart situation, like what's the point?
Sorry if you do. I don't like them. I just don't care for them.
I just want to know that there's enough butter to like question my health.
Oh no, I like even like a baked potato. There's more butter on my baked potato than there is potato.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
I
right.
get it. Yeah, I get it.
Like baked
I just
potatoes
don't
are
like
fun.
the sweet ones.
I
don't know
would
why.
so much rather have mashed potatoes than baked potatoes, though.
You know what I do
Yeah,
with my baked
I
potato?
agree. I
I
agree
flip
with
it
you,
upside down, push it all out, and I mash it up.
What I do is
Thank you.
what-
Thank you. Mix it all up.
when I get a baked
Smash it.
potato, I will.
Baked potatoes are garbage. You're layered.
Yeah,
Who wants to fucking eat
I
layered?
like do like an
Can't
incision.
do like a taco.
I do like an
Yeah.
incision and do like a
Mush
like a
that bitch up.
like a vagina shaped
Whoa.
cutout of the potato. Like it's it's like just
Do
and
you
I,
lick it after that? You start licking it?
yeah maybe
It's starch, guys.
I'm fucking.
Like,
but anyway, so
excited.
and then I
Restrain
take
yourselves.
that chunk out. So I basically cut the inside, like the outside edge of the.
That's
and
what I just said. I just flip
I
mine over.
take that
then
out and then I
press down on it,
Drayden-
yeah.
put
Do you trace the ABCs with your tongue, or
no, and then
how do you approach the potato?
you gotta go.
How do you let
with,
the potato know that you want it?
I give it the old quadratic formula
The
tonguing.
the tip of the tongue or the
yeah.
whole wide tongue?
You know, you got to give it the complex, angle shit.
Got to
and,
get in
you know,
there. You got to get in there.
You give it the
Are we
quadratic
talking, like,
formula, and then
equilateral
you come back
triangles, or-
for seconds with the Pythagorean theorem and just
Oh,
slap it
shit.
on. Yeah,
Are you
just-
throwing out some serious science on that? Fucker.
Yeah, you
A
give
squared B squared equals C squared.
yeah, you give
man,
it
I
the you
get
give it the old math treatment.
Are you kidding me right now?
So I must be a weirdo. My fucking favorite.
And then you hit
vegetable
it
is
with
broccoli.
you hit it with the quantum fields.
Oh yeah, if you
Yeah.
do that, you don't need as much butter.
No,
Hey,
so
let's-
the
let's
butter
not be quick to dial
doesn't
back the
even no.
butter.
So the thing is, like, the butter doesn't even exist unless you observe it. But
No, the butter
Um,
exists.
yeah, well,
real.
it
Butter
exists.
always
It
exists.
exists differently if you observe the butter than if you don't.
I mean, you can acknowledge the butter, you can, but it's there.
Yeah,
Butter. Okay, Akko, here's a serious question. Butter or
but
margarine?
you give it the old tongue entanglement.
Absolutely
You
butter,
give it the
but I
tongue
grew up on
entanglement,
butter.
so like
Oh,
when
you
you
will?
when
Yeah,
you
I grew
flip
up on
up, it goes down. Type
My
of thing.
family's poor.
Yeah.
Well, me too, but now I only butter. now.
It was country crock.
Yeah, no, but I mean,
Oh,
so
I like that one. That's a good
I
one.
was gonna say it was in the big tub, but like we were poor.
you can't
I
believe
like
it's
country
not
crock. That's a good
butter.
one. I
Come
like
Mom
that
on.
one
did
too.
the
That's
best
good.
she could.
Yeah. My
So he
par-
did a lot of like spam.
my
hot
She put a
parents.
dogs.
fuckload of butter.
My
Fuck
parents
butter
were
in-
big
in our food.
My parents were big margarine fans. It wasn't until I moved out that I started doing butter. I'm like, holy crap, butter's so much better.
Do you know what made me
Yeah.
switch to butter only?
What's that?
I watched a video about they took a stick of butter, and a stick of margarine, and put them outside on their driveway, and guess what bugs did? Avoided the fucking margarine. Right?
That's-
They
I was
like
gonna say, that's like
swarmed over the butter.
supersize me.
Yeah.
Where
Did
like
you-
the food doesn't degrade, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like,
And it turns out
Yeah.
margarine is literally like one of the molecules is like it's like almost plastic. I was like, well, fuck
Yeah.
that. That didn't
they're
sound good
putting
for me.
nukes in our bellies. I
You
get
know,
it.
I can't remember. It's they're both bad for you in different ways. So margarine has a lot more fat than butter has a lot more fat than margarine. But margarine, I
Margarine
can't remember if
has
it's
a lot more
saturated.
But margarine isn't food, so why should you
It
eat
has
it?
a lot more
I
plastic.
can't remember if
That's
it's
what he
like
was saying.
trans fat or unsaturated fat or there's one
I
of
think
the
it's probably trans.
there's
'cause that was the
saturated
evil
saturated fat. I think is what
one.
butter
All the
has.
hippies hated it.
Saturated fat is what butter has, and it's like it's not good for you because it is fat that your body will just turn into fat. But I think trans fat is what margarine has, and I don't know, I'd have to relook it up, but like there's a different reason why trans fat is actually really bad for you. So margarine and butter are both bad for you, just in different ways. Margarine is more fatty.
My butter's good.
Margarine is
Treats me right.
Had a lake.
has a worse type of fat that is like worse for your overall health.
My butter used to have the Indian lady on it.
But
like, how
but
could it be
just
bad?
like us,
Oh,
we
the
kept
land,
we kept
Land
the
of
land,
Lakes?
got rid of
That's
the
right.
Indian.
Yeah, Land of
Exactly.
Lakes. They had to get rid of that.
If you look at
It's
the picture
gotta-
on it, right? We kept the land, got rid of the Indian.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
yeah,
That's
right.
fucking wrong.
sorry,
Way
yeah.
more
Good
wrong
for
to have
you.
an Indian on it, right?
Yeah, I know,
It's
and
gotta
so,
be good for
so I know like margarine is processed fat and butter is natural, but I'm saying like so there's saturated fat, there's unsaturated fats, and then there's trans fats. I think margarine is trans fats, which I don't exactly know what that's. So saturated fat is when you have fat
Like
is
that.
is a hydrocarbon, so it's essentially a hydrocarbon chain.
It was like moon,
Sat-
it's like moon goo.
Well, and so saturated means that it's saturated with hydrogens. So all the outside connections of the carbon atoms, science hour, here we go. So
Coat, motherfucker.
So-
Coat.
This is.
I'll
just
redeem
do
it if you want me. I'll
Just do
redeem it.
okay,
Hold on,
I'll get the
We'll
code.
sing it. We'll sing it.
All right,
You'll
I'll
sing
get
it.
the code. I'll-
I don't know how to redeem
I'm
things.
stuck.
Bill Nye the Science Guy. Well, you know, Drayden though. Dre, Drayden the Science Guy. Look at him run across the screen.
Is he talking that whole time? 'Cause I didn't hear him.
Science rule.
There you go.
Drayden the Science Guy. Dre. We're doing two playthroughs.
That's too fucking funny.
Drayden the Science Guy.
I tell you one thing. He mentions like this fish thing. Do you know what's really, really, really gross?
Fish.
Long John Silver's.
Well.
Have you ever
yeah.
bought food there and then like didn't eat it all, and
I
came
mean-
back to it after it cooled?
No,
All right,
probably
so
not.
it
But I
is
mean, like
no
last time
longer
I ate it
food.
was
It
I
is
like
no
think
longer
I,
food.
I think I lost my actual.
Oh shit! It's Dr. Dre.
I think I lost my
Shut
actual
up, everybody.
glasses at my friend's house for Halloween, but I do have a pair of safety glasses. So
Okay, this work. No, this work.
those work in a lab
For safety.
setting. So yeah.
This is more of a lab setting. Yeah.
So
Dr. Dre, how do you
Can
feel
you-
about things?
Will I miss anything? Can you record this, Ackroth, and I'll get the notes later?
It's
I gotta
gonna-
go.
I have to pee real quick.
there's
but-
I'll wait.
Well, it sounds like Dominark's
I'll
about
be
to
right
step away too.
I'm fast.
Let's
Or
pee
are
real
you
quick.
faster?
I'll wait.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Let's
Don't go
pee.
anywhere.
Drayden, don't take off those safety glasses. You need them.
Don't tell OSHA. It's fine. Well, I mean, now that they're gone, call some shots. I'll do another shot actually. Wait, where's that glass? I'm not gonna lie. We are not sponsored by Aviation Gin. We actually used to joke about a sponsorship with Tito's Vodka, but not gonna lie, I actually don't even really like gin. This is actually not bad. I should just drink this straight. I mean, it does have a gin flavor to a point, but it's not nasty. Omega-3 though. I should probably use this time to like research a little bit more to make sure that I'm not wrong in what I'm about to say. Because I think I'm right, but
Fucking wow. Weren't even gone for 2 minutes, and you already stopped shilling Tito's and Manscaped to swap over to some fucking new gin.
dude, it's Ryan
Like-
Reynolds gin, dude. Have you watched the
Like,
commercials?
I have no loyalty. Look at this fucking shill. With his
I'm
yawn.
yawning. I tried to yawn earlier.
What, you put on
and
a lab
it
jacket
did-
and you're just like, I'm gonna yawn just like American
it
doctors
did a-
because I'm
I
overworked
was-
and underpaid?
I never took those off. If
That's
OSHA
right.
if OSHA
I didn't
asks.
see any of that.
But no, I was looking this up. I might be a little wrong in what I was about to say, so I want to make sure that
No,
so-
never admit that.
No,
Don't
scientists will always admit they're wrong.
No,
They will.
Dre, you're not a scientist, you're a doctor. Dr. Dre.
Isn't that the same thing?
Don't- Depends on the field.
Yeah, lipids are fucking. Yeah, they are. There's a bunch of different kinds.
Never admit fault.
And that's what I was saying, like, because I know that margarine and butter have two different kinds of fats, and they're both bad for you in different ways. So it's
Here's the thing.
it's kind of hard to say which, like,
Living
what's
is
worse
bad
for you, margarine or butter. It's kind of like the answer is both. You know, like that's kind of like it's like butter is not good for you and margarine is not good for you.
I'm
But
pretty sure I heard somewhere a stick of butter a day keeps the doctor away, right?
That's exactly right. You have to lube up your
yeah,
system.
I mean, like because you'll eventually die and then the doctor won't need to come by anymore.
Oh, see,
That's-
so it's
that's-
true.
that's how it
Technically
works.
right. Then it's
Yeah.
technically true. So I sat down. I'm gonna lie. I'm stupid. So I put my headset on, and then I started looking for my headset. I'm like, what the fuck did my headset go? Son of a bitch.
It becomes like an extension of yourself.
Or I'm-
Okay,
Like, you don't
okay.
even
So,
think
so I
about
mean,
it.
like, I know I was right that there's saturated fats, there's unsaturated fats, and there's trans fats. I thought margarine was the trans fats. That's not true. So margarine is unsaturated fat, and butter is saturated fat.
Are lipids like they're like small octopus? kind of
Lipids are
squids?
just lipids is a term for fats in general.
Oh, I thought they were like
Like
squids.
all fats are lipids. Now, not all fats are
Which
the
means all squids are lipids.
Yeah, not all fats are the same, but all fats are pretty
That's
much
what I
lipids.
thought,
Well, that might not actually be true. Lipids are like animal fats, which is like what you get from butter and like meats and so those are all lipids. I think
Should
that-
I eat calamari? or
Fuck,
should I
is
not?
there non-lipids? I think there's non-lipid fats. Fuck, I don't.
Yeah, I agree.
like
with
I
you.
said, it's
Jim
been
is
a
off
while
of it.
since
Like
I've
the
looked at.
octopus?
Yes, and Drakenov is right. There's polyunsaturated fats as well. That's
What was
right.
what was the Illustra? What kind of fat was that?
the what?
No, the Wow chips, the ones that gave you anal leakage.
What?
Do you remember that? Fucking
No.
the Doritos. They were like Doritos Wow, and then they like
Doritos
Doritos
Wow? They give you
and like
anal
Lay's. I think
leakage?
they had Lay's, but they had some weird fucking fat
Is
shit they
is
cooked
like,
them
is
with.
like Taco Bell?
Swear to God, they
I
cooked them
remember
with,
what he's talking about.
yeah, they cooked them in some weird fat that wasn't like
There was
supposed to be good for
articles that
you.
were coming out.
But Olestra, there you go. On the bag, it said may cause anal leakage.
It
Because
was like
did.
saccharin almost, some sort of
The
alternate.
restaurant, right there.
I
No,
don't-
Drakenhoff got it.
I don't. Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
remember those.
It
I
was
do remember
legit.
back in the. I don't know if it was the late '90s or early 2000s. There was a commercial for like because that was back like in the heyday of infomercials of random drugs. You know. And there was
commercials about drugs?
there was like a dietary supplement drugs where like it just prevents you don't even have to change your diet, just eat this pill and don't even change, just keep eating
Called
the shit you're
ephedrine.
eating and you'll lose weight because it basically prevents your body from absorbing the fat, which means that the fat is passing straight through your system. I think that was like mostly bullshit, but at the same time they started going to the side effects of the medications, like it may cause stomach problems, ulcers,
Suicidal thoughts.
diarrhea, and then also one of the things was like gas with oily discharge. I'm like, oh, so you just like fart and shit your pants all day, but you lose
Nothing
some
wrong with a
weight.
good oily
But it's like,
discharge.
but
Every
you
once in a
lose some
while.
weight, so like there's a plus, I guess. Like,
Drayden
it's-
was calling out. He was like, "Did you literally just redefine diarrhea
yeah, no,
for this
diarrhea.
fucking message?"
But I was like, gas with oily discharge? That's the worst side effect I've ever seen on these commercials
I fucking
ever.
love that one.
It's like you see the ones like, okay, this will cause high cholesterol, heart attack, death. I'm like, yeah, those aren't that bad.
Yeah,
Gas with oily discharge, I'd rather fucking die.
Especially if it was constant gas with oily discharge. Yeah, I mean,
Gas with oily discharge, dude. Just like,
That's black gold.
damn, dude. You had to like, I'd just buy like a fucking 50 pack of
Beverly Hillbillies.
disposable underwear every month. Like that's what I'd have.
you
You
know,
guys- you guys-
I'd stop
You
eating.
guys
it.
wear underwear more than once?
No, what? No.
I mean, not without washing, but no, I wouldn't even bother washing. If I had
I
gas,
know.
with
In that
if I-
situation,
if I had gas with oily discharge, I would not rewash them. I'd just throw them away every time.
it's a consumable. It's
Yeah.
a white
Who
tea in
fucking
the
gets
hip hop
brand-
community.
But
don't
you
wear
know
your
what? At
underwear
least
3 or 4 days in a
you're
row?
losing weight, right? At least like weight loss
That's
is more important than your.
Stay hydrated and lose weight.
Yeah, it's like weight loss. You know what? That's more important than sanitation, like altogether. So I was ready to talk on the margarine thing. It's like,
Oh,
I
for
apparently
sure.
I'm kind of wrong because. So at least I can go in saturated, unsaturated fats at least, because I do know that generally when you talk about a saturated thing, that's usually a hydrocarbon chain, and saturated means that the all the branches of connections that the carbons in the carbon chain have are all saturated with hydrogen. So, like an example example of a saturated carbon chain would be methane, butane, ethane, like all the ethanes, like octane, all those are the number of the prefix determines how many carbons there are, but they all have branches. So carbon has 4 essential combinations you can have. So the ones on the end have 3 because it's like they're not connected to another carbon, so they have a hydrogen on the up, down, and left, or right if it's on the other side. But then the next carbon is connected to the side. But then all the middle carbons, they're connected to carbons on left and the right, and then so they have the hydrogen up and down. So all the open connections that aren't active carbon connections are saturated with hydrogen. So generally saturated fats are full of hydrogen saturation on the outside connections. Now some of the fats are not like just chains, they're like hexes and stuff like that, but
You're talking about
unsaturated fats, usually what those are, I know Drakenhoff, but that's part of science hour as I kind of go into I don't have a college chemistry degree either. I've taken a few college chemistry classes, but not this is not super advanced college chemistry. This is just basic. But I just it's just fun. Like, we do a science hour and not an hour. It's usually like 5-10 minutes. But
It's
Sometimes it
important
feels
you guys
like an hour.
realize. It's important you guys realize too. This is very similar to like the Doogie Howser program, where like he's
Right.
basically like a a preteen, but like
I'm-
like let's just give him a medical degree.
I'm
anyway.
not an actual scientist. I'm not. I haven't even. Just to let you know,
You
as a
do need to have
pretext,
that, yeah.
I haven't even graduated college. I took some college courses, but I never
because
finished.
I'm only 14.
I never finished, but I do like chemistry and physics a lot, and I like astronomy a lot. So and I do like biology. I like to look at a lot of biology stuff, but I don't know it as well. That's why this topic is a little like, as far as health and stuff, a little like not knowledgeable about it. But like when
Just
people ask
tell
like
them,
astronomy
say
questions, like, oh yeah, okay, you're asking about the James Webb Telescope, or it's like I have looked into a lot into that, so I do know a bit about that stuff. But I like to just go off of the thing. But so
This is him being modest.
basically saturated
knows
fats
too
is like
much.
you have carbons that will like go together in a big long chain, and then you have hydrogens all along the outside. Those are usually like the ane grouping, which is like methane, ethane, propane, butane, or butane and then propane, and then you have like octane, hexane. So that's like usually stuff that uses fuels because they burn really easily because they oxidize and they turn into water and carbon dioxide as outputs. But so that's why, you know, methane and butane and octane, which is what you use in gasoline for cars, those burn really well because they like to oxidize. You introduce heat and oxygen, and they will go through the oxidation process and make the byproducts, and so they burn really well. But oils and fats, that's why fats burn really well for your body. So your body, when it's essentially burning fuel, whether it be calories is a measurement of heat. Essentially, it's essentially like when you burn or oxidize materials, that's essentially consuming calories because calories of heat are produced essentially. But it's so basically your body's like when you eat food, sugars and carbohydrates are basically like the base groups that break down and get burnt, but also fats and stuff like that. They basically break down, oxidize, which then produce, like when you go through those oxidation reactions, it's basically your body is like when you say you're burning calories, burning fuel, you are literally burning them. Now it's not like causing fire in your bloodstream, but it's like you are going through an oxidation reaction, which is the same, like when you light something on fire, that's oxidation happening and you can see it. But that is not necessarily the same process that's going on in your body, but your body is basically breaking down, going through oxidation chemical reactions that is basically breaking stuff down into similar or smaller components that are more stable, because the upper components were less stable and had more apparent energy. But then when you like go through the chemical reaction, they have lower states of energy, which means that you can't destroy or create energy out of nothing. So you have higher amounts of energy, and you break it down to simple things of less energy, which means that there's an excess of energy from the original things that gets released. That's the heat that your body generates. So your internal body heat is made by basically combustion reactions in your body. All your cells are doing combustion reactions and everything and that is what causes your body heat. That's why we're warm-blooded.
So Drayden, if I pay extra, can I get a fire?
You could put a fire. You could light a fire in your ass. It has to be your ass.
Well, you're using accelerant. You can light a fire anywhere you want.
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
But yeah, so basically your body is going through combustion reactions all the time, and that's what's producing heat and energy that makes your,
And that's why
your
the
body
EVs
run.
are going to fail. It's the internal combustion.
So that's why sugars break down, are oxidizing really well, and then also carbohydrates oxidize. Fats oxidize as well. So fats that's why your body makes fat, is because that is a way to store energy, because sugars are soluble. You can't really store sugars because they're just gonna, like the water in your body, it's just gonna like, you know, dissolve into the water in your bloodstream, your cells. So you can't store sugar. And carbohydrates break down into sugar. So that I think they break down to sugar. I don't know. I could be wrong on that. Don't take me on that. But fats are a way. So fats are a carbon chain that can be oxidized to burn into energy and everything that your body can actually store, because you can make fat cells, right? So fat does preserve itself. So that's why your body will be like, oh, we don't need this energy. Let's store it for later. We might need it for later. So if you bring in too much sugars and fats and all that stuff. It's like your body's like, we can't use all this. We're gonna now you obviously get rid of some because they can't store all of it, but your body's like, let's store some of this just in case we need it. So that's why you start building up fat. So then there's unsaturated fats, there's saturated fats, there's trans fats, there's unsaturated trans fats, I think, or whatever the other one said. But yeah, so I don't know the exact chemistry between all of those different types of fats, but I know that saturated fats would be like full of hydrogens, because that's when you hear the word saturated, that means it's all the open connections are generally just like plugged off with hydrogen atoms. Unsaturated fats usually they're mostly covered with hydrogens, but they usually have like one, maybe two, but usually like one hydroxide end where it's an oxygen in a hydrogen instead of just a hydrogen, which then adds what that does. Oh, did it freeze again? Oh,
I'm
I
not
hope
sure.
not. No, it shouldn't have froze. But so when you have that hydroxide, now you have that oxygen which has a negative charge. Now the hydrogen bonds to that, which cancels out a bit of that charge because hydrogens are generally positive, but you do have a little bit of a now polarized molecule to where it does have a little bit more of a negative charge on one side than the other. And so now that is why oils will generally be able to dissolve with other oils, but oils and water is a polarized ion. So there's a lot of oils that are non-soluble with water, right? They'll separate, but oils are usually soluble with other oils. And so when you have unsaturated fats, those have that hydroxide thing, which then allow them to bond with other oils better. And so unsaturated fats have this different dichotomy of electrical interactions, electromagnetic interactions with other things. I don't know the full chemistry and biology of like what that essentially does for health, but I know that it does act different than saturated fats. So long story short, I don't know, but I know that unsaturated fats are bad for you, but in a different way than saturated fats are.
Do you guys know the song White Lines by Grandmaster Flash?
Nope.
Nope.
Is it good?
It's about cocaine. White lines connected to my mind. Anyway, there's like a chorus part where he's like, so don't do it. That's what I hear with like, the fats. He's like, I don't know the difference of this and that.
I
but,
wasn't
like,
getting the
they're both
connection.
bad.
Now I get it. Yeah.
It's like, so don't do it.
Just say no.
It was a song about cocaine, but
Okay.
just don't do it.
Okay,
Don't do any of the fats, saturated, unsaturated.
The cocaine's
steer,
fine, just not
steer
the
clear.
fats.
Yeah, cocaine's gonna clear
No,
your
no,
arteries.
fats
But
are
the fats
good.
are bad for you.
Fats are good in
Oh wow, you're gonna change the narrative
in
now.
the right amounts. Like you don't want a lot of fats.
I defended you.
You go like, what?
Fats are a source of energy. Like you need to have some amount of having a 0%.
Oh, you're right, because fat bottom girls are fucking.
Sorry, Akaroth, but like having a 0%.
They make the rocket.
They make the rock and roll go round.
They make the
so
rock
it's
and roll
important.
go round. Yeah, but having a 0% body fat index is unhealthy.
Drayden, if you won't let me troll, who will? I was just trying to make it a little.
Jesus
I liked
will.
And
Jesus will.
Jesus
I don't think
saves.
I want him over
Yeah,
here.
Akaroth is the
All of his pennies and loose buttons.
Akaroth is the dark bearded Jesus.
Give up fats, snort more cocaine. That's what we're saying.
Yeah,
That's basically the
Studies show.
PSA here. Studies show the people who do more drugs live longer, have better lives.
We've all heard of Keith Richards.
Yeah,
Or
yeah,
Keith Richards, right?
yeah.
I mean, he's case in point. He died like 17 years ago, but his
Ozzy
body
Osbourne?
hasn't stopped moving because there's so much drugs in him.
So
And
we've heard of Mother Teresa. She was 26 when she passed.
She looked like she was
lot of-
153
A lot
years
of people think she'd been doing it for years. Not the case.
old. 4 years.
Keith Richards, Ozzy Osbourne. There's a lot of legends who are just like, we need to let the people know. Like there's a government pushed ruse, and we need to let the people know they operated outside the lines. They were rocking and rolling, and they were showing the people that you have to preserve your body via a lot of experimental use.
Spanked.
Big Pharma's not gonna, they're not gonna loudly bang that drum, but they made it.
They don't want people to know.
They just
So
they didn't patent it quick enough.
I'm going to talk Drakenov. more of Pravi? Because haven't they already taken a portion of it? Aren't they already there?
Pravi's
they,
coming
like-
back to.
Are they are they looking to
Or
take more of
CVS
it? Is that
coming
what
back to
you're talking
Pravi?
about? I think they're already there, according to
I
the
think-
map.
Who'd
Didn't
have
we-
thought?
Didn't we like establish that Wrecking Crew like overfarmed and then sucked as landlords for like 2
Is
years?
then
Severance
they,
going
like,
back?
No, Severance joined. They're not.
They're in
Not in
Fire
Imperium. They're in
They're
Goons.
going Imperium.
No, they.
Yeah.
They.
Oh, they were
wide
in
outed.
D2?
They
They
wide
mothballed.
outed. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They're just a corporation now.
Not a fan of Severance.
Which is real sad to
I
see.
was in
will
Severance.
admit.
Fuck off.
Severance has been around for like
We were
17 years. Like it
Yeah.
was actually wild.
There-
They
There's a-
used to
there-
be a pretty effective group too.
I mean,
Long time
maybe
ago.
like
Long
most of
time
the
ago.
group is fine. I've encountered a few people in Severance that were like very unpleasant.
I feel like you're talking about me.
No,
I feel like you're trying to make it representative of the whole of like a
no, I
multi-thousand
would
person
say
group.
like those. Like I said, it's a few people. So I would not say that. I take it back.
He said all
Those
Severance are
those
bad.
handful
Bad
of
Severance spoiled
dudes, those
the bunch.
handful of dudes that were in Severance that were not very
I mean,
fun.
basically saying all the people in
Not very
Severance,
fun to
especially the
interact
guys
with.
who were in there a long time ago, they're all pieces
Yeah,
of
they
shit.
were not fun to interact with. They make Severance look bad, but maybe the rest of Severance is fine.
I don't even know who's in Severance anymore.
And he said you and we all understand, and this was Drayden's words, so let's make sure, everybody knows
Arcadios.
I'm interpreting. He
I
said,
guess a lot of
we
people are
all know
Arcadios.
that I speak for the entire group.
I think
You do.
Arcadia's soul can be a little like rough.
Keep going.
I'm not a big fan of Arcadia's soul, but also when
do
we
you
were
really-
roaming around in during the open comms room, those one we got into that one. It was weird because it was like two different experiences. We went into like through ESEC or EC Tech Pater or whatever it was.
EC Pater, yeah.
EC Pater. So we encountered
like
one
Pete
fight.
Walker,
We encountered one
PCP,
fight, and we were like, "Hey, we're in these," and we told them, and they came in, and they engaged us. It was roughly a fair fight. We lost, but it was a fun fight, and
Yeah,
it
the
was like,
Brave
"Oh, good
guys
fight."
gave a good
And they're like, "Hey, thanks for the content." It's like, "Okay, that was a fun group," and then we came back into another spot of a different side of Severance, and we got in a fight. It was like me and Redline and LB.
Yeah.
As
was
dude,
later in
and
the
we were
night,
we were in like a saber and two harpies, and we got in a fight. We took a fight with a vagabond. Like, oh, we could probably fight this one vagabond, maybe. I think we didn't end up killing the vagabond. Then he had another frigate came in to support him. We did kill that frigate. I think it was a faction frigate of some kind. I think it was a what do you call it? Assault frigate. Maybe what's the Amar assault frigate? Fuck.
Retribution.
I think it was a Retribution. I think we killed that.
Or was it one of the faction one?
But, no, I think it was the Retribution. We killed the Retribution, and then we lost both Harpies and the Saber. But like as we died, they all started talking like, "You fucking piece of shit, fuck you!" But it's like we roamed into your space to give you a fight, and like we took a fight we probably were gonna lose anyway. It's like we weren't here talking shit, or they just like the fact that I think it's probably me. The fact that I was in PL, they were just upset.
I could
And-
honestly say that's way different than when
And
I
they
was in
just had like
Severance.
their
That-
response
those
was
people
like
would've been
super
kicked.
toxic. It's like, okay, whatever. It's a fucking game. I'm not gonna get upset. But it's like you guys won the fight, and you just like were super aggressive in the local. Instead of saying like, hey, good fight, we won the fight, and like the other group was like, oh, thanks for coming and give us content. We liked the fight, have fun, good fight. We're like, oh, cool. And then we go fight in another spot, and they're like, pieces of shit, fuck you assholes. You
Yeah,
guys
when
are
Iron Pig was
you
in
guys are
charge, that
fucking
would not have
shit.
happened.
It's like,
I mean, this was what,
okay,
6-8
all
months
right.
ago.
Like, we probably aren't going to come back here again then.
This was roughly 6-8 months ago. This was within the last year.
Yeah,
easily.
not 10 years ago.
But
like
here's
when
the
I was in
thing.
there,
Some of those people stay classy.
Yeah, it's like, you know what?
And
Hey,
some of those
win or
people
lose a
are,
fight, stay
real salty
classy.
fucks.
But like when you win a fight and then just start getting super negative and
Don't talk
toxic
to
and just
motherfucker.
like grows, I don't know.
And here's the
It's-
thing too, though, Drayden. You should have known, you fucking piece of shit.
I
flying in
know,
there
it was
with
like
your
fucking
PL
low life
tag.
piece of shit, PL.
Everybody knows you guys
asshole.
kick puppies. You
That's
a
shut
good
down,
point. I didn't
you
think
shut
of
down
that. That's true,
adoption
yeah.
centers. You aim for euthanization
Yeah,
on a lot of animals that are very
we
viable.
aim for
People know that
euthanization
you
on.
club seals.
Yep. We burn kittens at
Your
the stake.
heart
Well, then
3
you think
sizes
they-
too small, bro.
And they make like videos of it and throw it in people's faces.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's
We-
real sad and pathetic.
We are an alliance of Michael Vicks.
and you embody
That's
that,
way
and
worse than I thought. Holy shit.
and you're
Yeah.
you're the publicly facing front of that. And how do you feel about
Sad.
that?
Then you know what you should do? You should join Radicos and come with him.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
Yeah.
Don't listen to Dom. He's toxic.
What?
I think
Radicos?
I think the whole point of that word is you just throw it out now, just like whenever it's convenient. And that way people are like, "Oh
he's
shit!"
Not toxic, is he?
Like, I don't want to be toxic, and
Yeah.
like it's real powerful.
Was it? And Hillman was asking, "What do you think about keto, low carbs, high fat?" I actually,
It's
I-
toxic.
Oh shit, we're losing connection.
Oh no. We'll be back.
They can't hear us. It's 0 kilobytes per second. Connection re-successful. Man, OBS is having issues tonight, but
Mine
yeah.
has
So
a bit,
so Hillman was asking, what do you think about keto, low carbs, high fat? I don't know. Like I said, I don't. Biology is not my strong point. So
He said, "I only did 8 years of medical."
I
school, bro, like, not 9."
I'm not gonna comment
out.
on various diets because I don't like honestly. I think that the best way to go about it is all these now some of the specialized diets might work, but I don't think that like starving yourself of certain needed nutrients because like low
Because
carbs
Dr. Oz told you
carbs
so.
in excess is bad, right? Because and I was right. I'm glad that Sonar God did because I was like I think carbs break down into sugars. They do. So they break down into simple sugars. So that's why carbs are a good energy source because they break down into simple sugars, which then sugars are then oxidized and used up as energy. But if you have too many carbs, they will break down into sugars that your body doesn't use, and then your body will turn them into fats and store them as fat. So too many
Use
carbs,
batteries.
too much sugar, too much carbs turns into fat that stores in your everywhere. So high carbs, not bad, but you do need carbs. So carbs, like I remember the old what was the no carb diet?
Atkins.
Yeah, the
Atkins
Atkins,
diet.
Atkins diet. That was
You
not
should
a
eat all meat all the time.
Atkins was not a good diet because like no carbs. It's like carbs are an important part of your diet. Now you don't want to overload yourself.
Nobody
on
likes the meat sweats.
Yeah,
they
you don't
think, right?
want to overload yourself on carbs, but you do need carbs, an amount of them. That's an important. They are a good source of energy and fuel and stuff for your body. You need them, but too many of them will increase your fat levels. So,
Here's the thing.
now the keto diet is not no carbs, but it's low carbs, high fat. I don't know if that's again. I don't know. I feel like that's just another. I don't want to call it a gimmick diet, but it's like it might get certain results, but the thing is like getting weight loss results just because you lose weight doesn't mean it was a healthy way to lose weight. There are unhealthy ways that you can lose weight. There are healthy ways you can lose weight. And I think the best way and the healthiest way to lose weight, now it takes time because the best way to lose weight is slowly over time. A rapid weight loss system it's usually a very unhealthy. Like if you're losing, like I lost 30 pounds in a month, that's usually not a healthy way to lose weight, period.
You may even see doctors.
Regardless of
You
how
know,
you
that
did
can-
it, losing that much weight that quick is now it might be like, oh, I look good. It's like, I understand you want to improve your figure maybe, but like losing that much weight that fast is generally not a healthy way to lose weight. The healthiest way to lose weight is slowly and steadily over a long period of time. It is a slow burn, long commitment thing, which a lot of people don't like because like I don't want to lose 50 pounds in a year. I want to lose 100 pounds now. It's like, but that's like maybe even if you can lose 100 pounds right now, that's not healthy. That is actually an unhealthy way to lose weight. So honestly, the best diets are just a balanced, even diet of like you get some carbs, you get some fats, you get some proteins, you get some all this the vitamins and stuff like that. Like just eating a balanced diet and not eating too much. That's the thing. It's like don't over portion. Like eat a nice balanced, that's the thing, like a balanced even diet of the things you need, and also exercising and working out. Like that is the healthiest way to lose weight, and that's not going to lose your weight super fast, but it's going to lose your weight the healthiest way. And then portion control,
Drayden, I-
cardio and exercise, and just doing that. That takes the most work and the most commitment and the longest amount of time, but that is the best and healthiest way to lose weight. Period.
Drayden, I really
And
respect
I'm not
and-
good at that because I'm a bit fat, so I'm not sitting there going like I'm like a personal trainer. Like I'm a fat guy. I'm not like massively obese, but like I am not at a healthy weight. It's because I don't do the things that I'm saying. But I'm just saying that is the best way to go about it. It takes
I've lost 45 pounds. by
it takes
drinking more
effort and
doing
work
less.
because it's hard because it's like I want to eat this thing that's super delicious but unhealthy. And so it's hard to tell yourself, no, don't eat that. Eat this healthier thing instead. That's tough to do. It is.
Drayden, I really appreciate and respect that you touched on
drinking
two
doesn't
things
help too.
tonight.
Yeah.
So one of them is, obviously you store fat as fat is energy for later. We store it in such a way. And the second one, which I don't think you touched on directly, but I think it's just as evident and universally understood as that, is that Americans are not fat. We're so powerful in running the world because we're storing so much energy to
That
be able
makes sense.
to be able to
Yeah.
continue to dominate
No.
the world. It's
Oh,
not
no.
that we're overweight, it's that we're storing the energy to continue our reign. Fat is energy. It directly translates to power. It's a very easy mathematical formula. Fat translates to energy. We store the most fat worldwide. We run the world. Everybody knows this. It's not, this is no secret.
Yeah.
And so we're going to continue our dynasty via our excess and our reserves. And that's
Yeah.
why we're doing this.
Yeah.
It's
we're
not gluttony.
we're the top.
It's dominance.
Also,
We're shoring up for the long winter where we continue to fucking run the world
yeah.
That's funny.
via our high diets.
And also,
Terrible thing.
Eiler G, he has a really good point. I didn't actually mention that before, and that yes, he's absolutely right. Diet also depends on your activity level. So yes, if you are now, he mentions coal mining or various like heavy like work things like that. Like yes, if you look at Michael Phelps, he was like all the person like he had like an 8,000
12,000 calories.
it was like 8 to 12,000 calories per day, but he wasn't fat because he worked
Because he
out.
burned off
he
14,000.
just
Yeah,
he used
exactly.
so much work and effort and energy every day that he needed that many calories. So
Man was a beast.
yes, so
He was
Eiler G,
American.
Eiler G is right. It's like yes,
most
if you are
Olympic
a
medals
very
ever,
heavily
American, no big deal.
active day, your general day and your workload is generally super heavy active, you're gonna need more energy and more calories than
And
other
we do.
My
people.
face is nice, motherfucker.
So that is
It's-
true.
I'm not glaring. I'm not
It's
mean.
important for everybody to realize we wouldn't be able to continue our iron hold of geopolitics if we weren't reserving this energy for any given moment where we need to expel
We might
it.
need it. Yeah, no, I agree. I
Exactly.
agree.
And that's the American way, is that we're poised always. It's
Yeah.
like Kung Fu Panda. You're a little heavy looking, but you know Kung Fu.
So, you know what? So
So-
that means I'm hurting America by losing weight.
Yeah, exactly.
How dare you, sir?
I'm a bad American.
Love
How
your country
dare
or
you?
don't you?
I guess I don't know. I'm conflicted. Son of a bitch.
That's
I'm
logical.
a bad I'm a
That's
bad
fair.
person. No, I'm a bad American.
I want you to love your country, and I want you to do right by your country. And
Where's the cheese?
it's a struggle. It's a struggle sometimes.
Where's the cheese? I want some
I know
cheese
you live
now.
up near curd land. Just eat some cheese curds. You'll be
Oh, I was
fine.
hoping Rain would show up because there's a place that would be able to go to that I found she likes string cheese. I found like cheese ropes.
Just
what they
like
call it.
raw mozzarella.
Cheese
It's a
ropes.
cheese
It's not
stop.
even string. It's a
What are we
rope.
talking, like Gouda, Munster? Like,
Nah,
what
No,
are we
it's
talking?
mozzarella.
mozzarella.
Mozzarella is string cheese.
Ah.
But they had Gouda curds.
I mean, you can make string
Oh, yeah,
cheese out of
baby.
a lot of things, but
You
Any
can,
kind of
but-
like
But
yeah.
it has to be like kind of like mozzarella. to get the
Mozzarella is
string
like a
effect.
very stringy, loose cheese. So,
I'm gonna
yeah.
let out another hot take. Mozzarella is the friggin' Italians trying to subvert our calorie supremacy.
Is it a hostile takeover?
I think it's a wedge in that direction, and I don't trust it.
It's working on me.
That's I don't want to see that.
I love
for you,
that
brother.
shit, man. I'm telling you. If they say, "Hey, you can have more string cheese if you let us take over stuff," I'm like, "Here, what do you need me to do?
What do you need me to do?
What do you need me to do? I'll step aside. Give me cheese. I can't talk now. String cheese. There you go.
Exactly. You had a mouthful.
I did. I had a
I saw you
mouthful.
taking their
Stupid.
bribes all night.
I had the cheese rope. That's right. Fucking cheese rope. That's fantastic.
I think it's important
yeah,
that we're all
Dra-
patriots and everybody turn down foreign cheeses. Only stick to good, hearty American cheeses and lean into a little bit of gluttony. It's how we stay on top.
No, Jack, I think you're incorrect. I think it's the fat content.
Yeah, well,
The
also
dollar doesn't matter at all. It's our fat. That's what.
yeah,
makes us
Dragon.
fucking good.
Nothing bad. LB was in the chat for most of the night, but he's not here because he is off. He's in the Canadian Army, and they're having Remembrance Day tomorrow, so he's going to a ceremony thing for the Army stuff tomorrow. So
The
he
giant
is-
feast you're celebrating. What are you celebrating? When you killed somebody with a rock?
Well, no, it's like a remembrance.
I remember LB. We
I was
talked.
talking about Strigek. He's talking about some kind of fasting and then murder.
This aspect.
Look, if you
only have,
fast, your
only have
country
one meal
will
after
never
dark
run the
for a couple weeks, then have a giant
yeah.
feast to celebrate. Back to it. I don't know.
I feel like there's a lot more stabbing with that. Just give me the fat. I'll do my part.
Look,
I had,
it,
a, I, had
it
a,
is.
por- I had a pork roast this week and it had lots
It
of
is
fat
no
on it, and I ate it all.
fluke that this very rotund and healthy, curvy nation rules the world. That it makes perfect sense.
I'm glad we're back. To
And Dr.
women-
Dre
women
laid it
looking
out
good, yeah,
quite
for
clear
the-
for everyone.
Wait.
You need that energy to dominate.
Well,
If you're not storing energy, then what are you doing? It's like a nuclear arsenal, bro, in our belly, in my gut.
I like you. What would you say?
The
You were
we
taking
created
advantage
the
of the
world we have
world.
today.
You
That's
said we were taking advantage of the world, but to be honest, we were just trying to make it. I don't know if I went into that. I wasn't going on. I mean, I don't
I'm
think
sorry,
I was.
I might have taken it too.
Oh, maybe you did. I was saying, like, I
I
don't
will talk
remember
first.
us saying that us destroying the world is destroying our diets, but
No, it's just
I-
that
I-
we
fat bottom
it's
run
like-
girls.
yes,
it all
I-
comes back. Fat bottom girls. It's like
We
well,
run
and
the
that's the
world
thing. Is
with
it's
our
like
diet.
the whole we're destroying the world. It's like, you know what? There needs to be a balance between environmentalism to preserve the ability to keep harnessing energy and various stuff, but there also needs to be a balance of, like, there are things that we need as a society.
What's wrong with the old shoes?
Why does she need there
new
are things
shoes?
that we need as a society that are not environmentally sound to do, and it's like that's just the reality. I agree. I understand that, like, there are energy methods and various kinds of things. It's like this is something that until our society finds a different, better way to do it, we have to do this process. Maybe it's not a green environmental process, but it is necessary to our not just local civilization, but like worldwide civilization. Like, this is just a necessary thing that we have to do. Like, the whole
be fat.
oil
Let's do
stuff. It's like,
By this process,
I
you mean
like
both
that. I
butter
like that
and
we are.
margarine, right?
I like that we. Maybe I didn't read it right. I like, but
I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
not the WE.
America runs the world because of both butter and margarine.
What is the WE?
That's a wrestling, right? World Wrestling.
No, that's WWE.
Oh, it's good. Where it says W? What?
Oh, that's
I was just pointing out X comment.
I was saying, like, I understand. Well, I'm saying, like,
like
regardless, I was just saying, like, I'm all
when we
about
say
them
we
finding
mean everybody.
better energy
it's the
methods
royal
for
we.
things.
This is the way it is. You don't get to choose. We get to decide, right? We.
It's we.
I thought
Oh,
we were
it's
talking
we.
about
Oh.
the council thing, but we're not.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just missed it. But I'm saying, like, I get that. I'm glad that we are moving towards better methods of harnessing energy, but like, like the whole people, like, we gotta stop oil production now. It's like, that's not possible. It's just our world is so dependent.
But we don't have
on-
to eat that to get fat.
Our
right?
world is so
Jordan, it was
dependent
never
on
about the
oil
oil.
right now.
Never about the oil. It's about the fat, dude.
It was about the butter and the margarine.
well, the
Butter and the margarine.
and look, if they wanted to run the world, they would have made all the butter and margarine, but they didn't. That's the
Yeah.
thing. It was
Yeah,
it was,
nobody
it
wants
was
to
never
start
about
it, but-
you and me. It was about the butter and the margarine.
I thought they were getting into, like, green stuff. I'm like,
They
I
could
like
have,
that. I
though.
like that we're moving toward more green methods, but the people that think that we can just shut off oil production today, that's not possible. Like, our world is
How are
so
they gonna make their
dependent
butter
on
and
oil.
margarine,
We
though?
can't just. We need to wean ourselves off of it,
Oh, hand
or
churned
at
butter
least
is better
wean
than
ourselves off
factory
of
butter.
as
I
much
don't
as
feel
we're
bad.
using now. But you can't just, like, turn it off. society
Getting
would
brand
crumble. Like
noodles.
there was like it is way too indoctrinated into our everything
Clown.
we do. You can't just like not do it anymore. You
Are
can't
you
just
talking about cows?
I'm
No,
talking
clowns.
about oil.
Yeah, oily,
We're
buttery
having three different
noodles.
conversations.
We
here, then,
went
'cause you're
from
talking about clowns.
butter
I'm talking
and-
about cows.
We went from butter and margarine to clowns to oil. Like natural progression
And they're
would.
all intertwined.
Yeah, they're all the same thing. Oils are clowns, which are margarine. I think.
Oh, okay. So the clowns of fucking the fat world is margarine. They're the
Yeah,
clowns.
yeah. It's all
That makes
margarine. The world is margarine. Is the lesson today.
World is a vampire.
The world is margarine.
I'm still stand by it.
Built to spray.
Any fucking
yeah.
Built
food
to
product where bugs
spread.
won't eat it, I'm out.
No
I don't want
thought
Secret
requ-
destroy.
No thought required.
Hold you up to the bread.
It's super spread smooth.
So if you do the keto diet, do you get ketoacidosis then? Is that how you get that?
Yeah, it gets
That's how you get
ketoacidosis, whatever you said. Yeah.
Yeah. that's
Sounds
what
like a
I-
disease, right?
It,
Like,
it's bad, yeah.
Eat your butter and margarine. Don't fuck around, kids.
Don't worry about it. Just do as you're told.
The state will decide what the best butter intake for you is.
You know what? I'm not. How do you pronounce that name? Ilurk? Is it, oh, Ilurk G. That's what it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck yeah,
Yeah.
Ilurk G.
I was
Yeah,
saying I learned
The
G.
fact
yeah.
that you're confused, that we that's what we were
I've
going
been
for.
confused the whole time. I thought I was breaking down his statements, and I don't know. Apparently, I got
You
him wrong.
were, but they weren't the
No, I
statements
got
you
him
made
wrong.
tonight.
No, I was totally misled and deciphered what he said wrong. So
Ackroth, did you do that?
I was
It's
trying
Ackroth's
to
fault.
perpetuate it,
yeah.
It was Ackroth's fault.
but I
No,
thought it
no,
was for
you're
the
not
greater
confused.
good.
I think everyone's confused. I don't think anyone knows what we're doing anymore. But you know what?
Here's
Margarine,
the clear thing. We don't know
I
what
was
we're
having a
talking
good time
about,
with-
but we don't stop talking.
margarine
just so you know.
spreads
Yeah.
better, but butter tastes better. That's
I
that's.
know,
I
Jack
think. I
Ackroth.
think. I think
I was trying
that's-
to be funny. It didn't work.
I think that's a thing we can all agree on, and we can just
Sure.
go with that.
Yeah, I apologize for the folks at home. I was trying to perpetuate the conversation
About what?
about both butter, margarine, and geopolitical freedom.
'Cause it is all centered on butter, right?
It's
I mean,
it's all the same flavor. Let's be honest; they're equally important.
What
Butter,
if we
margarine,
made like a
freedom of
halfway
the people.
between the two, like butter and margarine? What if we made
can
like
you mix them together?
What
I
if we
think
made
that's a thing.
what if
I
we
have
made
to assume that's a
butterin?
thing.
Or to be like
If it's not, can we make a
margarine?
Because I think we could. Yeah, like if nobody's doing that, like why aren't we doing?
I feel like
that?
margarine
You know
would
what I
have to be like made from Jesus. So
Drag, I agree with you. I don't. When we go to the theater, I do not get their fake ass butter on my fucking popcorn.
I do, dude.
It's
that-
not
that-
real butter.
oh,
It's fucking fake. ass
It's
butter.
like a
fake.
liquid oil that tastes like butter. Dude,
Dom, do you bring your own pocket butter?
I do.
dude,
That's legendary.
I
No, you don't want that. He pulls that out of his pocket.
Here,
and
I got some.
squeezes it out of like the wax paper. He said, "I got it
I-
nice and
Can,
warm."
can you heat
I
this
actually
up for
don't
me?
know anything about ketones jacking off, so I couldn't explain that. I don't know. I've heard the term
Some
ketones, and
15-year-old's
that's as
like,
much as I
sure,
know about it. I don't know anything about ketones. Now, type 1 and type 2 diabetes, diabetes.
I hate diet.
Type 1 and
diabetes.
type
That's
2
the worst one.
diabetes. Now I know that there's a difference between those two.
Nobody
Where
thinks
well,
Diet-
type 1 is generally genetic. Type 2 can be developed from poor diet.
You're gonna live a better life.
But type 1 is like your body just doesn't make insulin. You have to get insulin from
Because your pancreas is full of
injections.
shit. It won't
I
do
was
its
gonna
job.
say,
Your,
That's 'cause
your
your
body
pancreas
just doesn't
is
make
Yeah,
it.
you
Now,
fucking
type,
lazy ass
type,
pancreas.
type 2,
Here's the
your
thing, you can't
body
accept
doesn't
that.
really, it doesn't make as much insulin as you need, but so you can take supplements, but you don't necessarily need to take supplements as much as like you just need to really, really watch your diet, because your insulin production is like low or weak. I think I'm right on this, but
It's basically bad parenting, and you can't stand
Not
for it.
basically.
yeah. So
exactly right.
Type- type
Let's call
2
it for what it is.
well, type 2 can be managed from a combination of watching your diet for sugar, and then also some supplements. But the thing is, like
And periodic
type
beatings.
1 diabetes, like you
right.
can't even take diabetes supplements, you won't absorb the insulin. You have to
Drayden, don't
inject.
accept those.
You have
brats
to like
within your-
actually.
Not with that attitude, you won't. I mean,
You have to
fine.
inject it into your system now. Now with modern stuff, I know that insulin you don't necessarily have to do like the actual injections as much anymore. You can have like the pumps that like slowly release it into your system and stuff like that. But you still like you have to have an external intake of insulin if you're type 1, and like that's it. Like if you don't get it, you die. Like you will die if you don't get the insulin injected that you need. You will die. Type 2.
What he means to say is you need to put your foot down.
Yeah, type 2
and
you
tell it
can
who's
you
boss.
can manage it. It takes some. Type 2 is not as bad as type 1.
Just don't let it affect you.
Type 1 is like it's a life-threatening
Rise
thing
above.
all the
It's a
time.
choice.
Like you really have like it's like a daily, all day thing. You're constantly monitoring your blood sugar because if you fuck it up, you die.
It's a choice.
Whereas like type 2 is it's a hassle, but you can manage it yourself.
I don't understand all the weakness here. It's just ridiculous.
Huh?
It's the fucking. What do they call the kids these days? It's not millennials, but like, what's the next one?
I don't even know. What is the next?
Z- fucking
Gen
entitled
Z,
bastard.
Zoomers.
Who don't know how to manage their blood versus margin versus fucking blood sugar.
It's not that hard, right?
Yeah.
Come on.
I get
Get it
Pay
under
attention.
control, bro.
Yeah.
Dude, I just like
Tell
every
it
time
who's boss.
I go to
You-
bed.
You run your body. If anybody tells you otherwise, they're being fucking disingenuous and weak.
Every time I go to bed, I hook myself up to a margarine drip right into the veins.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Margarine drip.
Yeah.
Drayden,
Are you
Drayden
a
says
monster? What the hell?
if I didn't have my margarine enough
Yeah.
in the daytime, I'm keeping it going in. the
Give me
sleep.
all that unsaturated
That's right.
injection straight into my liver. I just stick a needle right
It's
into
a
my
filter. It'll
right
be
into my
fine.
gut. Just margarine drip into my liver, right there.
See, Strega gets it. Just punch your pancreas a couple times. Get it fucking. You kind of kickstart it, right?
Yeah.
It's not too bad.
Fucking
Kickstart my
pancreas.
pancreas. There's a whole
Work
song
better.
about it.
Like just insult it and then it'll do its job.
Look,
Because
if you can't,
you know when it cries. Do you know what its tears are made of? Fucking insulin.
Insulin, yeah. It cries
yeah, just
insulin.
Make
yeah.
fun of that son of a bitch. It'll start leaking
Yeah.
insulin everywhere. You'll be fine.
if
yeah,
you
if-
can't
if you
run
have-
your
if you
own
have a type
body,
1
how are you gonna run it?
If you have type 1 diabetes, that just means your pancreas is entitled and you need to like take it down a notch.
You do.
Like
Knock it off that fucking
insult
pedestal.
that thing down off its pedestal.
There are two organs in your body that are fucking evil and must be punished almost all the time. Your
Your liver.
pancreas and your liver,
Yeah.
right?
That's right.
Get them.
All the
Yeah.
other ones work in your favor.
Yep. The other ones. that make
Those
you-
two, and I won't say those two don't. Those two are unruly, and you need to keep them in fucking
keep them
line.
in check. Yeah, you got to keep them in check.
Also, your medulla oblongata.
Look, if you never discipline your kid, they're gonna be a fucking monster. This is a fact,
Fact.
and that's how your body works. You got to keep it in check. And a lot of people say that's diet and exercise. Those people are assholes, and they're gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
It's important you don't listen
and
to that
yeah,
narrative.
and Strike's right. Your liver is strong-willed. It grows back. Yeah, that's called biological
Exactly, it's
talk.
hard-headed.
That's biological talk back. You don't
That's
tolerate
why.
that.
That's why I punish them.
You don't
motherfuckers.
tolerate it. You get back at it.
You know whose liver
you
doesn't
dis-
grow
you
back?
discipline it.
Dead people.
The one who gave it the back of their hand and let
Doesn't
know what
it
was
doesn't
up.
talk back anyway.
That's right.
Oh, did I? Okay, I get this is totally off the subject. But so I was with some friends last weekend. We were all bullshitting. It's like, so I was like, yeah, we're at the waitress or the bartender. I was like, hey, I want a drink. Get a drink over here. She's like, you don't have to yell at me. I was like, well, I saw the ring on your finger and the black eye. I figured you don't listen very well.
Wow.
You're hitting the
Goodness.
liver reminded me of that.
Damn.
Goodness.
Well,
Small
you have
town
to add
America.
you have to add the ring in there, right? She's married. She doesn't listen very well. I just assumed.
Nothing I ain't told her twice before. Goodness.
Canceled.
Kid. Oh, we might be.
And that's the thing.
That's it.
Maybe.
That's
Except that was that a true story or not?
That's how we feel about your bitch kidneys and livers right now.
Damn
when
right.
when you don't keep up your butter and margarine intake. Look,
Kinda
the guy's wearing glasses and a friggin' lab coat. If you don't trust this man, who are you gonna trust in life?
But someone without a lab coat, without glasses?
Hell
some
no.
schmuck-
Hell no. Yeah. Matter of fact, when you take them off, I no longer listen to you.
Exactly.
It's
That's
true.
why
it's
we
true.
know
Yeah.
that while he's wearing them, these are only.
This
facts
is the
that come
most
out.
respect I get during the show.
All day long. Do you wear glasses at work just so people respect you?
Yeah.
His brother.
Yeah, I don't even know. He's like, hey, I need to talk to you. I'm like, put the glasses on. He's like,
Oh,
so
never
what do you
mind.
what do you think about this?
You've been doing a great job.
Yeah, you've been doing a great job. Just letting you know.
It starts off as, I'm gonna use Drayden. I know he doesn't call you that. Drayden, what the hell? Oh, sorry. Can you give me a little help with this here?
Yeah,
Since you put the
what do you
glasses
think
on.
about these numbers?
I know you've been stretched a little thin. Like let's make sure we're all doing the best we can. It's a
Yeah.
big team effort.
Yep, team effort. Let's go. Yeah.
You're the only one in the office. He's like making a team speech.
I think
Fucking
it's funny.
Glasses and lab.
Hell yeah.
Yes. Just
He
funny
goes,
shit,
yeah,
man.
I got a little chill.
Just a
Give
second.
me a second. Let me
Yeah,
grab my
just a
coat.
second. Yeah.
Manipulated.
Why are you
numbers.
dressing like a fucking butcher? That's what I was gonna say to him.
what?
What are you?
Why
What
are
are
you
you?
dressing like a butcher? You
Dude,
fucking
why
Because
do
weirdo?
bu-
that's actually
why
the
are
reality.
butchers
Is
and
his brother's like,
scientists
"What
the
do you cut
same?"
meat?" As
Are
he
you
steps
cutting
into his
meat?
office. Drayden's like, I thought this would work better.
I don't know
Yeah.
any scientists, but I know butchers, and you gotta look like a butcher.
I mean, they
Yeah,
all.
I
I
would
mean, butchers
totally
are
do
just
that.
biological.
They're just scientists that put their
Scientists.
heads up bulls' asses to see if they
Sure.
cut meat. Right?
They're
But you rather take the butcher's word for it.
Good
Right?
morning.
Yeah.
That's one of the funniest scenes of that whole movie.
You can stick your head up butcher's ass, but you better take
No, wait a minute. It's got to be your ass.
you could stick your head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it. It's like, yeah, right. That's well
When he
done.
fucks that up, that's so funny. Goddamn, that's a great
You
movie.
can stick your head up a
What-
butcher's ass, but I'd rather take the bull's word for it.
We should move.
Wait a minute. It's got to be your head.
We should move it.
We should.
Oh
I might
man,
watch
so
that fucking
I
tonight. Yeah.
so am sad. So am sad. That's a
No,
phrase.
no. Express yourself. Keep
I
going.
so am sad. Me sad.
believe-
Me
Video
much.
does suck.
Me much sad. You know.
Because you haven't been able to figure out how to stream shit yet.
No, because so I do know how to stream it, but like all the streaming services like Disney Plus
The man's trying to
and
shut you down.
Hulu and Netflix and Amazon Prime, they've all encrypted their audio now, and Discord can't read it because they are tired of people basically doing what I did was I have a subscription, we can all watch this thing. Well, that is basically pirating, and so now they've basically made it to where like you can play the video on Discord and people can see it, but the audio won't come through.
So
So Drayden,
we tried to watch a football game last
it's-
Sunday. Just
it's
through
a
like the TV
muted-
through the computer, and you could hear it, no video. Right? He could see the video, but
well,
the stream.
reverse.
But
cut
with
out
all the
video.
with all the other streaming things, it's like it's and that which is shitty because I used to actually everyone's like, oh, you can just pirate it. I used to legitimately like I'm gonna rent this from Amazon, so I'm gonna pay Amazon money to then let people watch it instead of pirating it. And now they won't even let me do that. It's like you guys.
Can you not do the watch party thing either anymore? Is
You
that
can
still-
do that, but
can do
the
that
only
still,
people
okay.
that can see it are the people that have Amazon
Yeah, I
subscriptions.
get that, but I
Yeah.
didn't know if they got rid of that.
Yeah,
too.
yeah. So they have that, but so it's like you guys have made it to where like me actually paying you money can't do this anymore. So
I'm pretty
now,
sure I sent you great
like you're
pirates
trying
from
to crack down on piracy is now pushing me towards piracy. So now I have Skyhawk pirate everything, and we just watch it that
I
way.
was gonna say it's a loyalty level. So actually, I'm a super subscriber,
To what?
and we should to all the services. Actually, I have the super subscriber tier,
And they give you
and-
more
and-
stuff.
and what we'll do is we'll not be pirating it, but we'll watch all the things we want to watch and not deal with any of those things.
Yeah,
And,
so-
and
so-
everybody can get paid at a premium because, like I said, I am a super subscriber to all the services. So it's just gonna work how it
That's
should
fantastic.
Right.
because
Super
you know
subscriber for free.
they drop those blocks when you're a super
Yeah,
subscriber.
super subscriber for free.
It's it
That makes
it's-
sense.
it may be a foreign language website, whatever. Super subscriber has a lot of weird caveats, but the big thing is that I pay for all of them, and there's no reason for scrutiny. And yeah,
There's no reason for scrutiny. You should. Yeah, and I get it, right? Because you're trustworthy.
exactly. I'm paying all of you, of course. Got a
But
premium
so
account with every
so my
of
one
you.
thing is like a movie came out. I think I posted in the Discord today. I really wanted to see Oppenheimer in theaters. I never got around to it. I was kind of busy. Now it's out of theaters, but it is.
Did you at least make up for it by watching Barbie?
No, I didn't see that either.
Oh wow, what a
but
ass.
Trash. I
so
think you did.
Oppenheimer is for sale on Prime, and I actually want
I
to
heard
buy
it
it
was
because I want to buy it because I just want to have the movie. What I'm probably gonna do
Buy it on
is
DVD.
because now even if I buy it, I don't know if the audio will come through. But what I could do is I can buy it and then I just like honestly just rip it,
I
and
can
then
stream it and be fine.
yeah. So I will probably just rip it and have an actual copy of the actual movie that's not like a weird pirated one. Because it's like I'm fine with the pirate,
Sounds
but
pretty
there's a
hard.
lot of the pirated ones that come through either the sound. Oh, we just lost
We've
connection
lost
again.
connection again.
Goodness gracious.
My God, dude, OBS is fucking trash tonight.
Just passing the buck.
Yeah, and everyone's like, "Oh, check your internet connection." It's like it's not my internet connection. My internet connection is fine. All right, there we
Said
go.
I'm a super premium subscriber.
Well, no, it's because if it was my internet, I would be disconnecting from Discord, so you guys wouldn't be able to hear me right now. So it's
Don't you question me.
FBI.
Oh,
cut
the
the
FBI
feed.
cut the feed. Yeah,
so
we're
it's
talking
like
about pirate.
I'm on.
Dude,
oh
it's-
shit!
like
What is
my-
it? The RCAA or whatever?
Like it's
that,
like I'm
preying
on.
on
DCA
grandmas.
or something like that.
preying on grandmas who like their grandkid was like pirating movies back in
That
like
makes
the year
sense.
2000.
Yeah.
Like you owe me $100,000. It's like what? Napster.
Yeah, so it's because like I still have connection to the stream like on my browser. I have connection to Discord. Oh, now we're back. Okay. Yeah, so
I don't wanna
it's, for
suggest
some
it was-
for
I
some
think you must-
reason
did you feed the hamster? What the fuck's going on here?
no, for some reason tonight OBS just doesn't like connecting to Twitch. It keeps dropping.
We're about to get banned. I
And
bet.
it's not my internet connection. It's OBS and Twitch's connections are fucking up.
I don't want to
shit.
suggest it was
Ilar
big
G,
protein,
thanks for the sub. 8 months. Holy
Thank
shit.
you. Yeah, nice.
but
appreciate
we
it.
were shilling for butter and margarine pretty hard.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we
I mean,
did
like,
lean into protein.
We
so,
could
like,
probably actually
it's
just
hard to
get
say, right?
we could probably
It
get
is,
Country Crock as a sponsor.
Yeah,
Um,
The big tub?
Manscaping and fucking margarine. That
Yeah.
makes sense. Those two go together.
it makes perfect sense.
yeah.
It does make perfect
But
sense.
I was saying like I'm gonna probably buy the movie and then
I haven't seen it yet either. Weirdly.
I'm gonna
enough.
buy it and then I'm gonna probably just use OBS to rip the whole thing.
No, shh. He said I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna encourage all my friends to buy it and we'll watch it
And then
together
I
at the same
will
time.
because then on the
With all of
ripped
our
one the ripped
legally-
one won't have the encrypted audio and then I can then just play it in Discord without any
Independently
issues
acquired
because
copies.
legally, right? You're talking about
because
legally.
my thing is like
Yeah.
most of the pirated ones are fine, but there are certain
We're
pirated
gonna
things
synchronize
where
watches.
I swear it's like half the time.
When you say
Trust-
pirated, you mean like the
when-
Pittsburgh
when-
Pirates, right? The baseball team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like half the time it's
It's
pirated
MLB.
like
MLB,
Manic or
yeah, yeah.
Skyhawk does it. There's a lot of times where the audio is desynced. That's really annoying.
That pisses me
Oh,
off
that-
too. I've noticed
That's
that.
when
So-
people do it illegally, Drake.
That happens a lot, and then so it was desynced a lot when Manic did it. When Skyhawk did it, like the quality would go in and out. It would like just like chop up, and it's like all these pirated versions. It's like okay, yes, it is the movie, but it's like there's all these imperfections where it's just like I don't want that.
You know
if
what
I
you could do?
if I
Play it on
buy
your screen.
if I
put your camera at it.
yeah or
Hey. Just
Or-
set
but-
your phone up and do FaceTime.
But my thing is like, if I buy the legitimate copy and then just record the whole thing
No.
in
no,
full
no, no.
quality, I will have an actual full quality thing that's not going to have all these like weird pirated issues with it, and
Drayden, that's
then
illegal.
everyone can watch it.
That's illegal. No.
You know
don't
what?
talk about
I'm gonna have to admit to I lurk.
Because I feel like
Hey, look, Yo, G,
70%
I
of the
like 'em
pirated
both.
versions have quirks to them. That it's like, yeah, you know,
Prefer
the
fresh,
gist of the
but I
movie
use
is
it.
here, but it's just not as good as just watching a full quality one of like an. So it's like if
So
you
what we
just
should do is
if
just all
you
come over to your
actu-
place and watch it.
If you actually
right?
rip a
Do you-
legitimate copy, and that's the thing is like pirated versions are like I don't want to give the person money. It's like okay, but if I give the original person money, but then I can like now give it to everyone else. It's gonna be a full flawless version as opposed to whatever
Yeah.
imperfections
So I'll pay you
get.
$18.
imperfections you get with, like-
500. By spending.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I
So
get
it's like I like the most of the pirated
Seems
versions
like
they
they're
have
coming
all
out
these,
ahead.
they have all these imperfections that I'm just like I'd rather just pay the fucking few dollars to rent it and like get it the real one, you know?
Is that
So
a
I feel-
thing? Okay, I'm sorry. I lurk. Is that a thing for Idahoans? Right? Is this
Yeah,
normal?
we ramble a lot.
Oh,
wait, is
now it
Eiler-
makes sense.
Is Eiler an Idahoan?
Wow,
Oh
He
shit.
just knows some, I think.
goodness. I was just gonna say, I know we're all of kind of like a similar. I don't want to quite say generation. We're not fairly too far from each other. Do you guys remember fucking bootleg copies where you were like they were in the theater and like you were watching people? Like
I've watched a
we all
couple of them,
experienced
honestly.
this
I've
20
watched a
years
couple
ago,
of
right?
them.
Like,
Can
can we acknowledge how far we've come? Where we're
Yeah.
just like streaming,
Well, yeah, they're
Over
able to
the
steal them
mountains.
in much better quality. Yeah.
That
But like
means-
it used to be just like somebody in Russia, like with a fucking, hand camera, like
Or India or
with
something.
their
yeah,
on the armrest, and every once in a while you see somebody moving across the aisle, like 2 or 3 down, and like that was not so long ago.
What is handbrake? That's
Okay,
interesting.
Eiler is from Idaho.
Oh, it's an
A hoe
emergency
for the
brake. You
mountains.
pull
That
it up.
means he's got to be
That's how you drift.
central or northern
Got it. I
Idaho.
get it.
All right, cool.
Deja vu. Da, 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 da.
Do-do-do-do. I don't know what that is.
Some animation.
Like I always say, the people in my area, it's like, hit me up. I'm out. I'm always down to go have a drink, get some food at some
He'll,
point.
he'll let you come over and stay at his house.
Little local meetup.
The important message
Did
that
that with
we want
Strike
to
one
leave you with,
time? It was good.
if anybody's confused, is that no one here advocates doing anything illegitimately or not paying the necessary people for their hard work.
And Amazon doesn't watch the stream. It's not like-
Everybody here pays all the bills, and we support all the artists, and we
Yeah.
want to make sure
It's
everybody
not
gets
like
paid.
Amazon has any say on what happens on Twitch.
No, but it's not about Amazon. It was never about Amazon.
Never been Amazon.
It's always about
It's
Amazon.
it's about the actors and the directors and the key grip.
It's about
the
it's
key
about the-
grip.
the best boy grip.
The best
Yeah, I
boy.
was gonna
Those,
say the
they
best
need their
boy,
fucking
exactly.
You need the best boy grip
Don't be
needs that
disrespecting
pay.
these fuckers.
It's
Give them
important to
give them
remember the
cash.
little people,
The
and that's what this shows.
you know who I think
is the
combination of needs more.
I did too.
Sometimes some of them I disagree with because like obviously I don't think they're doing their job as well, but I think when it's done right needs way more recognition is continuity directors or management.
From one
sure there's
movie
not
to
like,
another, or from
No,
the
they're
story
the
to
one. No,
movie?
from scene
Like
to scene
flaws
because
within the scene.
honestly,
Okay, yeah,
because scenes are shot very separate. So like when you see a scene,
Things
like
have
the
gotten
third
sloppy.
scene in the movie could be shot at the same time as like the 58th scene in the movie. But when
But really,
because
it's 4
when
months
they're
apart and they
shooting
moved
these
a bunch of
scenes, it's like okay, but when you see the scene in this scene,
I
the
do
guy
know.
has
How
a
do you know
scar
that?
up here, and then because he just recently got in a fight, so he's got this like cut on his elbow on his forehead, and then when it comes, it's like okay, then you have like a flashback or whatever, and it's the same scene, and they shot that at the same time, but maybe from different times of the day. They forgot to put the thing back on there, and it's like, wait. This guy had a cut on his forehead. Now he doesn't. And then also it's like, so there is continuity, the continuity directors or whatever they're called. They're the ones
the
to
little
sit there and look at the chronology of the movie or show and be like, this should be like this because this person just came from here and this was going on. So this needs to be like this here. Or even just a scene setup. Or, okay, we shot this one scene one day and then we'll come back to it later. We're going to shoot the scene again. It's like, this cup was on the table here. This needs to be back on the table
sure it's
here
back
because
where it
when
needs
you
to be.
if you cut to this scene and you show it, then you cut back to the scene which was shot like a month later, and that cup's gone. People are like, wait, what happened to the cup? Most people don't care about that shit, but it's like
but
that,
people will notice.
those little small details can matter, and the people that like their job is to make sure that the continuity goes from one scene to the next. Like they need more recognition and praise when they get it right. When they get it wrong, it's like you guys should like this is your job and you fucked it up. But when they get it right, it's like good on you. You know, so I think I like
Well,
continuity.
that's the thing is when they
stuff.
get it right, you shouldn't even notice at all. You shouldn't. think
Right,
about
and
it
that's the
because
thing. It's like
something is wrong.
it's like if they do their
That's what
job
Dr.
right,
Dre
they
is
don't get
saying.
right.
He's
Yeah,
saying, do your fucking job.
when they get it right, no one notices. When they get it wrong, everyone notices. So like praise when they get it right. I think is
Do your fucking job. He said it. He was a real rude to all the crew
Yeah.
members. Best boy, key grip. all
also
of
you'll get less sins.
No
on
one's
cin-
there. You better not be read the best
You'll
boy.
get
That'll
less
fuck
sins
with
on
your life.
cinema
Yeah.
sins because they won't pick apart your shit as much.
I had one day Matterall explain to me all what all those different positions do because he used to work in
Yeah.
that industry, and it's like based on their names, not what they do.
them.
It's pretty interesting actually. Exactly, the best boy is actually pretty fucking important on the scene. Like when they're
Those grips also important.
Well, that's the lighting thing, right? They're like in charge of lighting and
but-
shit. Yeah.
Something with the
I dropped.
That was
There's no
something
drops
Leviathan.
this weekend, buddy.
Yeah,
sorry.
we have
I don't
drops.
remember. I'll have to
the
ask
stream
you.
was a
Yeah,
lot.
sorry, Leviathan. We have drops enabled on the channel, but I don't think there's any drops going on, so I probably should have taken it out of the title. Just because we do have drops enabled, but
probably
there's no
It's hard to say.
campaign running right now, so I don't think there's any drops you can earn anything on at the moment. Yeah, sorry.
But what if you could and we just weren't paying attention?
But
Like,
if
he's
there
covered his
was
bases.
a drop campaign active, it would be going here.
He wanted
So,
you to know that you could have gotten it.
yeah,
if it was
it's just kind of one of those, like, you know what, it's like the fish line, like, I got you $1, you know, with the,
So,
with the insurance.
Freelancer Gaffer's in charge of
going. Dangling the carrot.
I had to look it
Yeah.
up because I couldn't remember. And we do like Art Gravy. We sometimes,
Art
most of the
Gravy's
most of the time we fail at rating, but sometimes
Yeah.
we've rated him before.
Definitely, 100%. There's been a lot of support from this channel to agree.
Yeah, definitely catfishing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
it's a lot of like hot MILF in your area, but it never is.
And I've noticed it's happened, right? Because we've gone from like 23 up to 50 some, and then I was way back down. Like that, they're
Yeah.
looking for drops, those fuckers.
They notice that it's not a MILF, like, and it doesn't take long. Let's be honest.
I remember seeing that. I love the meme where it's like it was like me running a VPN, and then it was like some cartoon where there's like this chick like over on the other side of the fence, and she was like super sad. It's like hot MILFs in my area, because the VPN blocked it all.
Oh shit, that's funny.
It's like, oh man, yeah, those hot MILFs, man. You just gonna let them hang in like that?
They just need love too.
Yeah.
What will they do if you don't click that banner or pop up ad?
Right?
Cry. Probably.
They
Yeah.
need love too.
Yeah, they all need love. No more milfing around. No more milfing around. Fuck, get his shit done.
But yeah, iLurk. I feel like I've seen iLurk on both Art Gravy, maybe Shad Squatches as well. I might be wrong.
So
I feel like I've seen him in a
Art
couple.
Gravy's the one that he belongs to a group that does some charity stuff, right? Am I right?
A few of them do. Shad
Well,
Squatch just did a
But I
charity
actually
stream last
I
week.
look him up the other day, and it's a really cool charity. I actually gave him.
I was like,
I've heard
I
it's
like
awesome.
just resubbed for like 7 months in a row, so he's been around.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, not like you have been trading your shit, right? You've been around, and you're gonna
I
be
mean-
joining TNT again with Radicus and me. We
That's
gotta get LB.
Yeah,
Heard
that's right.
Or
Back
the
to the
fucking
back to
AT
the back to the Imperium fold.
I was gonna say Dom mentioned earlier he was gonna clear all those blacklists. So
Do you
like,
guys- do you
are
guys-
Have
all
to try
in the
now,
clear.
yeah. I'll
Do you
try.
guys
You guys are
fly
all
all
in the
the
clear.
super expensive, like, 4-bill Bargusts and 3-bill?
Absolutely.
Do I
Nightmare?
or do we let you?
Do,
You can
does-
fly whatever
do-
the fuck
do
you
you,
want.
got the cool doctrines with, like, 4-bill
know
Bargusts and
Imperium is
3-bill
on top.
Nightmares and all that stuff? Or you guys fly, like, Tech 1 shit?
Make TNT great again. There you go.
Imperium
know what?
is
Probably.
as rich as they come.
But no, funnily,
You're gonna
Funny
fly all
enough,
the best ships.
We just fly
like-
everything better,
I just
right?
like flying the shit that it's like it.
don't.
I like flying the variety
Trade, I
because
have a good authority.
I
that
like the
Imperium pilots
variety.
go out
It's like,
and
man,
make
it's like,
money
dude,
off
we gotta
SRP.
fly shit that I've. Back
go out
when I
and
used to
ship
fly
for it.
another, it was like mutants, Eagles, Eagles, and like even today, you look at the sides, like half the time they're flying Eagles and mutants still, even though they've been changed and not as good as they were before. They're still mutants and Eagles.
I think the closest thing you're talking about would be the TFI.
Now,
fleet, but we don't
TFIs
fly that very often.
TFIs,
Drayden, I think they said they would
TFIs were a thing.
reimburse you
There you
for
go, straight.
Jackdaws and
Vargas
corn,
all day.
Jackdaws. It was jackdaws.
I like
all
corms. Don't
the
be fucking
times.
knocking corms. and
all the
caracals. Fuck
times,
yeah.
all the time. And then now it's like, oh, we're flying Bargus and Nightmares and Lokis and fucking, Redeemers and shit. It's like, fuck, dude, these are ships I never gotta fly. They're like the super expensive, like, fun shit. And like
No, we do. It's,
we
our
all
alliance-
know
we do a lot of Black Ops.
Our
too.
alliance is like,
We all
it's
know the
totally
goons are the
fine. Like, we
wealthiest
don't care
pilots.
that these like 3 or 4 billionist like faction fit,
Exactly.
faction battleships. Like, this is what we're gonna use. I'm like, I'm down. Let's go.
That's why they didn't lose the last war. Like goons are fearless. They will
And
fly
like,
the most.
We got
bleedy,
shit on a
awesome
lot
stuff.
by B2. It's like,
and
oh,
they'll
they
pay for
don't
it.
go anywhere without their faxes. They never have less than 7 faxes in them. It's like it reminded me of like the never less than.
Cowards.
We have no less than 12 spies, Black Legion spies, whatever it was that Grath was
All
saying.
reps on Kane.
Yeah, and so it was kind of things like they never have less than 7 faxes. That's the
I
only
can't
way they
believe
win.
they take the shit they need to win.
Yeah, it's like they never have
What
less
the
than
fuck? I
seven
hate that
seven
fucking argument.
faxes in fleet. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, like we gotta.
Did they win? Did they win with them?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
like we
maybe
did.
that's
win.
why they
we
got 7
did win with
faxes,
them.
yeah.
It's like and also our fits are way more expensive than yours. Yes,
I
they're
guess.
super expensive, but like they are very effective and
That's
very
why
good.
Dom is reinventing the
And
Imperium.
everyone's got implants. Like you don't get SRP if you don't have the fucking implants in it either. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, we got to punch above our weight because we'll bring 200 dudes and you'll bring 400. So we're gonna lose a straight up fight. So we have to bring the extra stuff. And this is the other thing. It's like they're complaining like, oh, they always have like 6 or 7 faxes. Like, well, you guys have a ton of people. Why don't you drop 6 or 7 faxes? Even the playing field, you don't do it. So, like, if you're
We're
complaining, like,
literally in the enemy theater.
it's like, okay, but I mean, like, if you're not willing to drop faxes and we are, well, then, yeah,
Then
like
you
we're gonna
lose.
drop that because that's a win. Like, that gives us a massive advantage. If you don't drop faxes and we do, then yes, our reps are. You'll never break them. You'll never break them. So we won't lose a single ship and you'll lose half your fleet. That's how it happens. So if you brought faxes, now we might not break your fleet. Now it becomes a really boring slugfest that no one dies
You hear
in.
this, Dom?
And
You hear
then
him while he's, like,
but then,
admitting to, like,
then
clubbing
maybe
seals?
maybe it escalates,
man.
and then maybe it escalates into capital warfare. That'd be fun. But
He's not even a real Eskimo.
He's not, is he?
And he's just like, we just
He does have
club
a-
seals.
he does
all
have a
the time.
butcher coat on though, so
yeah.
maybe.
Now this
That's
Dragon, this
true.
wasn't as much like Goons or
They're called
TNT.
Inuits. but,
This
you
is
know,
more
you know what I
B2 and Fire
Well, I'm not
complaining
gonna
that
say it out loud. but
they
I would take it
complain.
too.
It's like, oh, we always drop the nightmares and the faxes. Like, yeah, because they fucking win. Like 90% of the time when we drop our nightmares and our faxes or our Bargus and our faxes, we win. So
Yeah.
why wouldn't we do that? Like why would we intentionally choose to lose a fight if we know we can win a fight? Because
Goodness,
we're
Dom.
I can't say that out loud anymore. I used to.
Yeah, don't say
like
that.
we are there to like, yeah, we want to blow stuff up, but we are there to
win.
take structures down and win the fight. So
Anybody
yeah,
who complains about the other side doing what they need to do to win is a fucking hypocrite.
Yeah,
'Cause guess
it's-
what? If we could have done it, we would have.
yeah,
If
it's like
we would have thought of it or whatever.
If I would have thought of it first or whatever,
yeah,
yeah.
it's one of those
if
things.
an
Like,
FC takes a fleet out with the express, I mean, I get it with you, whelp shut, right? That's just for fun. But if there's an objective,
right?
and we have an FC that takes out a fleet for an objective, knowing that's going to lose, I'm going to be pissed,
That's called a feed.
right? That's dumb.
Yeah, that's
No, I
that's
said
feeding.
no. I said knowing it. Sometimes people don't realize it. And they
Yeah,
feed
but
it,
like
right?
if you're going out
But if
roaming,
you take something out, like I know we're gonna face fucking whatever.
if you're
I'm
going out
gonna- I'm
roaming,
gonna
like,
take
we
out
might all
Atrons.
die, but we
Yeah.
might kill some stuff. So roaming
That's
is like one
different
thing.
than that's different than feeding.
Yeah,
feeding
yeah,
is,
but
is taking something out. You think you're gonna win and you don't. You just get your ass kicked. And you
yeah,
keep
but
piling in.
if you're going for an
no
objective,
one
like
takes shit out purposely to lose.
yeah, it's like if we're shooting this Fortizar, we're shooting this
Very
iHub.
rarely.
That's an objective.
For
We
an
are there.
objective.
We are there to take the objective,
right.
and we need to bring our best game because we want to
Yeah.
win. And if you don't bring something to counter us, we're going to win, and that's our objective. Now, we would love to have a big fight and kill a bunch of ships as well, but like we are there to take your structures. So if you want to defend your structure, and we are dropping facts, we are dropping faction battleships. You need to do the same, and if you don't, you're gonna lose. And like that's
And
just what's
guess-
gonna happen.
And the other side of that thing, guess what? I walk down an alley and 5 big guys step out with chains and bats and shit. You know what I'm gonna do?
You need your
I'm
5
gonna run away.
guys. You need
I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
run
sing
away.
West
you either
Side
run away
Story.
or you
You're
need to
gonna-
bring
But
your
here's the thing, I'm
5
gonna run
guys
away.
with chains and bats.
Exactly, because I
You're
can't
gonna
win that
see if
fight.
they know the song.
Yeah.
I can't win that fight. So if
It's-
I come
it's-
across a fight I can't win,
It's
I'm
not
taking
like
it.
B2
No,
was
right?
so small. It's like they have capitals, they have faxes, it's like you guys can bring the same shit. You just choose not to. Probably because
Or
they don't want to. They don't
maybe.
want to. They don't want to risk as much stuff on the line. But the fact is, I think it was self-deprecating, where it's like if you're not willing to risk the higher amounts of ISK to support your fleet, then you're going to lose. So yes, you're not putting as much risk on the field, but you're going to lose more often, which in the long run makes you lose way more ISK than if it's like maybe you do lose some faxes if you drop them, but maybe you drop some faxes and you win the fight because you drop the faxes now. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like by you not bringing the best you can bring, you're almost guaranteeing yourself to lose more often, which in the long run will cause you to lose more
Or
than
you don't take
might
the fight
have
and you
if you
lose
brought
objectives,
the
yeah.
better stuff. So by bringing the better stuff, yes, you put more risk of ISK on the field, but that might cause you to win instead of lose. And so
But it's
now
not
you
always
did
just
lose
a
a bunch of money.
decision, right? It's not always a decision. I got
Yeah.
150 people showed up to this fight, right? And you guys have got capitals. We don't have field. Maybe we don't have the ability. Some people have capitals, but if we don't have enough of them, decisions need to be made. If you come across a situation where there's no way you can win, why would you take the fight? And then
Right.
when the other side, well, I can't believe they're not taking a fight. There's pussies.
Well,
Of course you're not. You're gonna
that's
win. I'm not gonna lose
expected.
on
Like
purpose.
if you don't
no,
have the
but people freak out. Both of us, and both
Both-
sides
but-
do it. Both sides.
the whole thing
Yeah.
is
get on
you-
each other's ass about it.
I
It's
was gonna
just
say
dumb.
you had the option to, right? Like this is within jump
Maybe.
range of both sides. Both
But if-
sides can easily move assets into place, but one side was choosing to do it in a more serious way than the other side. Which I'm not gonna throw too much more shade, but I mentioned it earlier. I think B3, B2, whatever got hung out to dry a little bit, and not that it was ever anybody else's responsibility to shield them from that, but that it was well within their power and that they didn't do the as much as
I
they
mean, a
could.
combination of BFL plus Frats
And
forces.
distance. Yeah.
They B2 was never going to hold up on their own. They needed the
Well,
help,
of
and
course not,
sometimes they got the help. And I mean, like, it's not like they never won fights. We did lose some fights here and there, but we were winning way more than we were losing.
Sure.
The
But
law
when it
of
came to s-
averages in that situation, they're losing, right?
Yeah.
'Cause
But when
they're
it came to
facing
Sov,
victory.
it wasn't an actual burn until more forces devoted to it.
Yeah.
I will say that. Like
Yeah.
it was literally like there's a lot of being like, oh, it was a year and a half, and it was like, yeah, that's because they weren't trying to burn down your space the whole time.
Right.
They were trying to catch you out and like pull you out and like have a good fight.
And
Like
then the
people
other thing
people
you
were
got to
trying
take,
to fuck around and find out. It wasn't about like let's burn down their whole space.
but the other side of the thing you're taking into consideration also is that when you look at they're an ally, they're in trouble. I know they should be doing their own space. It's not our space, right? They call for help. What are the chances, even with our help, they're going to be able to hold that? Because we're not going to stay there forever, right?
You
We're just
guys
helping
would have
them hold
had to
it.
do a full deploy.
And
Full,
stay
like-
there. And
like-
stay there is my point.
like Death
If we did the
Clones-
full deployment, we fight them off. We fight Frat off,
Yeah.
whatever.
Full deployment.
When we pull back to our space, they just come back in.
Yeah,
right? It was
sound the horn of Goondor, full deployment, bring
those are
all
war.
the capitals, all the
But
supers,
Lord, we didn't care about it.
death clones in
Why not?
DO6, not jump clones,
didn't care
death
about it.
clones set to
Why
DO6,
not?
full
know.
deployment. That might have helped. Does that win the war or not? I don't know, but it definitely would have stemmed the tide and
The battle
maybe,
for sure, maybe.
Yeah,
Here's the thing, Yakrat.
that
I
maybe
give
would
you
have turned us
partial
around,
answer.
but like you
I give you
guys
partial
doing a we'll do support fleets, but not like full on like everyday helping full deployment. That pretty much sealed the deal, I think.
Yeah,
For sure, I
It's
mean,
their fault. Exactly.
It is our
That-
fault.
that
But
burned up.
here's why I think you didn't find many people like really buying in and giving a shit.
Sure.
And honestly, this is where I think we're seeing the negative side of missing the Matani. He had that ability to get people riled up.
Like I
Yeah.
said earlier,
Asher
some
may
people-
not have been able to rally everyone. Yeah.
Exactly.
Some
That's what I'm
people are
saying. I think
saying
that was part of the reason.
I disagree with that because I don't want to encourage that back into the game because
Uh,
I'm a salty asshole and I
Okay,
I
but it doesn't
think
have
he
to
was-
be him. It has to be, but somebody needs to
He's saying
be
an
able
I
or-
agree
to
with
do
you.
the rah rah rah
He-
thing, and we
he's
don't have
saying
that
you
right
there.
now.
He's saying an
I agree
orator
with you
like
there.
Matani. And Matani, yes, terrible dude, but he was
Not
a
terrible,
he was a
definitely incorrect.
great orator. So if you had another
I don't know that
orator,
it is.
someone that could
But maybe I'm a terrible dude.
ramp up the Imperium like he did, that would definitely. And
They
someone
needed a
said,
cheerleader.
so
Let's
yeah,
do.
yeah.
Let's go
Someone
with
said
that.
it like
Big
hours
groups need
ago.
a
They said
cheerleader,
that goons needed
It could have been him.
cheerleaders
It could have
squad.
been 12 other people. But like
Yeah,
I do think they benefit from that kind of
you
voice.
you need a
Yes,
rabble
I do.
rouser to get the people up and
I think
amped
cheerleader is a
up.
better way of putting it, not rabble
Yeah.
but somebody can.
And- Well, and here's the thing though, and I'm gonna throw shade for just a moment. The narrative that side has leaned on often over many years was a victim narrative. They're they're out to get us. They're they're going against whatever the
We gotta
grain
get
of
them
what
before
we
they
think
get
the
us.
way of life is, and blah
Yeah.
blah blah. Despite the fact that Imperium / Goons were on top for most of the last quite a few years.
For sure, but
there
what do
was-
you want to do to the guy
there-
on top?
There was a few times where people were like, let's unseat the guy on top because that's what you do. That it culminates to that. But it was not like, let's punch down. It was like, these guys need to be dethroned or unseated or destabilized because they've had too much status quo and too much Hegemony. Hegemony.
Hegemony.
Yeah.
No, you're not wrong. But the thing is, when the other group,
Which and you should
we-
be flattered.
I am. But here's the thing. What you said though is like we're telling our people, oh, they're out to get us. They're out to get us. Well, everyone was because we're on top. You don't go out to
Exactly.
get the guy on the bottom, right?
Right.
You don't do that. You go up.
I mean, well,
so he's not
I
wrong
mean, I don't
when
know.
he's saying
Brave
that.
just got conquered. Apparently, they're children. That's what I've been hearing a lot lately.
Well, they
is that
weren't
they're
on the bottom.
children,
They're on the bottom now.
and that
but
people
now
were
they
punching
weren't. Yeah.
down, and they were literal children, and you kick puppies, and you hate your mother. I heard a lot of real toxic shit.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately there's a lot of that. Yeah.
And Drayden was behind most of it. Like I don't know his relationship with his mother, but like a lot of people are saying that. You know, a lot of
I
people.
masterminded everything.
So what Strega just said, he's right. Too much chest beating can be bad too, right?
Right,
There has to
yeah.
be a balance, and I think you saw the Imperium exceed that, right? Many times where they went,
Winning
went too
too
far.
hard.
Yeah.
That's what we used to call that.
and that's a good term for it, right?
And that's
And
where
you did see that.
Viceroy program and things like that started off, and we actually kicked off World War B1. Literally, goons were winning too hard multiple times in the last decade or so.
But I think over the course of the time of that whole time, right? Several times the goons have been put back on there, right? Kicked out to Saren and
little
stuff. But there's been other times before that where they, had a little setbacks and stuff. And I honestly think if it wasn't for the rah stuff, I wasn't part of that. They wouldn't have been able to take that back. That was
I
been
agree.
a big part of how the goons have been able to come together, and it was. I would call it their
agree
leadership.
that
I
they
just
need a
wanted- yeah,
strong, loud leader.
Yeah, I do, and we don't have that right now. And I think it makes
And
it. I think we're
I
seeing
don't-
where it makes a difference.
It makes me sad, and I don't want to throw that shade at Asher because I think that's an easy narrative that a few people are kind of throwing out. And I think that one of the fun things about Asher, like being thrust into the throne, so to speak, was like some of the best leaders are the ones that don't want the job. And I think most of us from the outside saw that in that. Like Asher actually has the respect of a lot of people outside the Imperium.
Oh, love Asher.
yeah,
It's just
like-
but that's not his personality to do that, right?
Exactly.
and-
He's got a lot
yeah.
of respect from a lot of people, but for different reasons. But not that, that's not his lane, right? And I'm not saying that they need to just hire a friggin' puppet to be like, oh, I'm gonna bang the drum and be loud or whatever. But that
There's
is
a big
one of the
difference.
things.
Yeah.
That is one of the things that they've weaponized and done really well over the years. And I'm not gonna be here to encourage Matani comes back or anything because that, I don't think that's the healthiest move. But I don't think that's Asher's natural.
You can
role.
see the loss of.
I
the
think
effects of his
Asher
not
has
being there, right.
natural talents that are not that. I think Asher is a very respectable and capable FC on a lot of levels.
Very much so.
Very
Yeah.
very innovative, and I think history
Super
shows that
smart dude.
with no doubt.
Good at organizing lots
Yeah.
of stuff, right? The problem we run into is like right now he's just not that rah kind of guy. He's not, and he doesn't have a supporting cast that has one of those in there either, right?
And
Or
that-
anybody who's stepped up yet, anyway. Maybe
Sure.
they will, but yeah, who knows? And it's not. You can't just go out there and yell and scream and stuff. You've got to be good at it. And lawyers
Basically,
are
what I'm
usually
saying
good
is
at
you guys are failing Asher. It's not that he's failing Goons or Imperium. It's that Imperium is failing Asher by not sucking on him hard enough and building up the cult of personality in the way they should. You guys need to be more supportive of Asher. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, there's some truth to that. There's some truth to that. But he's got the problem you run into is people are used to a certain style of bullshit, and you
They
don't
want to
get
be
it.
told to suck. Yeah, I get it.
I mean, yeah. Like I said, I like Ash and always have. I
No,
mean,
absolutely.
I
and
like Asher.
he's in one of
I
those
haven't talked to him
situations
that
where
much, but
he, like you said, he didn't want the job. He took
That's
it.
the best
sa-
fucking
saying-
leaders in
Someone-
real
someone
life.
had
Anyway.
to, yeah.
Maybe
Well,
not in Eve, but in real life, that's
yeah.
how you find the best leaders.
He
These are
said,
people
if
who
we-
don't
we'll
want
find,
it to be thrust upon them. And I'm not even gonna write off Asher because I believe in that story arc. I think
Well-
that the whole thing of like, the game, even some of the internal, like within the Imperium was like, you know what, it's a time for a new whatever it is. It's a new day. Let's try a new flavor.
but and we understand he took
Matani's
the
riding off into
job.
the wind.
He took the job, as he said, I'll take it as temporary until we find somebody, or I find somebody who can do this. And unfortunately, I think for him, he's going to be stuck in it because I don't know that there is anybody
It's a
who they can
tough
give it
fucking-
give it to, because
Yes.
it is a tough ask and it's a lot of responsibility, right?
yeah.
And
That's-
there's
The
a
Imperium
short
has a
list-
shit ton of assets.
Those are
There's
big
a short
shoes.
list ever who can actually sit in that seat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
and
big
trust-
shoes to
it's a
fill.
trust
The,
thing,
the
right?
biggest shoes to fill, I would say, in
Yes.
Eve. I don't think anyone else.
Thousands of people.
I mean, like,
trust and
Matani's vacancy,
Tens of
like that.
thousands,
That
yeah.
is like the biggest spot to fill in the entire game. Period.
absolutely. Way to go, Legacy, you piece of shit.
Well, and
Sorry,
the
go
and
on.
the thing is, like, it's like.
It
And,
is,
and it's open
No,
to
but
all
it-
forms
that-
of criticism.
there's respect there.
Like we said, like Matani was a better orator than most people in the game. Asher's not
shoes.
Asher's not at that level. I don't know anyone else that could be at that level. It would take a lot to
We've
be
never-
at that level of that by
Shadoo.
itself. But it's
people have come around in the
it's-
past.
I was gonna
it's
say
not
we've
just the
debatably never
oration,
seen
it's
that
not just
level.
the-
We've seen flavors of it. Surmali, whatever.
Somali,
Surmali,
Shadoo.
yeah.
There's been a few like very vocal people that have
Montolio was kind of like him, and that's
they've
why
been
they
a shade
hated
of
each other, I
that,
think.
but never for the extension
Yeah,
of that.
but
Like,
it
Kanye
wasn't even-
did that, but for years.
It wasn't even
not
just
like
that.
I did it. You know.
It wasn't even just that. It's also just the delegation. Matani was because obviously he didn't run everything in
He didn't
Goldstorm by
play.
himself. He was
Sion
really good
was
at
the
delegating things to people that were the best at doing what they did. So it's like
He did, yeah.
he's like, hey, this is your
some
specialty.
very
Let
good
me give you this
administrative
job.
leaders, yeah.
You're this special. So he was really good at like, you do this because this is what you do. This is what you do. So like.
They
I
built
mean, like,
the most phenomenal
and
bureaucracy.
I
the
mean,
game
like
has ever
again,
seen.
I'm not trying to prop up the
I agree.
Matani because Matani did some pretty horrible shit.
Allegedly.
Allegedly,
Well,
but I'm
even
but
not
I-
allegedly, just in-game context. He was.
So
he
that
was-
stuff
he
is true.
was-
I agree.
He
yeah.
was an evil space
But-
tyrant, and I will speak out against that because he was the.
But
he
even
was the
aside,
bad guy.
the
I don't give a
space
shit about real
tyrant
life.
role
He was the
is a
bad guy,
role.
but-
But the thing is, like, I mean, like his
Played it well,
oration,
right?
his delegation,
Absolutely.
he was very skilled at running a massive coalition, and that's a hard fill for someone else as a single person to fill that gap.
He luckily found
I
several
think
people
Asher
he
is
could
doing
trust.
okay. I think
and helped
Asher's
him
doing
run it.
okay, but like Asher is not going to amount up to the same level that Matani did in certain aspects. I don't know if anyone
I
else
agree.
could. So
Well, and here's the thing:
the thing is like
Tani was a politician, and Asher is a general.
lawyer. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
No, I see
so-
what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
so
But the
the-
thing,
I'm
sorry,
the thing
no,
with,
I
the
don't-
thing
I
with
didn't mean to
Matani
physical.
also is
The
it
Imperium
wasn't
is-
just the Imperium, right? He was also a personality in Eve.
Yeah,
And
The
had been for
yeah.
a while.
he was
Both on his own merits, and CCP kind of propped him up a bit because
Sure,
he was a
back
good
in the day,
example
yeah.
to try to sell the game.
Yeah.
So he-
100% back.
You know what I mean? So that's you can't fill that role with because it's just never going to happen again, right?
But
Yeah.
but
It's
we've
ru-
seen
it's
that
hard.
over the years too. There's two different types of alliance leads, and I think that's the only two you see thus far. And I don't know if there is another option or anything, but you have sky marshals and politicians. And there are occasions where sky marshals do really well, and I think that's your Elo Knights and
Knights,
your a few people like that. That's like
headliners.
they're on the fucking field. They're in the trenches, and they
They
do
are
really
like
well.
the main FCs.
But they'll never raise quite the empire that some of the more bureaucratic empires do, because that's the strength of those other guys. Is they're the politicians. They run the bureaucracy so well.
They have the patience for it. You're right. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. They're politicians.
Akrath
exactly.
Akrath is having an OBS moment.
He's having a seizure. What the
He
fuck's going
could,
on?
no, he gets cut out. He disconnected.
They're not the 23rd.
Hopefully he'll be back. But no, with what he's saying, I agree. So the thing is, like with the Matani thing, it's like you are gonna have a now. No one can fill the shoes of Matani the way he did. So Asher is now filling it the best he can, and it's like
It's an impossible fill, right?
Right, but the thing is, like, regardless of who it is, you're never gonna have this. Like, no
Correct.
no person is the same as another person. So you're gonna have different levels. So you're going to like that automatically is going to change the Imperium, the way it runs, the way it works. There's no way around it, regardless of whether it was Asher or anyone else. It was going to change, and so that's going to also incur that there's people. I'm sure there's people in the Imperium who are like, this isn't the same. It's like,
Oh,
well,
I'm
no,
sure they
it's
are,
it's
yeah.
not
It's
going to be
not
the same. And like you have to either be okay with the
Accept that,
change,
yeah.
be okay with the change, or not, and you leave, or adapt to the new way that the coalition runs. Like that is just the I mean, look at. I mean, I wasn't even playing at the same time, but like, look at like when Cartoon left and Matani stepped in. That I guarantee was. I wasn't even around then, but like, I guarantee that was a change. That was a difference in how shit ran, right?
Yeah, from what I've heard, it was a big change too. Yeah, I wasn't around that group then either.
Drayton the Science Man.
Oh, I have to change things. I'll run on 2 camps. Hopefully,
Drayton the Science Man.
that windstorm like, left here and went to North Carolina. Just hop, skip, and jump to the U.S. and went to
Science
Mexico, so-
rules.
That.
Dad, he's like, fuck Dominark. I get it.
But yeah, so it's just like anytime you have leadership at the top level change, everything's going to change. And you can either be okay with it or not. And you can, oh, now he's back.
That would be awesome. I lurk. Yeah. If they had the a buyable fucking Eve Mark with, yeah, that's funny. They should have shit like that. I hopefully they'll eventually do stuff like that.
I apologize.
Yeah, so
You
it's
should.
just one of those. Yeah, it's like you either have to adapt to the changes or you don't, and you can either like it or not. So it's just that changes happen when you have leadership at the top. Change, everything changes. It does.
Bring a
It's
very good
just-
point. You adapt to the changes or you don't.
And
And the
you-
problem is, even if we're adapting to the changes, the rest of the game isn't adapting to the changes
they
either.
have they
They're
have to
looking
adapt
at
to the
it-
changes too,
I know, but they're looking at
because the way the Imperium works is different than it did under the Mittani.
because now the Imperium. I mean, I suppose that people can hate whoever they want, but we had one central figure everyone outside of us could focus on to hate. Right?
Yeah,
Th-
he was
th-
the
th-
villain.
that-
He
we
was
don't have that
the
anymore.
he
We
was
don't
the
really have
arch
the
villain of
yeah,
Evil Online.
for sure. And it was our side, but there isn't one. We don't have one of those right now. Right? So it's like it's culture change for the whole nullsec anyway, right? Without him there, it's kind of funny.
Well, we got
think-
away from the science, Ilurk. The science is over. Do you want me to take
You
the
take
code
the
off?
code off.
I
Yeah,
think
you're
I
throwing
gotta take the
everybody
code
off.
off. Sorry. Yeah, the code's distracting.
Don't be an imposter, Drayden.
What the hell are you doing, Drayden? It's ridiculous.
I think that there is an attempt, and I'm just kind of dropping back in. Sorry, my internet dropped.
Fuck,
I think
my
there's an
shoulder.
attempt to try to frame Norris, whatever.
Norris?
Yeah.
Norris. For frat guy?
Into a similar role because Chinese and whatever the bodying empire, as some people.
I've actually
profess.
talked to him a couple times. He's a really nice guy.
I was gonna say he's a living, breathing dude. He's not a supervillain like some people think. But
Wait, supervillains don't breathe?
No, you didn't know
no.
that? They don't need
They
to
don't live either. Skeletor.
exactly.
Skeletor. Yeah.
that's right, dude. He's a skeleton. Like he's got no lung.
Yeah.
Do I have to love
I thought
everyone?
this was common knowledge, but
Even Skeletor?
we'll slow it down.
Skeletor's not a real person.
You
He's a
never see that
skeleton.
meme?
What?
He's a
Are you
skeleton.
kidding me?
Meme where like Jesus is talking to a bunch of people. Love everyone. It's like even Skeletor.
Skeletor.
Yes, even Skeletor. And then
Skeletor's
Skeletor's like, yeah, suck it, fuckers, and runs off.
Skeletor is a skeleton.
Until next time.
That's fucking
Until next time, then he's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
funny. I
Um,
find that meme. It's very funny.
I don't know. So I do think it's funny that there are wild narratives popping up of like, Matani would have never let this happen and blah blah blah. Which, sorry again, I disconnected and I'm coming back as you guys are finishing that conversation. But that's where we started, I think, hours ago. But
Oh.
also that I do agree that there's not really there's a vacancy in that role, right? Somebody has to be villains or easy animosity for a lot of the game.
I
And
got
that
it.
always will be. Yeah.
And some of that's going to be earned, and some of that's going to be hearts and minds and narratives and PR, right?
But it is harder to hate a group when there's no one to focus that hate on.
Sure,
Right? When it was Pappy, everyone was vilifying Billy, right?
Sure.
Right or not, that's what they were doing. Once he
oh
was
no,
gone,
I mean he deserved it the whole way.
okay. But once he was out of that group, there was nobody else because no one else had really stepped up like he had, right?
But now it's
yeah.
Gobbins' evil.
Which is funny.
Seems like a pretty quiet-spoken, nice guy, but
That's what I kind of think too. I was like, I don't know. He actually, I don't know how much of a rah-rah guy he is. He actually does very good, like written.
I was gonna say
he's very
puts
good
out
at that. Yeah.
He puts out those kind of same alliance leader-esque posts, whatever he is an alliance leader, but
He doesn't
just
seem to
whatever.
be as-
Those very
yeah.
those very formal posts of like, here's what happened, here's what I'm telling you, blah blah blah. Here's our side.
nothing wrong with that. But yeah,
And this is what we're telling them because of this. And this. It's
It's-
not bad, yeah.
I will say it's not as heavy-handed as certainly the Mittens past stuff, because obviously I think we've all established like he leaned into it, right? Like he was like, I'll go over the top because that's the role that we're running with. But
And clearly
I don't know.
he enjoyed it, right? Yeah.
Sure. I did. My fear is that I haven't seen anybody like that in years, and I'm not encouraging that because I do like when people in Eve are nicer to each other and they're less about like, "Grr, your leader or my leader or whatever." Like, let's just shoot each other. But there was times back in the day with not only Mitani but like people like Gigix or Geeks. I don't know how you say it, but GIGX. The leader of CO2.
Geeks.
Yeah, I always call him Gigix, but I've heard people say it weird ways.
I assume that's how you say it. Is that's not it?
some chaotic characters that add more spice to the game overall.
Sword Dragon, Gigax.
And I will
other
include
people,
Sword Dragon in that
Elo.
conversation. I don't care for the guy, but like he does apply to that conversation. Elo is another great one. Yeah. I think for the minute we're lacking for a good mover and shaker, and I don't think they exist necessarily within the establishment that we're living right now from either side of the fence. I'm not going to say they don't exist at all, like nobody's capable of it. I'm just saying that's not necessarily what we're seeing. But I think we are
I would
due.
agree with that assessment.
We're due for a good mover and shaker, and I think it would be awesome if we could, as a game, figure out a way to lean into. Like if Elo came back tomorrow, I know so many people would leave from both sides to go do whatever BL Mark 4 or something.
5. No, I think I was in 5, so it'd be a 6.
Exactly.
I think
they'd be like, yeah, I'll sign up again.
I wonder if
and then
they'd
we'd
run.
have a
They'd
new
run out
Chaos
of
era.
spots in the ticker for how many periods they need.
Maybe.
They have to
Yeah,
start
maybe.
using.
I actually got. I
They'd
actually
have,
got
they'd
a,
have to start using
email the other
colons
day.
to like do 2 and 1.
I got email the other day. asking,
Just
"Hey,
just
I
do
love-
it as
BL needs to
literal
come
like
back. Who wants to do it?"
BLMK and then whatever MK6.
BL
like, look,
colon dot colon
We're
dot.
giving up on the dots because we already exhausted the limit of our dot.
Yep.
We're going by marks. You
No, I
still
think
got
it was
multiple
3.
Smart,
I
look
think,
how
I,
smart
think
you
it,
are.
I think it was BL dot that I was in, so it would be at iteration 4
I remember.
or iteration 5 technically.
I remember 1, 2, and 3. I do remember the brief White Legion. During
And
World
then
War
the
V.
split. Yeah.
Yeah, they came back as mercenaries, which was wild, and certainly fun for the era. They fizzled, which I don't know Elo. I've never flown her to Elo, so I don't know that. But
Fantastic.
I've heard amazing things
FC.
over the years. Like
I mean,
as
he
far as like
yells at
people,
people, but it's he's
people
good.
that I wish I'd ever flown with, he's definitely made the list because I'm like, man, I feel like it's a travesty that I never got a chance to fly with that guy just to see what it was like. Like I'm
Super
sure it
happy to
was
see-
wild.
during that last war, like Laz came back because he was one of those people I always wanted to fly
I've heard
under.
amazing things again.
He was really
yeah,
good.
about
He,
Laz's
even though he hadn't played for a long time, he came back and right back into it.
Right.
But it wasn't necessarily the mechanics of the fighting. It's just
The
how
presence.
he handled
Yeah.
the fleet. It was impressive.
A good general is a good general. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. There you go. That's a good way of putting it.
I believe that. Yeah, and I've heard legendary things about both Laz and Elo. Never flown with either. I don't know.
I was in the Lazimo. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember the Lazimo.
Lazimo? I
Lazimo
tell you what,
it was in the
Elo
Fountain War.
stuff, yeah.
We took a Baltic fleet. We got caught and had 2 enemy fleets on both sides of us. We were totally dead in the water, but somehow he's like, reinforcements on the way. We got to hold out. So it's like the Alamo, right? Outnumbered in a spot, waiting for reinforcements. Now the Alamo didn't work out in history, but the Lazimo did work out because somehow we were able to kite around and not lose as many people as we should have, and we're able to fight back pretty decently. We actually started killing a bunch of stuff and killed enough stuff that then once the reinforcements, like 2 full fleets showed up, we fought off the fleets and won the fight in the long run. Now we took a bit of casualties, but we should have been
Remember
wiped.
the Lazima.
We should have been wiped out before any help arrived. And that was the Lazimo, right? It was like the Alamo,
They
but it was
still-
the Lazimo. Yeah, so
Was
everyone's
that-
like,
is that
remember,
when-
remember
when-
the Lazimo in the Fountain War. It was great.
The time of the Fountain War where CFC kicked Test out of Fountain.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
They still talk about that in San Antonio, Texas.
Yeah,
The
it was
You remember it, right? They tried to remember it.
And like
Yeah.
the funny thing is, like,
There's a lot of respect around that.
I was in that fleet and I didn't realize it was like some groundbreaking thing that was going to happen. It was like one of those things, like, at the time I was like, oh well, we're just gonna get dicked on. Well, we'll try and fight back. So we just started shooting some stuff up.
Davey,
And like, as you know, as a
Davey
F1 pilot, I was
Crockett.
just following broadcasts, just shooting. Like, okay, shoot this guy. Okay, we kill them. Shoot this guy. Shoot.
So
And then it's like, oh, we're like, I figured we'd be dead by now. We're still shooting stuff and slowly losing damage. So it's like, because we started losing dudes, but it's like, we're still able to kill some stuff. It took a little bit longer to break through the reps, but we were still able to break reps eventually on stuff because we're like, now I think
was that Journey song,
Baltecs were
Don't Stop
normally like
Believing.
Baltecs were normally rail Megathrons, but I think we did I can't remember. I think this was a blaster Baltec fit for this particular one. So I think we got on top. Now I could be remembering a different fleet. I remember we were in blaster Baltecs. We got on top of Napox and just fucking annihilated. I think that was a different fleet, but yeah. So we were slowly just bringing stuff up, but we were losing way more than we were killing. But we were able to hold out long enough for reinforcements to come in, and the enemy fleets were still bubbled. So then we ended up killing a bunch of them, and we ended up winning the ISK war because the reinforcements, blew up most of the other fleets. But yeah, so that was the last MO, and I was like, oh shit, I was there. Like I didn't know that it was gonna be a big thing, but I was like, I was in that last fleet. That was
won
fun.
the ISK war. No, you won the whole war. You won both.
Well, we did win the whole war, but we won that ISK war on that particular fight where we should have lost for sure.
Now both of you think back. Is there any fights you were in that at the time you had no idea it was going to be a big thing, right? Because I know we both I've been in some the big fights, but like the 6 VDT thing, I didn't realize how at the time I didn't know that was a groundbreaking fight, right? Because I didn't really have that much experience at EVE. I've only been playing a couple of years when that big 6 VD in that same war, Drayden, when you guys killed everybody. Basically, we were trying to leave, and it just fucking fish in a barrel killed everybody from Test in that one system. And then years, maybe how long later, you find out, oh, it's fucking broke records and shit, for CCP and stuff.
Yeah.
It's kind of looking back at it, been in a lot of those fights, and a couple of them. Obviously, I knew damn well BTEC-R was a big deal. I mean, I conscious effort to get out there to be part of it.
BTEC-R was interesting for
And
me
I knew
because
damn well MTech 2 is gonna be a big fucking deal.
There was a couple
Yeah.
there was a couple in World War B2 that were like that, where it was like you saw it early in the day, like while you were at work as an American, and you were like, I really hope it's still going, and it was still like raging when you got home,
Yeah.
and, like could get in
Yeah.
like multiple time zone, big battles, and even before M2. M2 obviously was the culmination of all that, and it was a huge battle in its own right. But there was quite a
the
few,
second one,
all the like early NPC space battles and stuff. Like there was multiple. I know that it's a sad reality, and I think a few people have addressed it and actually like called it out. Like we probably, sadly, will never see that again. Not necessarily because of the health of the game by any means or anything. It was because of fucking COVID. It was like a lot of people were stuck home and just had their time and the availability. Like we had the most amazing culmination of war we could have ever seen with post abundance era, where a lot of people just had a lot of clout and capitals and things to throw around and just money to burn,
That's probably
And-
the most accurate.
and we saw a phenomenal crazy big war out of it. And it sucks that it fizzled out, and that's some of us can point fingers and call blame. We didn't make it through the 1DQ gate very well, but
I can accept that reason being that we won't see that ever again, because everybody's, oh, we'll never see that fight again, never see that fight again. But that's actually a very concise reason why we might not, because like you said, with COVID, people were playing, and lots of people were playing. But it was like, oh, we'll never see a big fight again, never see a big fight again. Well, we just did the big Dread fight, right? I mean, it's not on the same level as what you're talking about, but I always
I think it was on
utilities
the, I think
there.
it was on the same level as those. It's just it
it
was
was the
Dreads instead of
perfect
Titans.
storm.
That was the one difference.
Well, no,
But-
but
I
mean,
that
it
Dread,
wasn't
that Dread
quite the
fight
one
The
wasn't.
size of
but
the
it was a
fight was
big
the same. It's just it was capitals.
The
instead of
war
circles.
level wasn't the same though. Like
Yeah.
when Akros talking
Yeah,
about
no,
that war combination was
was
COVID. You're right.
massive.
COVID was a big deal. I agree.
It was massive. People, it was just like, so back in World War B1, which again, a lot of people reference this as well, is like, none of us are getting younger. We can't all just be doing late night battles and timers and this, that, and the other because of wars and like
We have jobs now.
we're
Yeah.
exactly we've got jobs, kids, families, etc. Like it's not as easy as 20 years ago and all the time they're in. But COVID gave us a buffer, right? Like it gave a little bit of a reprieve where it was like a lot of people are not expected to live the normal logical quote unquote life where they could relive some of those eras sort of because expectations were different just in society and your workplace and your income and things
Yep.
like that.
And I think COVID's the only reason we saw a lot of those people return.
I think it saddens me, but I think that's a big part of it. And I hate to say that, like I don't want to wish for another COVID-esque thing,
Oh,
but
of
it's
course
like
not. Yeah.
but it's like that was wild that we were in an era that shouldn't have been able to see that necessarily, but it did because it was a perfect storm of like world cultural events that like a lot of the world got to come back into this little virtual ecosystem and throw around weight and have a great time.
Yep, I agree. I mean, yeah, it's hopefully we don't. In all honesty, hopefully don't ever experience that again.
Sure.
But it definitely was an experience, right? It was.
Yeah.
It changed the world, changed individuals. It changed different things and stuff, and it did provide us an opportunity to see something. You're right. I don't think we would have saw otherwise. On the same
A
scale.
massive crazy clash of empires that sadly we'll probably never be able to see realized again.
It's funny because after the Casino War, or whatever you want to call it, people said the same thing, right? Oh, we're never going to see that again.
We'll never
'cause
see
this
that
month-
again. Yeah.
But then, different situation, different catalyst. We did.
Well, and that's the thing too is after the Casino War, I get it on some levels, but then we had literally the prosperity era of Rorquals and et cetera, and goons weaponizing the shit out of it in a way that nobody else could quite. And the whole like delve hours and looking at the
Delve
MER
time
every
unit.
month. Yeah, looking at the MER every month where no other group wanted to look at it because it was just rubbing it in other people's face.
Because it's irritating.
Yeah.
Because it was true. Yeah,
They were
that's
like,
the thing,
look at us rival Vegeta month after month, and it was like, really, like fuck you guys. But like that is what it is. Like they had weaponized things in such an extreme way that when that kicked off again, but without the whole like casino money or whatever, like people just being like, you know what, we've been doing our best as well. We're not quite at that level, but together we form Voltron kind of thing, whatever. We're
but
all
to be
going to try
fair-
to do it combined, and we'll see if we can match it. And it was wild.
During that time, though, for the null set groups, I can't say for any other groups, everyone made. I mean, like I said, maybe not the same scale. but
Sure.
If you held Sov
There was
during that
prosperity.
time, you got you
prosperity
if you
all the
didn't,
way
you were
around.
doing something wrong, right?
Exactly.
It
But
was
but
it's
nobody
scalable, I agree.
weaponized it as well as goons, and I don't mean that as like a call out. I mean like that's just the reality. Like goons organized and weaponized in the most effective way, and to their credit, they did call it out before those changes. They said, if you roll this out in this way, we will abuse this, and they did.
They did, yeah. And like you said, they weaponized it effectively and smartly, right? It was like the things that they would send their industrial people after. It all made sense. Like they were picking the right things to do. I don't know if it was just lucky or some super smart dudes or whatever it was. It did seem like everything for a little bit there, everything that the Imperium touched turned to gold.
Yeah,
it was-
they
it was-
printed
yeah.
money for 3-4 years in a way that they had never done before, and they were already pretty good at doing that before.
And you're right, and they were
Like
already
it was,
pretty,
it was real wild. But that's the thing is, I don't know if people reflect on this enough. I'm sure people have, and I just it feels like a novel thought at the moment. I'm so thankful that we got to go through that experience. Like that was a massive and crazy war that nobody thought was going to be able to be possible a few years earlier, and it was by manifest of broken mechanics, but people leaned into them and spent money. People are like, we're going to print money, and then we spent money. We had a massive clash of a war where people were spending an ungodly amount of money and just having a great time blowing a ton of shit up.
it was a lot of fun. I'm glad we did too.
And I think one of the biggest redeeming parts, and I was on the losing side of that war, and
Kinda.
it is no. I mean, at this point, like I hope we're all mature enough to be like,
Objectively wise, yes, but
in the short term, right after, I get a lot of people are like, well, we got you down to the last constellation, blah blah. Blah. No, we didn't win. We lost.
We did really well. And
Inflicted a lot of damage. You're right, but you didn't win.
we got them down to
Correct,
the last constellation, and we burned all the space around them, but we didn't evict them. That
Yeah.
was the thing. And it was never, in my opinion, it was never about the old remove them from the game or whatever the fucking test Billy narrative or was or
Yeah,
whatever.
whatever that. Yeah,
I think it
that
was bullshit
whatever.
personally.
It was
but,
blown out of proportion. Yeah, yeah.
but in the sense of in the scale of like World War B1 or most other major wars, we didn't conquer their space. We got them down to the Alamo and we didn't finish. And then apparently our leaders, Koff, Philly, people like that, pulled us out of there and headed everybody home to lose a bunch of ships and lose all that progress.
Yeah. Well, here's my thing.
But
I think from the whole war, I was saying it here and everywhere else. I like you're gonna you're beating us for sure. Said you'd never take one DQ. I never wavered from that. I believed that from get go. I knew that wasn't. I didn't think it was possible. I don't think
Then
even
you
if they
were
would have come in, I don't think they
You
could
were
have done
right
it.
from
Yeah.
the get go.
I was. I honestly, I said this. You may take everything else. I don't think you'll ever get one DQ. It's just because the way it was set up and all the
Mhm.
and all the crap that was in there. Right. It
Sure.
just would have been a nightmare.
Absolutely.
And honestly, I also,
also
was
there
thinking
was-
to myself, it would have crashed the fucking system. It just
There,
would've,
there
you
was
know?
the one fight that kind of proved the point where, and this was also because people were riding on the money from the not this, what's the opposite of scarcity, the abundance era.
The abundance. Yeah, yeah.
Was the one thing where like we were, because I was on NC Dot at the time during that war, and we were hitting that one Keemstar, and it's like you guys fed like 1.5 trillion isk of battleships.
To slow you down. Yep.
Yeah, it's like you just kept like you were feeding full
All
fleets
the
of battleships
stars
like
in the beginning.
it's like full fleet of
FWSC,
battleships
like,
whelped.
4
Another
times.
one whelped. You'd have like 3 or 4 battleship fleets out there, and you're just whelping whole battleships and just like reshipping and bringing new ones in, whelping those, bringing new ones in. And it's like it was just a nonstop. But it was keeping us. It was keeping us from being able to shoot the structure, and it kept the timer paused long enough that you did save the structure. And so it's like, yeah, we lost like 500 billion. You guys lost like 1.5 trillion of battleships, which is impressive on its own. I don't know if there's ever been a fight where that many battleships have died in a single fight, but it just proved that it's like you guys had enough isk in the coffers. Like we don't, and that fight kind of proves like we don't give a shit about money. We have enough isk to cover anything that it takes to save these things. And that kind of like that was kind of like, I don't know if I wouldn't necessarily call it writing on the wall, because the war continued well after that, but that was like one of the fights where it's like
You saw the right.
they couldn't do that you guys couldn't do that forever, but you could probably do it long enough that we got discouraged.
Well,
And
here's the thing,
I think that's
Grady.
honestly what it was. Like the PanFam side just got discouraged to the point where it's like, nah, like even if the ability to evict you guys might have still been possible, like the morale on our side was dwindling, and people were just like, what's the point? We're not taking Delve, so why is this so important?
Yeah.
Because
But the thing is, it wasn't about ISK though, right? Because we already had the ships. That's the
Right.
big people, like, especially battleships wise, right? We were feeding those. We weren't like going to GDM buying them. We already
Right.
had them all.
I
Right?
was just saying, not
yeah.
even just that you had them all. I agree, it wasn't about ISK, and it wasn't even about having them all. It was the capacity of Imperium, that they were so efficient and they were so well organized. It was a well-oiled machine. There was a point I remember in the war where they were like, literally overnight, we printed 1,000 plus more
Mhm.
battleships because of the battle where we just wiped a bunch.
Yeah.
Like we
Yeah.
replaced them all overnight because that, whatever it was, the build times, we had all the ingredients we needed. We had all the BPCs. We had all the tools in place to where we literally just replaced
You
them.
hadn't
Yeah.
got to that point yet. To our,
You were able
affect
to
that, yeah,
replace
yeah.
all those battleships before we could reinforce the timer again to a whole timer. So it's like you could actually just replace all the ships and do that again.
And that's a huge feat, but it was
yeah.
still like, it was wild. It would, like I said, it wasn't about just like, oh, we're too rich to take down. It was just like, no, they were well stocked because they'd been keeping internal industry and stuff
Yeah.
like that for years. But it actually, it did test them in that it burned through a huge part of their cash.
Yep,
But it
yeah,
was
that's
like,
right.
but the next timer, like between like the shield and the armor or whatever, was about 24 or 48 hours or whatever, and they literally just built the next 1,500, 3,500, whatever it was, battleships, and they're like, no, like we're gonna go again. Like
Yep.
we burned through a big part of our cash, and then we put it back overnight, and we're ready to go again.
The
But
other
then it's not the ships either. It's all the fittings. I mean, it really just
Yeah,
pumped that
it
shit
was.
out.
It was the manifestation of this behemoth of a friggin' industrial unit that
Yeah.
like we all knew about for years, but like it was seeing it in action in a very short amount of time. It wasn't just that like goons have grown to this. It was like goons did this like over a 24-hour period where we thought, or not we, but like, very visibly they burned up 2,000 battleships or 2,500, whatever, just like this massive battle. And most people would be like, of course they've got money, of course they've got reserves, blah blah blah. And it was like, no, we just put everything back in the oven, and we'll see you back on the field tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Like
The-
we'll have this covered. Don't worry about us.
The one
The-
point where I was a little bit discouraged was Fountain falling as fast as it did. That discouraged me.
Fountain
'Cause
went
I honestly
quick.
thought it would hold a little longer than
Yeah,
it did.
Initiative got like they
Well,
weren't.
they were
affected.
ordered out. It
They
wasn't
weren't
like-
affected
yeah.
because they came back and took it all back. But like we blazed through Fountain in like what, a month and a half. It was
Yeah.
quick.
I thought we would hold longer there. I was a little surprised they did.
Yeah, and so that's what that boosted the morale on our side because we're like, oh, and then we actually pushed into Delve a little bit, and we're like, oh, look at how easy this is, and then we hit
Look at
that
all
brick
these
wall.
soft-
We hit the brick wall. It's like,
Soft
ooh,
edges.
yeah, this isn't going as fast or as easy as we thought anymore. Because now it was like you guys were back on the
our
ram.
timbre. Can you believe it?
You guys were on the ramparts, and you're like, okay, now we're holding. And it's like, oh man, we just hit the Hornberg or whatever. you
Well,
wanna
and we
call it.
also hit their Keepstar candy coated center, where they had been building up the most massive defenses that the game has ever seen.
Yeah, because it
like,
wasn't just
nobody-
one
nobody-
system that had all those keep stars. There was
Nobody has built
several
up
systems.
such
that
a
had those, yeah.
massive conglomeration of Keepstars in the same region ever.
Like,
Like
were
it
you
was
watching?
a wild thing.
Did you watch LB the other night? You were watching him, right?
Which night?
He went through ONDQ. He was like just kind of like showing people. He was just like
I
doing
did
a tour.
not see that. No.
He like flew into 1DQ and he was in Frigate or something. He's like showing everybody like the keep stars and like the big ring of Fortizars.
Yeah.
He
the
just kind of
Dyson
like showing
sphere or
people
whatever.
stuff and yeah. And I had not really watched it from another point of view. Yeah, I watched it from my point of view.
Sure.
I was like, holy shit, that's fucking still pretty damn impressive. And that's
Right.
after we took down to what 2 or 3 keep stars in there.
Sure.
So, yeah. it's
Yeah.
I was like, what the hell? And then he's like pointed out, I was like, those are all faction Fortizars. I'm like, oh my god, we might have all of them.
At the time that I remember during that war, I feel like there was roughly 40 or so in 1DQ. And I think in the game there was about 1,000 or so, which a good portion of those before that war were
You talking
also
about
in
Faction Fortizars or
Yeah,
Keepstars?
faction
Yeah, I'm not sure,
Fortizars. A big part of those belonged to Imperium in their reign up in the north in Declan and whatever
Yeah.
the northwest.
I
they
did know
got
they
burnt-
went out and bought a lot. Right.
And that's possible
Yeah,
too,
there
but
was a
they
campaign
got
to do
burned
that.
out of that space. But remember when they fought the war with GOTG and they had that peace tree where pieced out with them for like 40 faction forts.
There was
or
a whole bunch of
whatever.
them. Yeah, I do
Yeah.
remember. Yeah.
They got reparations in the form of faction forts as well. So like, I don't know. It's so fun and layered in just the way everything has played out over the years. I have a faction Fortizar from Declan, which is a former Goon Fortizar.
Awesome. Good deal.
It was K5F. It's a Prometheus, whatever. It was a max upgraded Mimitar back in the day. Like all the,
That's
whatever. I had
awesome, dude.
the blingy faction rig for reprocessing. And of course, we had to tear it down when we got kicked out of GOTG, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, obviously all the ones in Delve, probably all of
It
them.
came from somewhere else.
They don't have the rigs. Yeah, I don't know if there's
Yeah.
any that were in Delve. that
Which
were
is
in Delve.
fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
They're great trophies, though. That's a great trophy case
Oh, it
sitting
sure
right
is,
there
yeah,
in
yeah.
1DQ.
It would be interesting to know what the value of 1DQ is.
Yeah.
So with all the people have all their shit there,
I-
right? all those structures, the market, all the manufacturing, it'd be crazy what the actual value
I do
is.
think, obviously, I think it's quite a bit less than in the heyday of Prosperity
Well,
era.
for sure, because we've lost a lot of assets, for sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, and also you guys like wrote the book on how to scale up during that era. Like there was a reason that Delve was rivaling Jita, which is honestly mind-boggling in
For
any
you're talking
other
about for the
era
market?
of this
Yeah,
game.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, in production, mining, all the things that culminated, it got real silly to where it was like players should never quite be able to rival the entirety of the rest of the game, but that's what was happening. Like Delve was a wild situation.
I think even to this day, it's still like Jita is obviously the big market trade up. I would honestly say outside of Jita, 1DQ is probably the best market hub
It
to buy
still
stuff in after that. Better than Mar, better than any of the other high-sec hubs, better
Yeah.
than any other null-sec
But-
hub.
Before World War B2 / Vietnam / whatever, it was close rival. Like at this point, it's still the most well-stocked nullsec
market hub, bar none.
Like I would say, outside of
Horde is going to be the close second.
yeah, I would say
think most
outside
people
of 1DQ. Well, Horde, I don't know. Frat is a close one. I'd say outside of 1DQ, I think the next best nullsec.
Frat doesn't have the throughput, but
well, the next best nullsec hub to shop at outside of 1DQ would it's a toss up. Like you get MJ Tech or MTech J or whatever it is that Horde has. That's a pretty solid one, but Fortech H that Frat is in.
Frat doesn't have the throughput for it.
So
Yeah, but
the
it's
Forge
like there's a lot of things it's like where I was like gonna shop in MTech J for something, and there's a few things you can't find in MTech J, but you go to Fortech H, like they have. I think Fortech H has maybe not as much of the volume that MTech J has, but I think Fortech H has more variety. Like I think there's more available overall in Fortech H.
But the Forge
Then
is,
MJ.
is Jita, right?
The Forge is
Correct.
Jita. I'm saying
Production wise,
I'm saying
23.2 trillion last month.
right.
And
right,
Delve
right.
was 23.02.
I'm not saying project. I'm just saying like stocked stations. Like
Yeah.
Jita is the biggest trade hub, and then you have 1DQ is probably the next, and then I would say a toss up. I think Fortech H has more variety. MJ has more volume. So if you're looking for like large purchasing of stuff, MJ is probably your bet. But I think Fortech H, if you're just looking for like some obscure fittings, you're probably more likely to find them in 4H.
I think that's probably
frat space
anecdotal.
than MJ.
But
maybe.
4H, it is worth reasoning that 4H, I think,
It's
is
solid.
basically a single jump out of Jita. Much of Frat's staging area, Vale, much of that area is basically a single jump out of Jita. If not, maybe two.
No, it's
Whereas
more than that.
MJ is
It's
not-
like 3 to 4H, and MJ is a bit further. MJ is kind of back in Malpais, or I don't even know if it's
4H is
Malpais.
real close. I don't think it's 3, but I could be wrong. You can be in Tribute in a single jump out of Jita.
Yeah, let's find
And
out.
it's-
I will
it's
go
not hard with Vale
to
either.
let's go to Dotland. I don't know.
But what I will say, and again, my experience could be anecdotal as well. I think that Horde benefits from the volume. If Frat has an edge in this case, I don't think it's because of the volume, because I don't think they have quite the pilots or the active coalition leaning on a single market in such a way. But I could understand them having a good market saturation because they're literally so close to Jita that like it's so easy to patch up holes, kind of thing. Anytime an opportunity arises in the market, it's very easy to put out. Either way, I mean it's
Alright, so-
neither here nor there. Goons have run the most effective nullsec
Okay.
market historically outside of Jita.
For Fortech H, you need one. You could almost reach from Jita. It's one midpoint. You do
With the jump rate.
It's with the jump freighter.
So,
It's
yeah. It's two jump-
I think Fortech H is like 1.2 light years just shy of doing one jump, so they can't do direct. But you have one midpoint there. Let's check with MJ. I guarantee you MJ's would probably be like 2 or 3. Probably.
It's more. If you go the short range, which I think takes you through like Geminate and Vale or whatever, you can dog
Is
it
it
that way.
MTAC J? I think, right?
Is
MTech
Tri-
J5.
Right. You guys look at the MER every once in a while, right?
Oh, it's MJ TAC
Yeah.
5F, and that's in
That's close enough.
Peregrine
get that.
Falls. Yeah, it's Peregrine Falls. That's right.
The trade value on the summary of key economic figures by region, is trade value mean like buying and selling? Total?
I think it means that the total of buy and sell orders that are on the market.
Yeah, it's 3 midpoints, so it's 4 jumps. It's 2 jumps to
So
Fortech
import and
H.
export value are very gamey because they mean anything that travels into or out of the region, which means all jump freighter traffic, all capital traffic. It really fucks up the numbers.
Okay.
Trade value, to my knowledge, is literally the sum of
Total
buy and sell
capacity.
orders.
What's in
So
domain?
that's-
Is
that's
that
a-
MAR?
Amar, yeah.
Domains Amar, yeah. Yeah, so it's 1 midpoint to 4H. It's 3 midpoints to MJ.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's definitely a bit more of a travel there. But I think there's more production going into MJ as far as like local production and selling.
What region's that?
That's Peregrine Falls. Oh,
MJ is Peregrine Falls.
MJ is Peregrine Falls.
4H is Vale, I believe.
Vale, yeah. Or no, Tribute. Tribute, I think.
Is it?
I think it's Tribute.
It's right on the border if it's not.
Pretty sure it's Tribute.
Either way, it's real close to Cheetah.
You're talking about is that Horde or is that
MJ being Horde, 4H being Frat.
4H is Veil. You're
so
right.
Frat is they produced in Veil 19.89 trillion. And then what'd you say the other one? What's Paragon
and
Falls?
doesn't that sound
Well, the
wrong?
thing is, like, so Horde is
6.46 for
Horde. You have to combine because Horde is it's Paragon Falls and Malpais.
Okay, so 4.6
and
Malpais.
Kalevala.
And Kalevala. Yeah, Horde has like
6.6.
several
There's-
regions, so
there's
they're
about
Oh,
doing
they
stuff.
actually do a lot of production. Okay,
Yeah, so you have to
Yes
combine
and
like
no.
Paragon Falls, Malpais.
but they're low trek also, aren't they?
No.
Oh, I thought they were.
Yeah, so it'd be like a Malpais, Paragon Falls, Paragon Fall, or
TKE, the Kalevala.
the
expansion.
Kalevala Expanse. Yeah, that's all Horde.
I don't think
so,
there's much President Oasa at this point.
Yeah, and like
It's-
Ethereum
it's
Reach,
the
you guys are
It's
Ethereum
a
Reach,
bunch of
right?
condensed space.
Are you guys all of Ethereum Reach?
We are.
Okay, yeah, so you're Ethereum Reach. What about like the Spire? Who's there?
In CDOT,
Oh, really?
either in CDOT or they're renters, right?
I
Where-
think
which
it's
one
probably
is
just renters. Like,
NSI is in CDOT's like.
NSI
whatever
is
their station.
Malpais. I
The
think.
Calvary.
Oh, okay,
sorry,
Malpais.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Spire is either between the coalition or the renters. Honestly,
Yeah, I
there's no
figure the
production
Spires
there. I don't go
probably
there.
are mostly renters because I don't know if anyone really lives out there other
Yeah, I
than
don't go
renters. But
But between the Expanse, Paragon Falls,
Paragon Falls, Caldwell Expanse, and Malpais is all Horde.
and Malpais.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's respectable, right? It's just 10, like 15 or 16 billion or trillion production for those. So I mean it's not.
One
It's
thing I
not
will
as much as it's not as much as Delve, and it's not as much as
or
Jita.
or is Veil, yeah.
And Veil's,
it sounded
yeah,
like-
they're close too. They're
I think you said it was about
19.9.
20ish. Yeah.
And
Well,
they're-
and here's the thing too, and I don't know if it's still.
Well, that's the thing,
remains.
like with Frat, you'd have to combine Veil and Tribute because they have both and they live in both. So it's not
But here's the
just
thing.
it's Veil and Tribute is
another
is
2.5
Frat.
for tribute. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's still the case, but Frat set up public structures a year-ish ago where they were trying to encourage industry, basically offshore your industry from Jita, barely into null because it was a single jump range. It was like right on the fringes of either Tribute or Veil, and they were setting up like public access satios and stuff.
Oh, very
It
cool.
wouldn't shock me if those are dead by now because a lot of people are into terrain and
Who's
parades.
Who's Sing Liaison?
Sync Liaison, that's Losec. That's Galente's face.
There's a lot of production. there.
Yeah.
Well, sure. It's Roundo Dixie.
Okay. It's funny. So you're looking at the trade, right?
Yeah, Caviar.
Basically-
BPO is Blueprint Original. BPC is Blueprint Copy.
561 trillion for Jita, basically. Next is Domain at 49 trillion, and then Delve at 33 trillion.
Yeah, I believe it.
Paragon Falls would be like fourth at 18.8 trillion.
Yeah, I think that's
But
the
most
majority.
of the regions,
That's-
like, it's negligible, I'm sure. 'cause
Yeah.
You don't. There's only markets so many places.
And the thing is that a lot of Malpais is actually rented out. There's quite a bit of bot systems in
But
Malpais.
it's funny, like you said, Delve is like probably the best player market ever.
Yeah, 1DQ is like an alternate Jita. Like, you could
561 trillion versus 33 trillion. They're not close.
Yeah,
we have a
that's
robust
but
market.
that's just pure.
You say that, but at the same time, think
But
of all
that's
the
just-
shit in Jita that doesn't even move.
Yeah,
What's what I
that's
mean? They're not
yeah.
close. That's my point.
Well, that's what I'm
And I
saying.
consider we have a
Jita is a
robust
bigger
market.
market, but
Not
Jita's the main reason why Jita is a bigger market is because of the pure volume going through Jita. But if you are looking for something and you go to 1DQ, you will probably be able to find it. Aside from like some officer modules and some super
The
obscure,
obscure
stuff.
shit. You're right. The obscure
Yeah,
It's a
but
proper market.
like 90, I would say 90%, if not 95% of the various things in the game.
shit. You pretty much
You
find
can
any
find it in
rig,
1DQ.
Any
Now,
module,
maybe-
any ship.
Yeah, maybe Jita's gonna have like 5,000 caracals on the market, whereas 1DQ might have like 1,000 or 500, but you are gonna be able to find that.
And the fittings for them. Yeah,
and
you're
it's
correct,
like you're
yeah.
gonna every single ship hull except for like maybe like a Revenant and stuff like that. You might not be able to find 1DQ, but like any general ship hull, you're gonna find it in 1DQ. It's gonna be available.
like
And
boosters.
any
You'll find
fittings
all
are
the
going to
ones
be
you need.
available there. Even faction and Dead Space, all the faction and Dead Space fittings, all the everything is going to be in 1DQ.
Oh, yeah.
So it doesn't have the volume of GDIP, but it has probably very, very close to the selection, which I think is more important.
Well, Mars not completely
Because
free,
you
though.
go to like a UMI. Now I'm based in X47, but UMI is like it's like 2 jumps like through a jump
Right.
bridge and
What
stuff,
region is that
or
in?
through an Ansiplex. But it's like UMI is like the bigger market because yeah, we're staged in
It's,
X47.
on the
For
edge
some
of
reason,
tribute.
the
Yeah,
market
I
hasn't
agree.
shifted. Yeah, the market hasn't shifted over to X47 as much. There's a bit there, but like you still have to go
It's
to
the
UMI.
forefront, so it's
You
not
still have to go to
safe to
UMI
go
to like buy a lot of
Yeah.
stuff if you can't find it in X47, which sucks too because it's technically a different region because X47 is pure blind, whereas UMI is tribute.
Yeah.
So it's like you can't even look on the market to see if something's in UMI. You just have to go there and hope it's there. But the thing is like there's a ton of stuff that's like I can't find it. So it's like fuck, I have to go to 4-H for this. And then there's always people camping around in 4-H that you generally fly past, but sometimes people get caught doing that. So it's a
be
little
those Horde
risky.
logistics guys to put it in place for you.
Yeah, what I
Well,
honestly
I'm sure
should
that
do
market is one of those places that you get the stuff you find. There's the stuff that they want you to use.
one of those
right, for the
things where
most
it's like
part.
I have enough is to buy a jump freighter. It's one of those things where it's like, you know what? If there wasn't the fucking Lancer risk of jumping into high sec every goddamn time, I'd have bought a jump freighter a month ago and been like just
Yeah,
supplying
CCP.
supplying shit locally.
Buckle answers and low sec.
Just importing shit from Jita into X47 because there's a ton of stuff where I'm like,
There's a lot of opportunity.
because there's times where I'm like,
good
oh, okay,
range.
well, we need that ship. Well, I don't have one.
Not that
Nothing's on
expensive, get one.
on contract, so okay, let me see if I can fit one up. Oh, well, yeah, the ship is here, and like half the fittings are here, and half the fittings aren't. It's like this is a doctrine ship. How do we not have fittings for this ship in this station when
You
it's their
ran out
staging?
'cause too many people didn't prepare before.
Yeah, and so
just
my
like you.
my thing
Yeah.
is it drives
Yeah.
me it drives
Just
me,
like you.
it drives me nuts because it's like these are our doctrine fits. We should have all of these ships and the fittings in our staging systems available on the market. Absolutely.
Tell your-
The
tell your
fact that we
bros to
don't
stop
have
losing
that
shit.
drives me nuts. It's like I would just do it myself and just start stocking it and probably making a bunch of money, but I'm not about to
Drayden,
start
if
jumping.
you join us, you'll have that.
I'm not about to start
Oh.
jumping a jump freighter into high sec from low sec because I'm not gonna get lanced. Fuck that.
Dom said, I know about a group who
Yeah,
doesn't suffer
like,
these problems.
Now
Yeah,
that Lance,
I don't
now
suffer
that-
those problems.
Now that Lancers are a thing, I'm not bothering jump freighters anymore. Fuck that noise.
I don't.
Yeah,
you,
it's pretty
you're not. You're not wrong, Drayden. I
I hope
don't
they
know
dial
that I
that
will
back.
take my fucking jump freighter out of fucking nullsec ever.
It's
Like,
Yeah.
out
not
of my safe
comfortable
space.
anymore.
Yeah, it's not.
It's just like there are ways
And-
around the Lancers. If you're like, oh, you just gotta have this. I'm like, yeah, that okay. You just gotta have that. I don't have that. You know.
I know professional jump freighter guys who were running full high grade, either Nomads, Ascendancies, one of those like, very blingy, either Align or Warp Speed, some sort of implant. They were using Nestor alts to rep them on the high sec side. They were using drugs, like booster kind of things. There was multiple layers of things, and it still wasn't quite enough towards the end.
Yeah.
Like it
To-
was
to
working, except
withstand
for
those?
each time you succeeded, they were bringing the next level, and so it was like it was not working long enough.
Yeah. And Caviar's like all scouts and tell. I have 2 accounts. I
And
don't
I'm talking
have.
about Jason Q.
I don't have the ability to have like a bunch of alt scouts and all this other stuff. It's like, and people are like, well, you just gotta have a citadel within 1,000 kilometers of the game. Like, you know what? I bet Horde has something like that. I
Would
bet
you?
Horde
Yeah, probably.
in whatever you call it, the one system there. I bet Horde has in Techo, I think it is. I'm sure they have a citadel.
Boy Janin, there's a Keepstar within gate range of Arakan, which is
Well, or
way too
Janet, but
high sec
that's down further south. But up where I'm at, I think MTECO is the closest one. I think MTECO
in the north like a scrub.
Yeah, well, I'm BFL. I'm in X47.
You're deployed.
I don't live in drone space.
But
I
you-
go over
but you
there
do.
rat, but I live
You're
I
deployed.
live in Tribute or Pureblind now. But it's like I bet Horde has a citadel within range of that. But the thing is like there's still the risk. Okay, but it's like if you warp within 1,000 kilometers of the gate, they can't warp in their dread and start lancing. But if there's already a dread in place and they see you warping, they decloak and start lancing, you're fucked.
It's still a timing thing.
Yeah, it's like you're probably, and they've probably worked it out to catch people.
Shuffle.
A lot of people will make it by, but people who are
Yeah.
not diligent will not.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
there you
the-
are, Ackross.
And people are like, oh,
all
if
it
you,
takes is that one split second of not paying
It takes
attention.
it takes the amateurs like the Dradens, no offense. That's like,
Yeah.
I also own a jump freighter. I'm not a professional jump freighter,
I'm just
but
gonna
I
follow these
also own
guys,
one.
yeah.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
right through, and it's like, no, the people who are not doing this full time, all day, every day, using all the
yeah,
necessary.
you have to know
benefits,
all the tricks and the
they're gonna
ways around
struggle.
all the tricks, and I don't know that, and I guarantee.
I
And
would
the thing
also
is, like, I
fall
don't
prey
have
to
enough
that,
IS
so
to
no
just
shame.
whoops, I lost a jump freighter. Well, better luck next time. It's like, no, if I lose my jump freighter, that's all my IS. I don't have enough IS to buy another one. So it's
You're
like
doing
I'm
PL
Well,
all
and-
wrong.
And to be fair,
I'm
even
not
some of the people that
willing
do
to
it
do that.
professionally were getting caught. That's why Horde
Yes,
was it Horde that dropped their travel
two
service, or
different-
their
it
moving
wasn't
service?
Horde's like Horde proper service, but one of the ones that operated like within the fold. Two different major jump freighter services shut down in the last few months.
What was the other one? I know
One
the
of them
Horde
was
one.
Evola, which is not Horde's main one, but it was a prominent one within Horde because just whatever. There's not like a state organized one. It was like
Okay.
everybody can run their own things, but they also they rise up as they are
Was that the
successful and
first one that
prominent.
went down or stopped?
I don't know if it was first, but Evola and one of the other ones I think both dropped, and the other one I think was kind of one of the. It wasn't a Black Frog outright, but it was one of those kind of concepts.
I know
where, like,
Paper Bag did a lot of transport.
Yeah, I think
where
that's
we're
the
like,
one I saw
we're
some
big in the
posts about,
community,
Ackross,
but like
yeah.
we can't run it anymore because it's gotten too
Well, they've
whatever, too
lost
dangerous
right. They lost a couple
within a very short amount of time.
with
Yeah.
very short amount of time, and I think they lost ones that had a lot of crap in them.
I know we
Yeah.
did some counter stuff because I know there's been a couple fleets of ours where we ended up dropping and killing a couple Lancers. Probably doing that, like baiting them with jump freighters and then dropping on them and killing them. But that hasn't stopped the losses. So it's like, yeah, it's just.
Sure.
And if you look, and I was mentioning this like a couple weeks ago. I was looking at the thing. If you look at the jump freighter prices in Jita, they've dropped. They've all dropped. Now some more
Down
than
to what?
others. So they were depending on what one you got, but they were all around like 12 to 12.5 billion. Now they're down to like 9 to 10 billion each. They've dropped, and that's like
significant because I think
that's
they
like
got
that's
up
like
to
20 to
14, haven't they?
25%. That's a 20 to 25% drop, and that's now. I looked at the last. So
That's not strictly the virtue of usage or demand. That
Yeah,
they
yeah.
did do the capital mechanics changes to where they were trying to drive all the prices down.
well,
a little
and I looked at the history. So I think it was May,
far as the
right? It was
bids.
like May or March. I think it was May when the Lancers came out, right? So I looked at the history from May. So like the prices were all up here on 12.5 ish, and then May came out and there was a sharp drop. And
The
that was
next
like
month after those came
that was
out?
initially people going like, oh fuck, they all like were like, oh, I don't want to jump freighter. And then I think there wasn't as many jump freighter losses showing up on Zkill, which because they were hiding it, right? Because they were like
Yeah.
warping off, reshipping, and coming back. So then
Right.
the Lancer didn't show up. So they're like, oh, that's just someone dying to dumb shit, not a Lancer. So you had this drop, and then you had a slight increase. It came back up a bit over the course, like so around like July or so, July to August. It kind of like rebounded a bit, back up to like not quite to 12.5, but around 11 to 12, like in that range. But then, so it wasn't a sharp drop again. But then from like end of July, early August, all the way until now, it's been a steady decline, and it's down to like 9 to 10 based on the racial jump freighter.
So
On
that
all
tells
of
you
them.
basically people aren't replacing them.
Yeah,
when they
so
lose
it's
them.
like
Just
initially
fuck
came out,
it,
everyone's like,
not doing this
"Oh, I'm
anymore."
not gonna do it." And so nobody was. What I honestly think it was the drop in price was everyone was like, "Fuck jump freighters," and everyone started selling the jump freighter, and so the price tanked, right? Because if everyone starts dropping it, prices drop. So
Too
everyone
dangerous to
tried.
use, might as well get rid of it. Yeah.
Everyone that was initially panicking about the Lancers and saw how they were getting used, they all wanted to sell the jump freighters, so the prices tanked. People started buying the jump freighters at the low price. She was like, "Oh, cheap jump freighter! Like, fuck yeah, I'll take it." And then it came back up. Prices went up, and then now over time, people have just been like, steadily buying and selling jump freighters. But the fact that less and less people want to do jump freightering, the prices have been dropping. So they have definitely dropped by about 20 to 25% across the board of all Empire faction or Empire jump freighters. So yeah, the Lancer Dreads have kind of not shut off jump freighter logistics, but they've stifled it a little bit.
Severely hampered it. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, it's funny.
is
I
a shame.
lost a part of my fucking retirement plan. 'Cause I got my jump freighter for $6 billion. I'm like, yeah, keep going up. I'll sell that fucker on my retirement plan. But fuck, now I can't do that. I have to find something else.
Just wait a little longer.
But yeah, so it kind of sucks because like I was initially stoked with the role of the Lancer Dread. I was like, oh, this is so cool. But the niche that it fell into, instead of being like this weird kind of like not force multiplier, but like a niche use of a special dreadnought to, prevent I figured less than the dot, like there's the whole effect of the lance, like that prevents jumping through a gate or jumping out on a sign. But it's like, I mean, if you're going to be attacking a capital, you're probably going to have a Hictor or a Dictor bubble. So like, you don't need to worry about the anti-jumping thing. Jumping through a gate could be useful, but I figured the minus 50% to reps was going to be like the main, like this is what people are going to use to reduce the fax reps on a Titan that gets dropped on, so that you can just burn the Titan down through fax reps, because fax reps are only hitting 50%. And so they're not going to be able to rep up through the damage you're going to apply this thing. You could dread bomb shit super easy. You dread bomb with like a bunch of regular dreads, faction dreads, and like maybe 1 or 2 lancers. And so, because obviously they don't do as much damage as the regular dreads, but you could then drop like 1 or 2 lancers to just hit it occasionally with a lance and drop the reps on it, and then it dies fast, right? So you don't need as many
we
dreads.
saw that with those hack fleets.
Yeah, so it's like, I mean, like
brought up in the last few weeks.
If the reps are only 50% effective, you can essentially dread bomb with less dreads. So you put less risk on the field to kill a full Titan. So I was like, that's what I thought they were going to be used for. I was like, that's really cool. What it turned into was anti-jump freighter logistics ships. And I was like, that sucks, because no one likes doing logistics, and if you make logistics super dangerous,
Don't punish us.
no one wants to do it, and then now it just makes logistics across the game
Now
shitty,
we're all gonna live close to
When you say
shittier,
logistics, you don't
and-
mean logi. You mean
I mean,
logistics
I
of
mean the
moving stuff. Yeah.
transport
Yeah.
logistics. It
I
just-
honestly poo-pooed those
it
fuckers
just makes
from the very
doing logistics
beginning.
shittier, and now it's like prices are gonna go up, and no one wants to fucking do it even more. Like no one wanted to do it to
No.
begin with, and it's just now less people want to do it. So
I
I
honestly didn't think
don't
they'd be
like the outcome of it, honestly.
I didn't think those fuckers would be used. Right when I first I was reading, I was like, these are dumb. You're not going to see much use of them. But like Eve players always do, they find a way to fucking not exploit it, but whatever you give them, they'll find a way to use it. Like you don't think they'll use it, right? That's what Eve players are notorious for. And this killing jump freighters, I mean, obviously it works very effectively, and I don't think CCP saw that coming. I know
Here's the
most
thing,
of
though,
us
people-
didn't. Yeah.
People actually, that was the main qualm with them as they were being proposed, was people were like, it's gonna spell the end of jump freighters, which it was very disruptive. What I think a few people were holding out for and were hoping for was seeing it in creative use in battlefields, which a lot of people were suggesting early on before they actually rolled out that they were going to be like Skynetting carriers and supers. You're all just sitting on tether on a fort. You send your fighters over. You're no longer tethered because you've got your fighters out, but you send your fighters over. You do your business, and if things go wrong, if people drop capitals, you disconnect from your fighters and you retether.
Yeah.
Like you can manage that situation well. The idea was we're going to see some creative use of this where you sacrifice a lancer, you lance all those guys, and then you drop a dread bomb right on their friggin' structure and start deleting supers that think they were safe, kind of thing. Like I think there was a lot of school of thought of like, we're going to see them in creative ways. We know they're going to be used in the jump freighter thing because it's clear, but hopefully we also see them in battle. And up until just the last month or so, we didn't actually see a lot of that until the Panda Fam side started using them offensively against the B2 Imperium side, like negating some of their hack fleets and things like that, to where they were really like mostly evenly matched, if not even a little bit heavier on the Imperium side, but via the force multiplier of those Lancer dreads, they were immobilizing them. And they were really making like sitting ducks out of massive fleets of ships that normally wouldn't be all that vulnerable.
That's interesting. I'm glad they found a use for them. I honestly didn't think, based on the original,
I think we're going to see
anticipated
more
cost,
in big battle.
and I think the cost coming down on them is going to help a lot.
Sure.
Right. I mean, it's going to make a big difference. But they're just, my worry about it is like, well, okay, that's cool. They got a new little niche thing.
All we're
But
doing
they're
is
really-
punishing jump freighters.
And there really was no other use for them, right? Because you can't use them as a regular dread because they're expensive and they'll die. But
Damage wasn't as high. Tank wasn't as
yeah.
good.
But I'm still guessing or hoping that CCP did not foresee the jump freighter thing. I know it's a oversight on their part, but I hope that wasn't their part of their plan. Like, oh, let's go fuck
I
jump freighters.
think it's just
that would irritate me.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I don't think that was initially their thing. I think they kind of like me were like, oh, this will be great in like these big capital fights. It'll have a use, and I think it's just the players found out a more efficient, better.
People
Well, like I
called it
said,
out
once again,
before it
each
Players
player
will
find a
find
way to
out
do
niche.
stuff,
Like as a developer, you can't think of every situation. So I don't necessarily put this on CCP, but it is unfortunate the niche that they fell into because it's like this does suck for logistics.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, CCP can't, there's only way they can fix this is to like actively intervene and add something to a jump freighter, like, oh, it's immune to Lancer. Like,
Or just not allow Lancers
then it's
to
like all the people that bought these Lancers be like, that's bullshit. That's the reason I
That
bought
pisses
this
people
big.
off, Edgar.
It's like that's the reason I bought this like 10 to 12 billionist dreadnought
Just
is
don't allow
to
them to
fucking
lose
shoot
that.
jump
Just like
freighters, and
bombs,
now
just
they're
like
fucking
bubbles.
immune. They just get through. That's bullshit. It's like I don't know what you do.
So
Um,
they're getting them after they make a jump from high sec to low sec. That's the
No,
real
no.
vulnerable
So
spot.
when they're
Where's
in,
the vulnerable
so
spot?
so you can only sino
If they
jump
wanna
into
go
low
from
sec. You
low
can't
sec to
sino
high
jump
sec.
into high sec. So you basically have to sino jump into the one low sec system right next to high sec, right?
And then you
when-
take a gate.
When
to high
they
sec,
are
got it.
warping to the gate to high sec, when they're in warp, the Lancers, they have scouts and they see like, oh, this jump freighter's warped to the gate. The Lancer, they know the timing, and then they start shooting the Lance. And so then when the jump freighter lands, because you have a tick or two before you jump to the gate when you land that you're
Coming out of
vulnerable,
work, yeah.
they get hit by that Lance, and now they can't take the gate. So now when they try to jump through, it's like, you can't jump. And then now
How
they
far
have
from a gate can you light a sino?
100. No, actually, right next to a
You-
gate.
you
There's
can
no,
right,
there's
but
no limit on
the
side.
downside
So
to
wouldn't
that
that be the
is
better way of doing it? or no?
no, because
lot
a
of them do
Sino
use that
you
way.
a Sino you come in within 5 kilometers of the Sino, so you could come in on the far side. Now you're like what 3 kilometers from the gate in a freighter. That'll
Oh,
take
if you're talking about the freight, I thought he was talking
yeah,
Oh,
that'll
I get it.
that'll
Yeah,
take
no,
you
you're right,
way
you're right. Okay,
that'll take
yep.
you way too long to gate to, and they'll just bump you off. They're like, oh, we don't need to lance this. We're just gonna bump it off right now.
There's no guarantee you will land within jump range.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
And same with the people like, oh, what about bookmarks? Well, same because they're like,
Why don't they just put a cloak on it?
can't
Can't
put a
close
there's
the
no
jump
high
freighter.
slots on a jump freighter. So the thing is like and that's what they're doing. So they lance you. Now that doesn't kill you, but it prevents you from jumping through the gate, and then they have a Macarial that just starts bumping you off the gate, and now
And
you're
flops. Yeah.
yeah, and then
Oh, so they're not using multiple lances to do this.
no,
One
they
lance
are.
is
They
enough? Okay,
they
got it.
actually don't want to kill you with the Lancer Dread because then that will show
They
up on the
keep it
kill
off the
mail, and
kill
then
mail,
people will
yeah.
say like, "Oh, Lancer Dreads are killing these jump freighters in low sec."
What a
So
bunch of sneaky motherfuckers.
yeah, so what they do is they lance you to keep you from going through the gate, and then they
I
bump
like
you
it.
off the gate. And what they do while they're doing that is then the Lancer Dread warps off, docks up, and the person then reships into a different ship, comes back, and then shoots the jump freighter because then their new reshipped subcap shows up on the kill mail, not the Lancer Dread.
That's right.
So what you're telling me is ganking is alive and well.
yeah, so the jump,
back
so
on the
these
Back
freighter,
on the menu.
yeah, so these jump freighters are dying, and Lancer Dreads are not on the kill mail. So people think like, oh well, they didn't get lanced, so I don't know why
It's
people are
Silver
complaining
Blow,
about
this is a
Lancer Dreads. It's
boogeyman.
like no, they did get lanced. It's just not on the kill mail because that dude that's on in your like fucking Cormorant or whatever, he was the Lancer Dread pilot. He just went and reshipped into something else, so it didn't show a Lancer Dread on it
See, you don't want my dumb ass in the Lancer Dread. I'm tell you why.
because you just kill it.
I drink and I get high. I
And
won't
you
pay
have to-
attention.
and you have
and
to
I
aim
won't,
it.
And I won't aim it right, or I won't push the button
Yeah.
in time, and I'll miss it, and everybody will be mad at me.
It's just like the Lance Titan thing. You aim it in a similar way to my knowledge, and so it's very fallible. Like it's
Yeah.
it's not something you could do.
I thought it
easily
was
if
a
you don't
bigger.
prac-
Isn't it a bigger beam though, like wider than?
That I'm not sure.
Well, but here's the thing: is when you warp into a gate, you're gonna land on the one
Right.
side,
You know
right?
where the target is.
And the thing's like, now people are like, well, what if you put a bookmark on the backside? So you land on the backside. But that's the thing. When you warp to a bookmark, you warp within 2,500 meters of it. So the downside with that is like, yeah, maybe you land on the far side, you can jump through. That's great. But what if you land 25? Because if you don't put the bookmark in the center of the gate, if you put it on the backside, you could land the max 2,500 kilometer or 2,500 meters away on the far side. And now you're like 3 to 3,500 meters away, which that's pretty close to the gate, but far enough that you can't jump through it. And a freighter to go even 1 kilometer is like 20
Well, even-
seconds.
especially if they have to
You're
turn
going to
around.
get bumped off. Or if you land or if you
It's in the
land
wrong direction. Yeah.
or
you're
if you
fucked.
land on the close side of your bookmark, now you land right on the gate and you go bouncing way the fuck out and you'll never get through the gate. And you're going to go flying the fuck off into Narnia and they're going to go get you. So
I'm gonna hire somebody else to do all this stuff.
yeah. So the thing is like the most
Motherfucking
reliable.
Jeff
Pay your
Bezos
local
never,
courier.
never goes to fucking.
Yeah, the
Close
most
enough.
reliable way is to just warp to the gate itself and jump through, but that makes you land on a specific spot and they know where that spot is and they're going to lance it and you're going to get hit by it and you aren't going to be able to jump through. So that's how they keep getting people is with that. So yeah, regional gates are
shit's
huge.
gotta move, though,
Regional
right?
gates
I mean,
are
yeah.
huge, but there's still risks with doing bookmarks in certain spots. Like it might be a little safer to a degree, but there always is the risk of if you just happen, because I mean, if you land on your bookmark or to the sides, you're fine. But if you land on the far side or on the close side, there is risks. So you don't want to risk your, 9 to 12 billion ISK jump freighter on a 80% chance of success, like, because that's how many times you drew in transporting back and forth, a lot. So it's like that's just too big of a risk to put that expensive of a ship on a Hail Mary, so it's just it
So
just
will
sucks
we
because
see
like the
people, like-
one reason why jump freighters were really good is because unless you were like inattentive and like let yourself get ganked in high sec because you weren't paying attention and didn't have like a safety exit sino ready to go, like it was almost impossible to die in a jump because you didn't have to worry about, since there's no bubbles in low sec, you didn't have to worry about getting through the gate into high sec, and then you only had to worry about ganks in high sec. But the second you jump through a gate, if you see a cloud of catalysts sitting on the gate, you're like, this is I need to get the fuck out of here. So you get your sino ready in low sec, that you should have an escape sino in low sec. You light that and then you decloak and jump out immediately before the catalyst can kill you. Right?
So there is some planning then, because you can't.
Well,
you
right,
gotta wait
that's
till
what
all
I'm
your
saying, like,
timers are done. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so it's like there's avoidances of high sec ganking with a jump freighter. That's actually like, I mean, like you can get ganked in a jump freighter in high sec, but if you're paying attention, you shouldn't, right? Unless you're a
but the thing
war
is that-
target and you get pointed and Concord doesn't stop them, which is
If it gets so bad though, people can't use these fuckers. What, people go back to using busters and or whatever the
well,
deep
no,
space haulers? Or
yeah,
what the fuck
deep
are you
spa-
gonna do?
What I've actually heard is so people are still using jump freighters. It's not like every jump freighter is getting ganked, but there are a lot of them getting ganked. Now the thing is, like, you have big enough groups that they are getting a bunch of jump freighters through, and they might have help. Also, like, I mean, kind of like with our group, like my coalition has been losing jump freighters to it as well, but I know that we've caught a few Lancer dreadnoughts and killed them. I got on one. It was the I think it was the Minmatar one. I can't remember. But yeah, we caught one. They were sending a jump right through. And we were, I guess our scout was watching him, watching where he was cloaked, and just getting, like, they'd been hunting the guy for a couple days, watching him gank other jump freighters, and just kind of knew where his spot was and just had it bookmarked. And so they baited him out, and then we just jumped in with blops and blew his ass up. So it's like we have been catching a few, but it's like that doesn't stop the ganking. So
Well, no, the mechanic of this Lancer thing works, right? If you're not paying
Yeah.
attention, you're gonna get
Yeah.
No, but that's the thing. That's the downside with this is, like, even if you are paying attention, you can still get lanced,
for sure,
because
yeah.
you could even have a scout on the gate, like, gate's clear, and you start warping before, like, as you're like, once you enter warp in a jump freighter, they warp slow enough that, like, if the people are watching your jump freighter, depending on how far away you are from the gate, they can be like, oh, have a cloaked up Lancer dread that you don't know about, that even if you're scouting the gate, oh, gate looks clear, and you start warping your dreadnought, that decloaks and now starts lancing, and it's like you're gonna land into that lance and die, even though you were scouting it. It looked clear, it's not. So if the gankers are after you, there's no safe way to get through it other
But
than like
clearly, we already know that this works because look at Rooks and Kings, right?
no, you can't bubble. It's
Everyone
not a
would
bubble.
but everyone would scout them, but those fuckers were able to, the scout does not always mean anything, right?
Right.
It's easy to say, oh, yeah, it's clear. Oh, I'm warping. Oh, it's not clear anymore.
But yeah, so, and the things, like, there are ways through it. I guess, like, if you have a citadel within 1,000 kilometers of the gate, which I think is the minimum. Like, you have to have at least that. But if you have it roughly 1,000 kilometers from the gate, the time it takes from your jump freighter to enter warp before it lands is longer than it would take for a dreadnought to decloak and start lancing. So it's like, if you are in a group that has a close enough citadel, I think, to the gate, you could be safe.
You
Um,
You
can
got
basically
you have that timer, right? For the
Yeah.
you can
Yeah,
mitigate it. You
yeah,
can't negate it, but you can mitigate it.
there's definitely ways to like make it safer. There's another one where I think seems super risky, but I guess people are saying like you could light a Sino like off grid,
Right on the gate. Oh no, fuck all
like
that
off
too.
grid, and like jump to it and then immediately start warping because
Off-light.
but it's like, but industrial Sinos show up on the overview and it's like I've heard people say, oh, you just do this. I'm like, that seems so fucking risky because it only takes one fucking frigate to like warp to your industrial Sino and point your jump freighter to like fucking ruin you. So that I think is even stupider than just warping to the gate and hoping for the best. So I don't know. There's a few other methods that I've seen. I don't know them all, but it's just jump freighter used to be pretty safe unless you were negligent. Now it is actually pretty risky, even if you're like actively paying attention. So I don't like that.
What you don't want to do in a jump freighter is undock from some place, warp to a gate, jump through the gate, and then not realize that you're negative security status for that faction,
Have you done that?
and have the Navy police tackle you because they insta tackle you, right? Well, I don't think they attack you, but they tackle you so you can't move. But what can other people do? Fuck you! I'm gonna bump you off the gate and kill you.
You know what
because
you also
can't
don't
go
want to
anywhere.
do? What you also don't want to do that I definitely have never done is take your jump freighter into Jita on what you think is your neutral alt, but was actually your war decked alliance character, and then undock from Jita and just warp to the new Caldari gate.
It doesn't work out so well.
In your arc when there's a bunch of war deck targets in Jita, and when you jump through into New Caldari and you get pointed and Concord doesn't show up, and you're going, "What the fuck is happening? Where's Concord?"
That's funny.
Yeah, that's
So
happened.
they must have paid off Concord, those dirty bastards.
Yeah, and
You
also
fucking corrupt cops.
Also,
Nice,
one
too.
the big unfortunate thing is like you
What'd you
really
say?
shouldn't do that when all you need to transport is one capital rig that is like 40 M3 worth of space that you thought
That's
was
what you had in there.
that you thought was 4,000 M3 and you needed even though 4,000 M3 could still take in like a bestower,
right.
but you're like, no, fuck it, I'll take my arc. It's fine. I'll just transport this 40 M3 in my arc on my
What's the worst that can
war
happen?
decked character.
That's right.
So I lost my arc to transport a single capital rig. Great stuff. It was really good.
Hey boys, real quick before we go any further, it's about 3 a.m.
It's
here, so
about midnight.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
gonna
Sorry,
go
it's
ahead and wind it.
Grays. We have drops enabled, but I don't think there's any active drops running right now. Sorry, I know the title is misleading.
yeah blame
but-
CCP, not
Yeah,
not
it's CCP.
OpenCom.
There's no drops campaigns.
We're gonna
going
change
right
our
now.
title to "We Have Drops and Nobody Else Does."
I
Come-
just
come
usually
watch
leave the
us.
title because I'm like, I never know. I was like, you know what? If there are drop campaigns going, we're on them. But if there aren't, sorry, yeah, there's no drop campaigns going right now. So you can't win
If there's
anything.
not, it's not my fault. But if there were,
Yeah.
maybe it's
Yeah,
my
you
fault.
know what? I absolve myself of all responsibility.
Sometimes I have drops and I just don't
It's
give them
like
to people.
gaslighting.
Something like that.
If I did it, maybe you deserved it.
We actually
It
dropped
wasn't
it.
that
We
bad
dropped
and
it earlier and it
whatever,
broke.
the
So we can't
narcissist
give it away
prayer.
now. Sorry.
All right,
Anyway.
yeah,
All right,
let's,
I'm gonna go to
great
bed.
night, Ackroth.
Be safe. I hope to talk to you guys soon. This
Yeah.
was
I'm
this
gonna
was a
do a
delightful
shot for the
evening
road
with
and then,
lots of Eve.
we'll do a shot for the road. Now I'll see you guys.
I'll join you in that.
Yeah, I'll see you guys next week.
Right, yeah. Thanks, guys. It was we had fun. Thanks for
Drayden,
sticking
don't
around.
forget to raid somebody.
Oh, good call. Good call.
We got Ghosty, Chaos. I've never heard of Chaos 1298. I know Ghosty. I like him.
I
Oh, we
believe.
can raid Open Comms. Oh, that's us. Never mind.
Oh shit. Do it. Do it anyway.
Switch Hit Games. Never heard of them.
Night, guys.
Good night, bub.
Yep, see it. Let me find someone to rate. Let's go with
We'll see you next week, guys. Yeah.
I kind of want to rate someone with less viewers. What about Damasi's Kadesh? Let's do that. He's doing some faction warfare. That sounds good. That's like in line with the new expansion or whatever. So is it? God, I'm after.
I'm having a fucking hard time typing. I just can't. Fuck. I'm fucking screwed up. I'm gonna sleep all day tomorrow. Fuck it. Who are you going to?
Damasus Kadesh. He's doing some faction warfare PvP. So let's raid him. Raid's been created. I'm gonna raid him. All right. Thanks everybody. We're gonna send the
Thanks,
raid.
guys.
Thanks for hanging out and watching. We'll catch you next Friday.
More twigs and stems. There you go.
All right, should be off.
I do what I can.
Oh shit.